below deck, by lantern glow, on biscuit hard and pea soup slow, we filled our bowls and raised a cheer, for Redbull Wololo was drawing near. Oh, gather round and hear the tale of captains bold and kingdoms frail, of banners bright and iron will, and relics fought for blood to spill. Now cast your mind back to the year of our king, when the bells of the world had ceased to ring. 2,000 years and 20 more, the great ship Londinium spied the shore!
Land ho!
Out of the mist the governor, yo, dealt the very first winning blow. He raised the trophy to the virtual skies and claimed for the east the maiden prize. Hey! Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Through wind and rain, Germany to Spain, into London town we roll. Yo ho, Wololo, hear the seeds of legends grow. Red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow.
Then Liereyy took the captain's wheel with fingers fast and nerves of steel. Then doubt rose up to claim the prize, with castle lie within his eyes.
Then the ship made land on German shore. At Heidelberg's gate, we called for war. The Viper struck with crown of flame in desert sands and halls of fame.
Sailed her south through Spanish lands after Tato won with steady hands.
At El Renado's walls of stone, young Hera claimed the Spanish throne.
Now the ship is moored in London mud to settle the score in sweat and blood. Beneath the Albert Dome so high, we'll watch the Wololo banners fly. Yo ho! Wololo, hear the seeds of legends roll. Ready shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow. Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, journey to Spain, to London town we go. Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, journey to Spain, to London town we roll. Onto Redbull Wololo.
Rồi anh em thể nhìn thấy trên màn hình đấy là nơi diễn ra trận đấu hôm nay anh em, nơi diễn ra trận chung kết của đế chế 4 và đế chế 2.
Welcome, welcome one and all to the Royal Albert Hall for Redbull Wololo.
Hold on. Did you just do that?
That was cool. I didn't do it.
Can I do that?
Have a go, try it.
Let's have a try. Redbull Wololo!
Hey!
All right.
There we go. Sure, let's all have a go. You ready? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Redbull Wololo!
I'll keep that in mind for the rest of today.
Oh, I love a good gimmick. That
Yeah,
was
we do,
fantastic.
we do.
Very good indeed. My friends, it is so wonderful to have each and every one of you here. And of course, everyone watching around the world, wherever you are. It's fantastic to have your company here at the Royal Albert Hall. And it's fantastic to have the support of our generous sponsors as well. Aegon by AOC, World's Edge and Scan. Let's hear it for the sponsors for this event here. And while we're at it, how about a big round of applause for the London Contemporary Orchestra. Conductor Robert Ames. I do wonder though, how hard could it possibly be to conduct, right?
Very.
Try?
I wouldn't.
I'll give it a go.
All right.
Can I have a try? Let's have a go. All right, here we go. I don't mean to brag, but I did play in my high school orchestra, second desk cello, so...
Hey, Riley! Here! That's not the way, man. It's not the way to go.
The peanut
What
gallery
kind
is
of
here.
is this? Silly Riley. Silly
I'll
Riley,
leave it to
man.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Possible with him.
No, well, you know.
You've tried.
I try, yeah, and that's it, you know. I try-ish. Okay, well, thank you very much. Anyway, no, look, it's time to get serious here. We
It
are
is
here for the
indeed.
very serious business of Age of Empires. Who's excited to see some Age of Empires on the biggest stage we've ever seen? We have two enormous finals to bring you today, Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2. We can't wait to get underway with these, Zoe. But before we look forward to what's coming today, a brief time to look back, perhaps.
Indeed. So here is the history of Wololo.
Về video giới thiệu về lịch sử của Redbull Wololo.
What a journey it's been to get here to the Royal Albert Hall. Some iconic series, iconic tournaments across the history of Redbull Wololo, and it's led us here today, Zoe.
It is, and I feel like today's grand finals is going to make history as well. In both Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2, we have kings which need to be dethroned.
Yes, or perhaps recrowned. We shall find out. Hera versus Wham. Oh, sorry, wait, no. Marine Lord versus Wham. A last-minute change to the schedule, surprise. Marine Lord versus Wham. Hera versus Liereyy. We cannot wait, of course. But it's time for us to conclude a different story now. We've taken a long journey to reach here at the Royal Albert Hall. First Lieutenant Riley Knight aboard the HMS Londinium.
Just want to quickly
Yes.
you notice
yeah.
something about me today.
Yes. Some people today got a little bit of a costume upgrade. Others did
Or
not.
they got promoted on the journey because they actually put in some work, whereas you were just scribbling in your diary, if I remember correctly.
I was indeed. And let's find out what those last scribbles looked like as the good ship HMS Londinium came into old London town.
Captain! Land ahoy!
Day 106. The HMS Londinium has made port. The Royal Albert Hall rises before us as magnificent as the legends promised. A perfect place to build a castle. This journey has been long, unforgiving. Mighty commanders have fallen along the way, but the greatest chapter is still to come. Today, on these very shores, champions will be crowned. The gods of the random map have delivered us here. The rest is up to them. Let the final battle commence.
Hello, AoE 4 and AoE 2 fans out there. I am Demu and I'm joined by Winston Waffles. And I tell you what, we've got a great day ahead of us.
Oh, baby, I love being in London today. It's going to be a good one, Demu.
It really is. I mean, I'm obviously going to talk mainly about the first finals we've got going on. Marine Lord has been the Wololo King. He really has. This could be his third title in a row where he's gone absolutely undefeated. He might have a little speed bump very early on in the tournament, but when he gets going, he just gets going. I think it's been clean sweep finals, or at least very close to. And then going up against him, it's Wham. Last Wololo for Marine Lord, when he did actually reign supreme, he defeated the brother, the identical or close to identical twin brother of Wham. So quite a story vengeance could be in the making.
Yeah, indeed. And both of these players up until this moment have just blitzed through the competition. They have both just first qualifier, Marine Lord, second qualifier, Wham. And then through the semifinals, decisive victory after victory. And here they are today, ready to do it all, take on the challenge and try and win it.
Yeah, like make no mistake, these two have looked like the strongest players over the past couple of months. And when they have duked it out, and even in practice that I've heard little bits about, it has not been one-sided at all. This might be the time that somebody is able to make the king kneel. And can Wham do it? Oh, we'll see. We're going to get these players out on the stage immediately, though. So welcome our star AoE 4 guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the Age of Empires 4 Grand Final.
Marine Lord. He is the standard by which all others are measured. On every stage he played, he somehow managed to turn it into his personal throne room. And today he's not just going to play for a trophy. He is here to prove that in the world of Age of Empires 4, there is only space for one king. His challenger, Wham, a Canadian anchor who refused to drift in Londinium. He earned his place, he earned to play on stage, and he is ready to take it all.
My friends, please welcome to the stage the first grand finalist, Marine Lord! And his opponents, Wham!
Before the games get going, we do have a very important process that happens between these two players, the draft.
The formidable draft, and I'm so excited that we get to watch this live. We're gonna have the admin on stage with them, picking as they go. You can see their notebooks, they're looking ready. It's all smiles and giggles from them both, but it is about to get serious.
And no popcorn was spilled on the way walking out onto the stage, so nice job by Wham there. But this is going to be cool. Obviously, we can't go into great super detail if any of these players had special tactics planned, but we get to see all those flags, all those maps, and the first map between these two, Hillendale, picked by Marine Lord. Now, I'm not entirely... We actually haven't seen this map at all in the tournament, so maybe thinking he's got something special planned amidst those. Is that a Holy Island over there?
Are these banned?
I have no idea, honestly, but when it comes to water, these guys know how to play it. The thing is, these guys have actually been practice partners up to this event. Seeing as they were on the other sides of the bracket, who better to play with than the other best player in the world? It's kind of like a J-Dong and Flash situation happening in 2026.
You can see Wham eyeing up his next selection here. Socotra.
And obviously both these players have put a lot of thought into what they're good at and what potentially their opponent isn't so good at. Now that's hard to say when they're both pretty much men of iron at this point, right? But they are both very, very formidable opponents. And what have we got over here? Kawasan. Now I wonder if those are the two bans from him and it's the middle ones getting picked. That's something that I should have known beforehand.
Indeed, and it looks like that is the case, right? Holy Island, Hillendale banned out, Dry Arabia, and Socotra have been selected, two very just land-based aggressive maps. We've seen successful play from both of them on all these maps. Baldland, the next ban from Wham.
So far, denying some of the weird maps that we haven't seen so far, such as Holy Island, Kawasan. I mean, Baldland we've seen quite a bit, but we haven't seen Kawasan either. Frisian Marsh is picked now from Marine Lord, a very good hybrid map. Socotra, obviously by Wham, very aggressive. Front range also by Wham. So if I'm looking at this draft right now and I'm thinking, okay, what are the aggressive maps? Pretty much all of them. Like absolutely all of them. And then, is that going to be King of the Hill first to get things going? That's going to be exciting.
I love a good King of the Hill game, and yeah, man, Frisian Marshes as well has just been delivering excellent matches in this tournament so far. The semifinals were both fire, and this is gonna be fireworks for sure.
I always wonder what the players have in those little notebooks, you know?
I like to think Marine Lord just has pictures of fun animals.
I know Marine Lord, he's going to have like so many flames of me going on in there, you know, like here, this, but no, this is going to be very exciting to see because both these players have had civs that they're obviously really good with and have been good with for a long time. Wham's draft was actually very interesting against Vortex. A lot of the players kind of unanimously said, he's picking a lot of civs that aren't necessarily regarded as the GOAT civs right now, but he was making them work. And he made them look incredibly strong, and then he had a backstory to it. Well, whenever I played Puppy Paw, he picked this, and he was great with it. Now, that can be a little bit awkward to play, especially if you are a meta trendsetter like Marine Lord, but they both know what the other one's good at. They both know what they want to go for.
Yeah, and there's going to be, I think, a lot of competition for the high S-tier civs for these land maps. This is a very similar whole section. Chinese probably the first ban here.
Does look like it. First ban for Wham. Now, I kind of know what he's been banning this tournament. He's kind of stuck with it a little bit. Marine Lord had a very different philosophy on his banning, and he's going to ban Abbasid. I tell you what, for those out there that don't know AoE 4 all so well, Abbasid has been highly regarded as quite a bad civ.
But just yesterday, his games against Vortex, he showed that Abbasid is insane when used correctly. I suspect Marine Lord just saw that game and said, well, I can just ban that out and not have to deal with this problem at all.
Ah, and it is going to be English banned as well. So that means Socotra, can't go English on there. When you do a ban like this, it's a global ban situation. So Marine Lord gone for some fairly weak civs, but they do have obvious uses and situations. We saw Frisian Marshes with Absid, English on Socotra. Getting rid of those, and Byzantine for Wham.
I find that very interesting because I think Wham has really prioritized picking Byzantines himself throughout this tournament, especially in the qualifiers. I think he picked Byzantines most of his sets. So I'm a little surprised to see that.
It can come into play that, okay, it's not a civ that I'm necessarily, willing to let my opponent have with what's available. And a global ban situation, it's not just banning for your opponent, you ban for both of you. Now, Marinelord going for 2 weaker civ bans, Wham going for 2 stronger civ bans. This still means it's a lot of good civs and good choices to put out there. And I mean, there are certain situations like front range, very good for Byzantine. It does have a lot of berries available. First civ chosen by Marinelord is going to be Ottoman. They have been highly versatile recently, very good early game, and they just get better as the game goes on. But counter choice, Malian. Now this is a civ that's been on the up, and players are just getting better and better with it.
Yeah, I mean, I view it as maybe amongst the S tiers. I think it is arguably the best civ, depending on the map. We've seen it played on a variety of these maps. We see Sengoku picked second for Wham. Those are 2 good civs.
Those are amazing civs. Like, if you go with the combo that you're going to play a map and you get to pick both of those, and you're picking the lesser of 2 evils, well, it still feels really bad going up against either one of those. So I'm very much curious. We still have Zushi available, we still have French available, but French doesn't like to really go into Malian, so maybe thinking, all right, what does like to go into these bad boys? I think that's Ayabid getting picked, and Ayabid also very flexible here. So we do see that Sengoku Malian, a bit more regimented, a bit more set in stone about how they're going to approach a game. Granted, you can be different still, but Ayabid and Ottoman, they can literally do anything to get the game going.
That might even be a slight denial. Not that Marinelord's any bad with Ayubids, but the point I was about to make is that Wham loves to play Ayubids, and it might have been picking it to kind of open up the French pick and not get that really tough matchup of French and the Ayubids.
Yeah, I mean, very often players, Japanese was still left on the table. And so that is cool, because very often that's been a very primary pick for players. Now, given that it's already been picked, I do know that Marinelord has been looking at Japan and been thinking, you know what, it's beatable. Like, it has these definite situations. Golden Horde as well for Wham. Now, this has seen a massive, massive burst on the pro scene. Lots of players love it. Lots of players hate to go up against it. Very awkward. It is the kind of civ that, it can get bullied in the Dark Age a little bit, but once it gets riding, it has an Age 3 massive power spike with +2 range armor on all your heavy units. And early on as well, it's just producing a darn lot.
Yeah, interestingly, we've been seeing it picked a lot on Baldwin. There's some pretty clear strategies there that Golden Horde goes for, so I'm interested to see where he ends up putting it. We've also seen it in front range throughout this tournament, so that could be a nice place for Wham there. And Macedonian Dynasty for Marinelord is picked next.
Ooh, and it does look like Zushi is going to get picked as well. We've seen that actually quite a bit from Puppypaw, Wham's brother. He's utilized that a lot on maps like Frisian Marshes. Now, it was very much a fast castle civ, but we've seen the Imperial official early on be very good about getting some early game tempo, and this is one of those fun choices by Wham. It didn't work out yesterday, but it was a bit of an unusual game, an unusual start, maybe unfortunate, you could say, but not one of the greatest civs out there, and Tuklak being picked as well. I think Wham's draft is exceptionally fun. I don't know how, if I'm against that draft, and granted these players are far better than me, if I'm against that draft, I'm already thinking, this can be a bit tricky. It definitely can. So initially I was like, okay, they're fairly rigid civ choices, but then it's like, whoa, throwing a real curveball out there, and what's Marinelord going to go for last? Because he has to think, okay, maybe Ottoman's good against Malian, what's good against Japanese, maybe it's French to some degree if you stop the game from going. Macedonia can be awkward as well. Lots of choices here.
Yeah, and just to explain a bit how the civ selection will work for each map, both players are going to select 2 civs, and then there's going to be a blind snipe on one of the enemy 2 civs. So you kind of pick what you want to play against, but since it's blind, you're not fully controlling the matchup.
The Frenchman going with Jeanne d'Arc as his 6th and final pick. Now, Marinelord, since the beginning of AoE 4 time, which is like 5 years ago, he has been exceptionally good with his French Knight civs. Jeanne d'Arc saw quite a bit of usage on maps like Frisian as well, with the docks and all that. And yeah, we've got a lineup between these two, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, got to say again, thank you to the orchestra for giving us such a good back setting here. This feels so good. And And I...
My friends, I don't know about you, but standing there listening to Schamberger for minutes and minutes on end, it took me back 25 or more years to those glory days of yesteryear. My friends, put your hands together. Please thank once again the London Contemporary Orchestra with conductor Robert Ames. Winston and Demu, back to you, my friends. Take us home.
Time for us to look at what the first draft will be between these two. As Winston said, there is going to be 2 civs picked between both these players. Now, it's a best of 5, meaning that you won't be able to play all of them, but you don't want to get yourself into a situation where if it gets to the final map, your last 2 civ picks are potentially one that's very doable, very easy to beat on that map. And then obviously your strong one is going to get absolutely sniped off the board, and then you may be in a very unfortuitous situation. So King of the Hill, if I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, what's good on that for Marine Lord? Zushi, obviously very good with relic play, meditation garden can go in a nice spot. Ottoman also with a bit of tempo, but Wham's been so good about closing off the map and making it smaller against these strong cavalry civs. And he's been one of the players that's been most prominently utilizing spearmen as well. Now, if you just think about like a clash of styles, Wham with a lot of spears, but Marilo's been loving the archers through and through. I'm genuinely curious what they're both going to go for here.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic here. We've seen Macedonians also picked on Frisian as well later on. Ayubids feels like it could be pretty flexible. I'm a little... What are you thinking here for Marine Lord's Socotra pick? Because maybe lacking the best civs there. I mean, you have a Ubid.
Actually, we're going to hear from somebody far better than me about this. We're going to hear from Puppy Paw himself, what he feels about the draft.
We are indeed. Please give it up for Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw. A little over a year ago, you found yourself in the same position as your brother right now, playing against Marine Lord. How does it feel to be on the outside looking in today, seeing your brother here?
I'm really proud of him. I think he's improved a lot in the past few years, especially. I'm excited for how he's going to do today. I always believe in him. Yeah, I think he has a very good chance.
It's great to have someone like you having your back in the crowd. Now, we just got to watch the draft. Do you have any initial thoughts after seeing that draft?
Marine Lord is going with a lot of civs and maps that he's played previously in these sets, so he's going with consistency and what he feels comfortable with. Wham, he's definitely mixing it up. He banned different maps than he did versus Vortex. He picked civs that he didn't pick versus Vortex, so I think he's trying to throw Marine Lord off his game a bit. Yeah, I think he's got a few things planned.
All right. You would know best. I assume you helped him prep a little bit for this as well. Did you guys like huddle up together yesterday and go over some stuff?
A little bit, yeah. Maybe we could have prepared a bit more, but ultimately, you can't prepare for everything, and you just kind of have to play in the moment.
Well, and we will see him doing just that. Puppy Paw, thank you so much. Once again, let's hear it for Puppy Paw. Back to our casters.
Yeah, I like what Puppy Paw said there. Wham has definitely got something up his sleeve a little bit here. Even going for the Tuklak pick, which Vortex picked against him yesterday, maybe feeling that if Vortex didn't make a few of those little errors, such as picking the Food Governor, that, hey, there's actually some potential behind this. And Marine Lord, he's very good with a lot of the civs that he's picked, so a lot of comfort picks. I totally agree with Puppy Paw.
Yeah, I think Puppy Paw may have been pretty reserved there tactically. I think he really didn't want to give away what Wham was thinking. He's saying, oh, just throw off Marine Lord's game a bit. I have a feeling they have quite a bit prepared here. They're not the type to come unprepared. They practice a lot together, and they certainly have practiced for this event a lot.
They certainly have. And I mean, Wham is one of Marine Lord's main practice partners for this tournament. So I brought this up earlier, that there was a time in StarCraft Brood War history that Jaedong and Flash were both the best 2 players in the world. Nobody else was good enough. Like, they practiced with them, but they'd practice with each other before the finals of Grand Finals, which is so funny to think about. But these 2 players, they are here in the Grand Finals. And I do believe very soon, we're going to hear from the players themselves about what they think.
I'm very excited to be in London for the World Championship, obviously. It's like the biggest event of the year, so I have to win.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be in London. I'm always happy to come to these events.
I can't wait to play in the Royal Albert Hall. I thought like people are going to be all around us, like a Coliseum kind of, which is very sick.
I always practice as much as possible, and besides that, I'm always focused on the game.
I'm making sure I sleep properly, eat properly, and I'm just always ready to play.
Yeah, my favorite civs at the moment are Byzantines and Mongols. Civs that I'm not familiar with as much are the Knight civs, French, John d'Arc. I try to avoid as much as possible, but my opponents are typically very, very strong with them.
I think my favorite civ is probably the French. So not because I'm French, but it's also a very aggressive play style I really like.
At the moment, I think I can take anybody. I try to never have expectations, to be honest. I find that no expectations makes me play a lot better. I think everyone imagines winning, and it would be extremely amazing for me. I haven't had the chance to win a Red Bull tournament yet.
I've won the first World Championship, I won the second one, and this is the third one. So obviously I'm clearly here to win, and yeah, I'm ready.
Super cool to hear from both of those guys. Marine Lord, he has been the world champion multiple times now, looking to make it a three-peat here. Wham, for a long time in AoE 4, is kind of living under the shadow of Puppy Paw. But in terms of like recent history over the past 6 months, Wham's been on fire. Like I'm well and truly excited to see what he's going to bring to the table here, because so far, nerves haven't been affecting him. Like, they really haven't. He's gone up against titans like Vortex here, and even put in weird situations, and Vortex is not a comfortable opponent to go up against. He was flawless. Everything he did, it was really clean to watch.
Yeah, besides maybe a little bit on that HRE game, but the rest of it yesterday was simply phenomenal, and I think we're going to see more of that today. He's been practicing, he's been sharp. Did you notice, he also just said in that interview, Byzantines are his favorite civ. Really makes me wonder what kind of mind games are at play here, immediately banning that out. He also did not pick Mongols, even on the table here. Could be map draft, could be mind games.
Yeah, I feel like map draft-wise, there's a few answers there to Mongols that make you feel like, okay, this isn't going to be the best. And I mean, there's maps banned like Kawasan, where Mongol do like to play. They like to get those arrow slits going, having early units out on the field. But when it comes down to the finals, there are things that both these players have probably had in their pocket for a little bit of time. And I was sat with Marine Lord at breakfast a few days ago, and he talked about his practice with Wham, and he said it was always really close. And I was like, and this is not a humble man, by the way. Yeah. Like, he would tell me if he was winning, like, if he was winning 3-1 every time, he'd be like, yeah, it's 3-1. But like, no. He was being very, very genuine. So I think the player that he was most scared of going into this tournament, he's up against now in the final. Yeah, and certainly I think that's going to be the case. We've seen Wham really performing well. I just want to get into the games, Demu. I'm very, very curious how this is going to go between these guys. Because, I mean, Marine Lord, he is a guy that people have said, very meta-based, but very often he's the one setting the meta. And then it's like, okay, he stays in feudal for longer than other players, and he can do aggression, he can defend. He can pretty much do it all, which does make him an incredibly hard opponent to go up against. I know he's had rivalries with players such as Beastie in the past, which have, you know, gone all the way, and it's like the master of defending against just the master in general. But Wham has really showcased that he is not a one-trick pony either. He hasn't been winning through sheer tricks. It's been all-round solid play. So when it comes to these two guys, it's like playing two mirror-like players, you know? They're both just good at it all. Yeah, I think Wham, you know, historically, people may have looked back at earlier stages of his career in Age of Empires 4 and said he might have been more favored as a defensive player as well, similar to maybe how people viewed Beastie. With Wham Walls, Wham Walls. Yeah, exactly. These more passive strategies, but I think what has led to his success and what leads him here today has been an immense diversification of strategy and depth, mastery over the draft system, which I hope we'll get to see and see how that plays out here, because exactly, there are some surprises here potentially. I think there could be some really interesting strategies that we haven't really considered. Once again, that HRE pick is maybe a question mark. Is there another plan in play here that could just elevate this to something we haven't seen yet? Absolutely could be. I mean, we also have to think about like some civs that weren't picked that are still quite strong. Delhi, for example, we saw that in a lot of previous games. But Marine Lord's draft, having Ottoman and French as two of your first three, picking Delhi against that is really rough. So there's been a lot of like denial civ picks as well. And you talked about how Byzantine was banned by Wham despite being one of his most comfortable. I'm just so curious about what matchups they want to avoid here. Because if you're Zushi, you don't want to play against Malian. You really don't. Do you want to play against Japan with Zushi? Probably not either. So what are you trying to save that up for? What kind of situation? And same with Jeanne d'Arc. They absolutely don't want to go against Malian, nor does French, but you can potentially deny Malian the whole way through. And then it's about what do you couple with it? What do you force your opponent to play against you? It's going to be very awkward. And on a Wham side of things, what doesn't he want HRE against, for example? Well, I look at it, I'm like, he doesn't want HRE against anything, honestly, but he's been playing HRE, he feels comfortable with it. I spoke to him in private as well, and he was like, I think people sleep on HRE quite a bit. And I mean, the fact that Tuklak is picked as well, that's a big surprise for me.
Yeah, historically, I mean, even running into this tournament, we saw Tuklak being viewed as quite dominant on a lot of these hybrid maps, right, where they can make use of the fish and dock and get that whole economy set up, and it really sort of played well into their style. But yesterday we saw Vortex try Tuklak on the land, and he said there's some strategies here that players are not really exploring enough yet, and he was willing to bring it out in the semifinals of this tournament. So he was that confident in the practice. It didn't work out for him yesterday, but maybe Wham had some ideas, maybe Wham had some similar thoughts going into it, and we could see Tuklak being a threat on several of these maps as well.
We really could. And I mean, Tuklak, they are the elephants available. They can be decent. Like, they don't want to go up against an Ottoman, I imagine. As soon as that game progresses, it can get rough. Do they want to get... Like, what is Tuklak's weaknesses? When I think about it, I'm like, quite a lot, actually. They really don't want to be against a very feudal heavy civ that can punish that early fort, because that's the build that a lot of players go for. Macedonia, what doesn't that want to run into? Ah, Louis MT. Yeah, we love him too. He's back on the ladder now, by the way, and practicing, so that's really awesome to see.
Oh, he'll be back at a Red Bull soon then.
Golden Horde as well. I mean, there's awkward matchups here on the board. Macedonia is obviously one that's been very prevalent. We've seen it quite a bit on front range. They are able to take quite a lot of food early on, getting that Golden Horn Tower in the middle, the center of the map, meaning you have to go all the way around or be kind of weird about it, really slowing down the game to get out a lot of Radari. But the French picks, those can be annoying. Like, you'd love to have French against HRE on the correct kind of map. Maybe on a Frisian, though, where French has been getting picked quite a bit. Honestly, there's a lot of question marks in my head over the drafts between these two players.
Oh, some love for Beastie in the crowd as well. Can we get a round of applause for everybody here today? Oh yeah, look at all those beautiful smiling people. Hello everybody.
It is great to be here at the Royal Albert Hall in London for the Redbull Wololo. This is...
Should we try it? The Red Bull, what was that demo? Wololo.
Oh, I just did the sound for me.
What about the Red Bull Wololo? Oh, look how he did it. Are you proud?
I'm so proud of you, Winston.
Thank you.
Production wasn't quite ready for me. No. I was like, I can't reel.
I'm keeping them on their toes.
I can't reel off guard for that, you know. I'm only a replacement, okay? But yeah, this is going to be very fun to see what happens here. I mean, a lot of time going into this draft. In Notepad, getting each map listed down.
Nói về cái anh em nhìn cái số lượng người, cái nhà hát này nó chứa khoảng 5.000 người. Và đáng tiếc là accm thì không hiện thực hóa được cái ước mơ là ngồi trên cái sân khấu này. Nhưng mà nó anh em thấy là cái sự danh giá của cái giải này, đúng không? Lần này tổ chức em nghĩ là rất tốt.
I've done all the practice, now it's time to show off my stuff. And yeah, you might notice he sits quite funny with that mouse and keyboard. He's one of the few players that I know that actually does that, with the keyboard in front, the mouse very much to the side. But I tell you what, he makes it work, and maybe my little boy might make him play a little bit like Marine Lord if I want him to be an RTS champ.
Train him young, you know, to get really good at RTS. You got to start really early nowadays.
Yeah, you certainly do, you certainly do. With the neck popping, the relaxing. What has this man got to show us?
Oh, the finger crack? Oh, he's ready.
Wham is looking very calm. To say he is regarded as the underdog, not by a great amount, but you're against the goat of AoE 4. He's looking incredibly calm, and he's also the younger player, the less experienced player. I mean, oh, I see Ottoman on the board there. Is that high a bit as well? We're loading it. Granted, I'm looking at a very small monitor here from very, very far away, but already that could be quite spicy here on King of the Hill.
Hồi xưa có cả một cái phần thoại. Anh em thông cảm, em vừa đánh game em vừa chat với anh em nên là nên là cái tay hơi bận, không có tay để đi tắt mic.
Excited.
We do see the players are in game here.
Yeah, we're just doing a quick confirmation, making everything's all set, and then we'll get that up for us.
So a little bit of downtime here.
What a stage, Demu. What a stage. What a place to be for an Age 4 tournament, huh?
It's beautiful. I'm glad they've got Marine Lord in red as well as kind of the evil one. Makes me think of like Star Wars, the bad guy, and then the blue guy, Luke Skywalker coming to dethrone him kind of thing. It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe.
Yeah, Marine Lord going for the three-peat, you know?
I mean, that's insane.
It would be crazy. Several years of dominance at the highest of levels. It seems that whenever the stakes are high, he just always has seemed to show up. And so I'm super keen to see how Wham will handle this, how Wham will move forward. I mean, even after this event, whatever the result, I think we're going to be expecting these two to be battling against each other in the future. After the recent success of Wham, I think this is just going to be incredible for the scene.
Yeah, I've got this like dark thought in the back of my mind that the previous Wololos, where Marine Lord was in the finals, he dismantled the Mr. 4-0 in that first Heidelberg final. Then he dismantled Puppy Paw 3-0. I just hope it's not going to be the same kind of situation between these guys, but the kind of gameplay that Wham has been showcasing, it shouldn't be so easy for him, but yeah, a little bit of moments here.
Yeah, it just looks like we have a quick pause here to handle something, and then the players, oh man, Wham's face, he just looks so locked in.
Super locked in, super focused.
Hello.
Yeah, apologies for this, guys. Games will start as soon as possible. You never know, it's live, right? So certain things can appear. We'll keep you guys updated as moments do pass. Saw a little bit of flex over there from Wham. And hands in the air. And hearts. Winston, when was the last time you actually saw these two duke it out?
Last time I saw them duke it out at a LAN.
Anytime, really.
I mean, in the qualifiers, no? And on ladder games?
They didn't play in the qualifier.
Oh, they didn't?
No,
they didn't play in the qualifier, right.
I guess that is something we can bring up. So, Marine Lord qualified the first week. Oh, we're into the game here.
Let's begin.
That's what we want. That's what we want. It is going to be King of the Hill to get things going. Marine Lord will be spawning as the blue Ottoman player, although maybe he should be red. That is his color on stage. And we have Wham spawning as the Ayubid player. Now, King of the Hill, definitely an unusual map. Big things about this map, it's only got one sacred site bang in the middle. This very much promotes a lot of play around sacred site control. We see a lot of players go for towers around there, they grab it early. Both these civs can go. In fact, it's Golden Horde. I was getting that incredibly wrong. Golden Horde versus Ottoman. Okay. This is already far different than what I'm used to.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup to be choosing on this map. I wonder how much the snipes came into play. Maybe Wham wanting to just get Ottomans maybe a little out of the way early in the series. They are viewed as one of the most dominant civs, mostly because of that Spahi in the Feudal Age and just that intense production bonus that they get early Feudal all the way through Castle Age. They just build this massive army, which might work to Marine Lord's favor here, as that central sacred site can prove to be a victory condition in and of itself.
By the way, I have to mention this. There's a barracks and a military school already out for Marine Lord. So one thing we talked about Golden Horde, they do not like to be attacked.
Thế chơi 4 thì em xem với anh em thôi, em xem em ngồi đợi thôi, chứ em không bình luận anh em. Tại vì tôi bật xem trước chủ yếu là vì cái show đầu trận ấy. Cái show đầu trận nó có cái dàn giao hưởng các thứ, cái lễ khai mạc, thì còn
He's going to be all right about this. I'm wondering if Wham's going to go for an early... Well, actually, he has no gold for arrow slits on that tower, so that would definitely help with keeping all this alive. Right now, he has no access to units to deal with that. Marine Lord's tech behind this is obviously delayed, but he can't be too sad with having a bunch of spears out in the field, given that one of the units you're inevitably going to be against is the Batu Khan and his Torguds. Spear's pretty all right against those.
Yeah, but Batu's much better than a single, so Marine gonna have to run away with this one or just take him down fighting. Just a little bit of chip damage, but not the biggest deal for Batu Khan. He can handle it.
Yeah, Batu Khan will be able to regenerate when more Torguds do join the field, so not too big of an issue for him. And I tell you what, that Uvu does stay alive for now. Seeing that there is an archery range done, I do believe Marine Lord got to scout that. That's already a nice move for him, because as soon as you forced your opponent to making a defensive slow unit like an archer or spears, you then have a bit more map control. The things you have to worry about are when Keshiks come out or more Torguds. Now, you can't delay the Torguds more than he has done, because the Uvu didn't die. But now he's hit his age up now. I'm very curious about what he's going to go for. Immediately starting production with the meta on that military school as well, getting the upgrade for the spearman. Ah, nice play.
Yeah, and I think the big question is, when do we see the stable for the Spahi? Well, answered immediately. Marine Lord wants to waste no time getting to that unit. It is viewed by many as just one of the strongest units in the game, considering when it's available, how it's available. The blacksmith there to increase that production speed of those buildings nearby. The woodline is a little exposed, but of course these spearmen in perfect position from Marine Lord. Wham was trying to sneak by and just maybe try and snipe a Vil here, but Marine Lord having none of it.
No, he's very well set up defensively, so he was on the front foot, if you will, just making sure he can slow down his opponent, deal a little bit of damage. Wham handled it pretty darn well. Definitely got slowed down a little bit, but we do see immediately going for the play that he was doing very well against Vortex, making the map smaller for himself. So immediately negating one angle of attack, protecting that deer pack as well, and protecting the Uvu, the second Uvu, and the primary Uvu as well.
Yeah, it's a great wall location. I think that's going to really help cut off the map and keep things pretty streamlined for him. Of course, Marine Lord might attack this location, but I don't know, it's pretty far out of the way. The spearmen going to get caught out a little bit by the Khan and his bodyguards, the Torguds. So a few units going to go down here. A little chip damage back for Marine Lord. But Wham probably going to be happy with this as an opening so far. Taken not too much damage, gotten things opened up. We can see a massive units from Marine Lord has moved out. The Spearmen are not at home to defend. They are going towards this wall spot, which means that the gold villagers have to get pulled back. Wham counterattacking, poking, prodding, but that wall he just built under threat.
Certainly is, and one of the Sipahi here also taking a little bit of a beating. Now, there's a few things that happen there. Marine Lord focused his attacks on the Torgods. Those guys do not regenerate, so that was a nice play out of him. He's going for a Spearman, Sipahi comp, now throwing down the Archers. Now that is going to be fun for him, seeing the Archers are already out on the map. Both these civs are not scared of sticking in feudal, actually, which is cool, because we could see a situation that both of them stay for feudal way longer than other civs on this map, which is highly unusual. And who do I favor? Well, it's actually weird. I do think that Golden Horde is one of the civs that doesn't get bullied by Ottoman as hard as other ones.
Oh, we have a nice angle here for Wham, trying to find a little sneaky spot with the Hawk now behind. The Scouting Falcon is over that forest, catching eyes of those Archers. A good indicator of when Marine Lord might want to make some sort of move could be when that second Vizier point comes in. Maybe we'll see some Imams, as he has taken some chip damage on a few of these Spahi. Could be the play for him.
Yeah, both these civs are not in a rush to age up. We have a lot of food on both sides of the field. The twin minaret building there gives you berries for absolutely ever, with also extra gather time on them. And Wham, he's the one with a mobile little squad here. They can tank a TC quite nicely, but he does have to be a little bit careful. I think you're right, Winston. I think it is going to be an Imam. Some of these units getting battered and bruised here. And Wham, we have to think about what he did playing Golden Horde earlier in the tournament. He wasn't saving stone for batch production. He was very much about getting out a lot of Torgods with that stone.
And there's a raid onto the wood line as well. The villagers have to wall. 2 Torgods have made their way around. The villas take out their shivs and fend them off. Yeah, Marine Lord able to hold there, but that was tight. No Spearmen were there at that location, forcing a bit of idle time, but the wall does hold off Wham's raid here. And now Wham angling for a large attack on the center. There is now an outpost on that gold. Oh, but these Torgods, have they been trapped? Is there a way for them to get out? But meanwhile, on the gold on the front, there's also an attack on the center, forcing some idle time there, but there are a lot of units here, a lot of ways to get torches. Marine Lord forced to make a choice. How will he defend this?
I mean, that tower is going to come in plenty handy here. I mean, those Torgods, I'm not sure they're going to have a way out. They're incredibly tanky units, not too much damage, but all their damage comes from a charge attack. So really trying to utilize that is Wham. And I tell you what, he's actually going to live to see another day. Potentially going to keep those on the field. Oh, but running by these Archers. Oh, a little bit brutal there, but all things said and done, we have Marine Lord with only 350 resources destroyed for his opponent. Not sure it does include Torgods in that little counter, but I do feel that Marine Lord's surviving what could be a scary stage, and the army he has available is actually very good.
Wham has really walled up a lot of his base to keep things tight and concise in the center, and he's angling potentially for a Castle Age. 8 on gold, not really much to use that gold on except for the age up, so plenty of food income. This could just be a Castle Age behind this, which might put Marine Lord a bit into an aggressive position. He might try and attack this southern wall, which is currently what he's angling towards, but keep in mind, there's still that force from Wham on the field, able to maybe deal some damage back if Marine Lord's too out of position. This is quite far away.
And you've got to remember, Marine Lord is not one that is scared of sticking in for feudal for longer than other players, and he's over here. This is a pretty juicy spot, so a lot of income going on over here. The deer are great, the Ubu's obviously fantastic, and the fact that Wham was caught in this position where it's like, well, I'd love to be able to be left alone and get an age up going, and Marine Lord, look at his eco in the top left. He's gathering a lot, but all those numbers are incredibly low. Now, there may not be a way back home, and I tell you what, I think Wham's thinking about that sandwich, getting that going.
I'm not sure if that's going to work. We're going to have to see in just a second here. Wham looking to maybe defend with some counterattacks, but it looks like he's just going to back off. Try and snipe some reinforcements like he did. A Spahi going down on the back here. And now Marine Lord maybe content with the damage he's done here onto that Uvu. And just back up. Oh, but he's actually looping around the front. You can see Wham shadowing this army, knows exactly what's going on, and Marine Lord forced to make a choice. He's going to choose to move closer to the gold, deny some resources. Know that maybe Wham is angling for that Castle Age. Marine Lord continuing full production of units.
Those villagers though, getting sniped. One getting sniped, but the others being kept alive. And this wall sort of works a little bit against Wham here, but engaging that without the Torguds. But they're going to come in behind, getting a nice potential charge there. But Marine Lord very quick to turn things around. And now, where's the rest of Marine Lord's army? I mean, this is obviously a big squad that he has. And I do think he has the means of dealing with this. We see a lot of blue to just the left over here. And when Wham sees that, he's going to realize, you're incredibly committed to this, aren't you?
Here's the fight.
And I'm not sure Wham's going to be able to stay around for much longer here. Remember, he committed so much to these Torguds. They are not going to be able to stay alive for much longer. The Scholar's doing a good job healing, trying to focus them down.
One down.
Does fall. Second one being focused as well. That is great play out of Wham, denying those. But the Sipahi, they are in great numbers. We have so many in production. Look at those archers. There's nothing to keep them alive, Winston.
The Sipahi are just running down the archers now. The front line for Wham has completely collapsed. He had so many tasks to do with his archers. He had to take out the imams and the Mether. It's just so much to focus down. This is why Ottomans are so scary. This feudal age timing is just so dynamic. Wham might live to see a little bit more time here as Marine Lord maybe backs off here, angling down towards the south again, but certainly a strong victory in the center. If we look at the resources, Wham was forced to commit more units into production, making Keshik instead of going up to Castle Age. His whole economy a little awkward here, but this is all forced by Marine Lord. Marine Lord now with a massive army advantage.
Massive, and he isn't slowing down here, Winston. He's had very few guys on gold here. He's even starting to get some horticulture tag, making sure he can get more wood income just to stay with this, and he's moving a few guys extra to gold now, maybe thinking, okay, damage has been done. Like, if this game does go with you getting castle and I'm so far behind, like, I am bullying you around this map right now. I know that I'm in the lead, and what does he want to do with it? We do see resources for Wham. He's got a lot of food, but not much of the other bits and bobs.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Keshiks in queue, and of course these are these double production, batch production units, so when you see just that number up there, it's going to quickly amount into a large army, but he has a lot of ways to go. The gold miners are once again under attack. Another one goes down. If Marine Lord swings north, there's a whole pocket of economy on those berries that is completely exposed. Notably, Wham did snipe the scouts of Marine Lord earlier, and Marine Lord did just rebuild it, so he didn't quite see this economy up here, and Wham wisely retreating there, but has a counterattack of his own onto the main of Marine Lord, so some very awkward maneuvers here for both players to handle.
It certainly is. I mean, that tower is upgraded, but these Torguds deal pretty decent damage to towers, and I tell you what, that is a number you do have to respect in your base, but Marine Lord, maybe upon realizing that, hey, you've got quite a bit over here, what can I do with that? He's just checking the other deer pack with a good chunk of his army. He knows that food must be limited for his opponent. These Torgud are taking a lot of damage, actually. In fact, are a few of these Keshiks? I do believe so. Yes. So they pack a lot of extra punch, but my goodness, that is a big flock of Ottoman.
Yeah, Marine Lord is very suspicious of where Wham is getting economy, and the answer is he really isn't. He's run back into his base, he's gathering a lot of wood, he's back onto the gold, back onto the hunt in the south, but he's played a little ring around the rosy, those walls buying him a lot of space to try and keep this together. The military count is slowly recovering for Wham, but Marine Lord's economy is just powering through.
It's powering through, and that supply is just going up and up. I mean, this might be a bit fortunate for Wham, getting a nice little grab on this army, taking out a good 7-8 supply here. Those are the kind of things that Wham needs on his side, but he has a huge army between him and his main base. So is this a one-way journey here out on the map?
Yeah, this could be interesting. The Keshik, Torgud, and Khan now once again rallying into this base. Is there enough units to defend? Not quite. Need more spearmen to hold it.
And you know what's very awkward for Marine Lord about this whole situation? He could be thinking, I want to be attacking you right now. Like, are you taking up with this? This is a lot of Keshik, so that's obviously a lot of gold being used, but he doesn't want to be out here. And you see that blue blob on the map? is kind of being separated a little bit here, realizing that, hey, you've got a lot over there, and he's being a little bit indecisive. So this kind of like extreme reaction out of Wham being on this side of the map, it's really throwing Marilo through a little bit of a loop here.
Yeah, but that's a big and expensive dive. A little bit of idle time on the gold, but a lot of units have taken a lot of damage here. And now Wham once again retreating. Both the Canadian brothers are quite good, but Marine Lord trying to get the surround here. There is a defensive army, so I don't think Marine Lord is gonna choose to stick around and fight this. It does get a few attacks off. Here are the archers now to handle the spearmen. A big battle now brewing in the center.
It is a big battle, and I tell you what, those spears have to stand and fight, otherwise they'll be picked off by all these Sipahi. Now, Marilo does not have the healing from those imams to keep this army sustained, but the sheer amount of units that he has available, and he's the one with a lot of guys on gold, and he can get pretty darn... Look at that, by the way, Winston. All of a sudden cancelling all his units, getting the armory out. This is very problematic for the Canadian.
Yeah, and Wham was even trying to continue raiding, but it looks like Marine Lord already has a gate in that very southern wall and was able to escape a little bit down there. Yeah, he was able to escape, pushed off the hunt, though. That was a lot of villagers that were being threatened, but Marine Lord just so calm and collected. Look at that. No villager kills, even though Wham has been trying a lot to raid. The Meter gonna spot out and has no attack. It's just a support unit. He's banging his drum fiercely. But behind it, was it all a bait? The archers are here. The gate is not gonna be open for long. So many villagers go down.
Oh, that is so brutal. I believe a good like 8 or 9 villagers there being popped. And remember, look at all these numbers. They're all in an advantage of Marine Lord. And that tech is going to be done very soon as well. Upon seeing that, Wham's not going to be feeling too comfortable. He has to fight this in feudal, and he's got less numbers than his opponent. The Sipahi getting a good wrap around. Even the villagers in the back being focused by that army as well. Marine Lord's just got way too much for his opponent.
GG is called. Wham not able to take him down in game 1.
Not able to take it down in game 1. I mean, we talked a little bit, the fact that Ottoman was allowed to go through. I'm very curious as to what the other Civ choice was to get sniped, but maybe thinking, you know what, this is a best of 5. You no longer have Ottoman available. This means if you've got a Phrygian Marsh set up where you want to pick Ottoman Zhu Shi as Marine Lord, no longer do you have the Ottoman available, so you have to mix something else in. You maybe start guaranteeing yourself a more favorable matchup, because AoE 4, and I'm sure AoE 2 is exactly the same, when it comes to a best of 5, best of 7 series, you have to think about the long run in these kind of situations. So getting the first pick and one of the strongest civs out there, out the way, I tell you what, you can look at that and be like, oh no, I'm 1-0 down, but it's not all doom and gloom for Wham.
Yeah, and we can see here on this post game, just the military value really what sealed the deal. That one fight in the center really did not go Wham's way, and then he did a really good job, I think, of splitting up his cav and trying to distract by time, build his force up, but it seemed that, I mean, Marine Lord was just playing so sharp. Marine Lord was able to handle everything. None of his counterattacks ever killed a single villager.
It was actually really clean. Like, it was good defense. I also like what we've been seeing from primarily these two players. Even though you have a primary comp you want to go for, be it like Sipahi, Archer, and Feudal, we've been seeing these spears constantly eked out. The opening was very aggressive by Marine Lord, having a barracks and a military school. Definitely, I think he caught Wham a tiny bit off guard, already making it a bit of a weird situation. Very often, when you've had a lot of time to prep, it's good to set something up that your opponent has to react to on the fly. But yeah, Wham just couldn't really get a foothold in this game. I think he played well. I really do. It's just Marine Lord's playstyle here, having the Ottoman, just making sure that he has the muscle behind it all and get the castle behind it as well. It was really clean Ottoman play.
Yeah, and in this fight here too, pulling back the Spahi, the archers just absolutely dominant. The Meter even coming in, leading the charge, banging the drums and saying, here they are. And this was essentially the end of the game when this attack occurred. No more food for Wham, and now we move on to our next game.
We certainly do. Yet to know the map. We do have Wham's map picks being Socotra and Front Range. He is still allowed to choose one of Marine Lords if he does so please. And the order in which you do maps can be kind of cool. Because if you force your opponent to pick a map where it's like, oh, I had Iabid planned for this map, and then you select it, and then they can't use Iabid in their initial kind of perspective. So we might see some very funky matchups between these guys, because I dare say most of the time you want to save Tuklak for something like Phrygian, But would you be allowed to play it? I mean, Marine Lord is a silly Billy, but you won't allow his opponent to pick Tuklak over there, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's really challenging too. I'm really curious about this HRE pick. I feel like that's got to be the secret sauce here. I think that's got to have to be something that he pulls out to win a map decisively.
Yeah, we've had civs, new civs like Macedonia come in, and what has been one of the big power plays for them, it's been these Age 2 Varangian guard pushers. Once the hero Radari comes out, boosting everything, you get the +2 armor going. Can HRE fight against that? I mean, they have men-at-arms, but that high melee armor really does a job on those. I'm with you. I don't know where he's going to be choosing HRE, whether it's going to be Frisian or land map. We just haven't seen it work out for quite some time. And on paper, it doesn't make sense because they start off with a prelate and 6 villies. They should have a super economy compared to everybody else, but something doesn't quite line up.
Front range going to be the map of choice. This is certainly a map of maps. We've seen some really dynamic moments. There are these small outposts on the northern left side here where you can capture to get vision and very quickly run out of gold in your main. And at some point you have to stretch economy north, either for food, gold, or both. And that makes mobility-based civs very, very important.
So, civ-wise, we've seen Macedonia on this map. We've seen Japan on this map as well. We've seen HRE by Wham himself. Now, if he wants to start thinking about when would he be able to start picking Sengoku, I mean, is it good on front range? I mean, it's good on any map, let's be real.
It's good on any map, yeah.
But he has to have a situation where he's not left with, like, all his good civs and he puts them with, let's say, a Tuklak or a HRE, because then the good civ gets sniped, and then you don't really get to play your best civs. But French is awkward. Like, you'd love to have a situation where you get Mali versus French, but can it come into fruition here? You don't want HRE against French. I dare say the draft might look something like Macedonia, maybe Ayabid against HRE Japan. But again, this is all theory crafting here, because Ayabid is very versatile. That is good on quite a few of the maps that do remain. Maybe just not Socotra.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be tricky. There's also the French and JD picks, which, I mean, keeping them maybe for Arabia and Frisian. We see French a lot on Frisian. It's a solid civ there.
Zushi is very solid on Socotra as well, and Frisian. And can be played on Dry Arabia, even front range to some degree. There are times that you get a couple of berry packs together, having an Imperial Official out on that boar. One thing you might want to steer clear of is, you know, not having a boar civ. That looks like a bit of a Malian to me, you know?
And this is front range.
It is indeed. Tell you what, Malian can get very awkward on this map, given that they do rely on gold a lot, and those future pit mines you do start making can't entirely be surrounded. It is Jean. Jean against Malian? That's a brave pick. That is a brave pick.
And we'll see how Marine Lord wants to play it. He's clearly got a plan in mind. Now, these pit mines going to be an essential part of Wham's strategy. This one being in the back means very little to be done about it. It's difficult a bit for JD to aggress hyper early. There's sort of this feudal timing that generally works out in her favor. However, on the side of Wham, do you think we see some Sofa here?
Actually, this map, or rather this matchup.
You want to do Donzo Jav?
Donzo Jav.
It's solid. I think it's also good on this map as well, given how the map has spawned for Wham. He's got both gold mines kind of tucked away in the back, and I think that's where the static elements of the Donzo Jav composition is just so good, and yeah.
Well, it's also, if we think about this map and how it's laid out, it's a little bit like a coastal cliffs in the sense that you've got just the like home run straight to your opponent's base, and you can technically, if it's not going to go on for a long time, kind of ignore the mountain range until you hit like the H3s and stuff. Donzo Jav doesn't exactly cost a ton of gold to get going. You're going to be using quite a bit of your gold. He's actually gone for a full surround on this pit mine here. Even the mini pit mine can have 8 houses around it, so that's going to be a lot of income. Bringing in these deer as well, just to make sure that he is absolutely cooking in the resource department.
Yeah, maximum greed, mostly because you know you can against JD, right? There's no immediate threat, generally speaking. There have been some funny builds with JD, but generally, people just do the standard.
Yeah, and some of the weaknesses for Malian is kind of like early game pressure. I know we've had these builds where it's like you build a tower and it's kind of cool and you know, you make sure you're not in trouble early on. But Jeanne d'Arc literally has no way of playing aggressive while kind of maintaining your eco early on. They really have to wait until feudal. So that allowing Malian to be super comfortable, you literally spawn with 2 pit mines as well, because you have the choice of 2 golds. This is going to be very tricky for Marine Lord. I mean, this was his 6th and final pick. I'm wondering what was vetoed and what Wham was... Maybe he picked both the Frenchers and he was like, you know what, getting rid of Jeanne d'Arc is kind of cool. But very, very curious about that one.
Yeah, I think Marine Lord, though, also going to feel very comfortable here. The Knight Archer play, I almost want to say it's one of his signatures. I think when we look back at the S-tier tournaments of the past, it almost feels like he wins games like this so consistently. He's so good with Knight micro, so good with Archer positioning, split micro, making sure everything works well for him. And this is another Civ, I think, where he's just super comfortable.
He is. He's very good with the Knight Civs. He loves his aggression when he gets to do it. Very often, he's not really allowed, because when you are the GOAT, a lot of people try and throw you off your game, and they realize, whoa, you're really good at defending, aren't you? But yeah, Jeanne d'Arc, definitely. If this game goes on with neither player doing anything, Malian's just ahead. They have a far superior economy. So on Marine Lord's side of things, he's going to have to work and try to get things done early on. I'm just wondering what they're going to be.
Yeah, I'd say one of the hallmarks of Marine Lord's success has been greed. And it's generally when there's these tiny moments where there's opportunity for adding a few farms. A lot of players will be like principled about it and say, no, there's still food on the map. I should wait and get the most out of it. Marine Lord knows, like, I'm okay with a longer game. I think I can squeeze 4 farms here. He won't get super crazy, but just 4 farms here. Then a couple minutes later, 4 more farms. And other players often are sticking on that main food, moving large groups of villagers out, and then that greed ends up paying off later on in the game. Once those natural food sources run out, that tends to be when Marine Lord, he's just somehow up, you know, a huge amount of resources or up a large army, and we'll see what the play is. It looks like we are going to see the barracks opening for Wham with the archer range as well. So this is the Danso Javelin composition to defend. It kind of deals well with the spearmen, and it can kind of fend off, the knights with the spearmen, and then fend off whatever form of JD is picked, although it is the woman at arms.
It is the woman at arms, so this means that spearmen will have a bit of a rougher time against those knights. And you don't really want to go for the range one, just because the jabs can really decimate her, even when it comes to like level 3 Jeanne, level 4 Jeanne, it gets awkward. A little bit of boar trickery going on here. Now, this is Marine Lord's boar, meaning that this is one that he will eventually want to be gathering from. Boars do give you quite a lot more food, and he's out onto it immediately. Wham, by the way, was very, very cautious about getting his 2nd pit mine. He made sure he got his barracks first, his archery range first. This scout was not in position to block it, but Marine Lord does get to see that it is going up at this location, and we'll be like, all right, so that probably means your wood went elsewhere. So can I be as aggressive as I want to be? And he went for a 2nd stable, Winston. We can't forget that.
The scout is actually very low for Wham here and could get attacked, and it is indeed taken out there on that north side. The night charge coming through next to the stone mine, and now Wham is playing blind with spearmen against knights. That's never where you want to be. You want to be able to see where these knights are coming, and I'm curious where Wham is going to build his mining camp.
I love this by Marine Lord, sending Jeanne in first, despite being the slow.
Tầm 11 giờ anh em ạ. Ban đầu trước họ xếp BO5, họ xếp lịch đề trai tầm 11 giờ, em đoán là giờ chắc cũng khá ok đúng không? Chắc 11:30. Hy vọng là Marine Lord thắng cách biệt.
We'll see if that is an option for Marine Lord to heal up those hurt knights. Meanwhile, he's just sending Jeanne on a war march here against these Danso.
She has one mission, keep those knights alive. Make sure your opponent can't get a free one, because those knights will later be allowed to heal. And we do know that on Marine Lord's side of things, he went very heavy into the knights. It was a 2nd stable before an archer range, before a barracks, most likely going to be archers, and it was going to be an archer range for him. Moved out into the boar. One nice thing for Fringe and Jeanne, being aggressive, it does allow you to take things on the map. And that is your first form of defense. And here, trying to get the charges off. Nice cleave by Jean as well.
Oh, but several Knights going down here. This is going to be an interesting exchange of experience, though, for JD. She's going to get a lot of experience for these Spearmen going down. The Knights will go down, but maybe a cost that Marine Lord's willing to pay, as especially this could lead to map control for him. The Archer mass building behind this. Wham has opted to not go for the Javelins, and now entering the Sofa phase of the Feudal Age for the Malians.
Did he finish his archery range in his main base? That's the question that I'm asking myself, because the fact he didn't make any jabs, they can definitely help. So if our observers can go to that main base of Wham and see if it is still an archery range over in the top left. A little bit higher, a little bit higher.
Cancelled it.
Cancelled it entirely. Now we have an archery range in production, but not having a few of those javelins just to be there for a little bit of tickle damage constantly on Jean, making sure that she can't start regenerating when she's out of combat, would have been very helpful. And Jean, she's already 40% of the way to level 3.
Yeah, and that level 3 is really, really scary. Something that Marine Lord wanted to do this game is get these early scuffles in. He wanted to fight. He wanted to take exchanges where units die, and that is something he just gave. And another boar being pulled. This will be more experience for Jean, but notably kind of pulls it even closer away from Wham, closer to Marine Lord. Not sure if this will come into play just yet. Could be if the middle of the map is secured. I do love how Wham did run around that north side of the map, and he does have vision. That's a setup for the later stages of the game, not relevant just yet, but this first Sofa, finding the gold miners of Marine Lord. It has snuck around, a bit of a surprise. It could go down. This could be the first villager going down. Wham finding some damage.
That's already a big deal. I mean, this gold obviously fairly close to being depleted here, but any little advantage you can get eco-wise as Malian, especially when it's been a little bit rough on the trades here, because Marine Lord's definitely traded well. And another resource to think about is obviously the level of Jean. But this Sofa over here, when Marine Lord wants to go so heavily into Knights, just seeing, hey, I am doing a little bit of eco damage. May not look big, but it is quite a bit of denial here going on.
Yeah, we've seen both Wham and Puppy Pod do this a lot, and it's just make one cavalry unit, be it a scout and a horseman, a scout and a knight, a scout and a Sofa, and he just runs around, and I almost feel like it's a way of keeping you honest. He doesn't want you walling with one villager slowly. That villager will die. He doesn't want random buildings going down on the side of the map. He doesn't want sneak vills. He doesn't want aggressive walls. He wants to know what's going on, and here we have a big exchange in the middle, but that's a lot of Danzo to charge the Knights into. John, though, wants that experience. She's going to charge in first. Get a big cleave, but baited out by Wham.
Now, for Marine Lord, he doesn't want to stick around for that next Donzo shot unless it's a fight happening. So Wham is trying to keep him in combat just enough so we can get that next cooldown shot. It's roughly like 15 seconds or so. So there's a battle here going on between the timers of these Donzos. So again, does Wham want a battle where Jean's going to get a lot of XP? No. But he wants to utilize that cooldown of these Donzos, throwing that spear, just to make the absolute most out of them.
Behind this, though, Wham has been macroing quite well. He's got up to 12 cattle in ranches. This is sort of the end game state, is if you get up to those 20 cattle and hit the castle age with the corral. We'll see if that comes into play here. Now some big walls going off, needs to stave off the raids and make sure no damage is taken. So a lot of vills being put on those walls, but a fight now once again in the middle. JD wants some XP. The Knights will charge in, at least baiting out the spears, backs up, baits it again.
And for those that don't know, when you brace a spear, it takes a few seconds for that to come back online. And look at Jean coming in here. She is just a tanky gal. The javelins do a good job against those archers, splitting up the focus fire as well. The archer count's too low to really deal with this number of Donzos, but Marine Lord doesn't look like he's too worried about that. Just constantly climbing in the knight count. And I don't believe Wham's even mined any gold to get all this going. And that probably shows why the javelin counts remained fairly low here. There's no blacksmith upgrade out for Marine Lord. Wham is starting with his +1 armor.
There are two Sofa, I believe, on the north side of the map here. Maybe going to spot out where these gold miners are. The scout is indeed going to see it. There's only one knight in defense, but it should be enough with the quick walls here. And that was an important fight we just saw for Wham. He was able to get that whole wall on that southern side of the map, protecting a lot of his eco. There's berries, there's deer, an extremely important element of that. And if he hadn't taken that fight in the center, which did notably give JD a bit of experience, he is at, 4/5 of the way there to that next level, which could be devastating at this stage of the game to achieve. Things could get crazy fast if another fight breaks out in the middle.
It really could, because Jean, all she needs is one big fight, but I tell you what, that is so much Malian now. The way that Marine Lord's been playing this, he's been hoping this Malian count wouldn't get as high, because Marine Lord, he is hoping for one fight, where Jean hits level 3, he overwhelms massively, he can start getting those champions out of Jean d'Arc as well that are incredibly good against the Donzos. But the way that Wham's played economically, so much emphasis on the food. He hasn't just relied on the cows. It's been, I am getting the deer, the berries, absolutely everything on my side of things, which has allowed him to go very, very heavily. And it doesn't look like Marine Lord's going to have that window where he can get caught out.
And we see Wham now potentially eyeing up a castle age. He has now put those villagers on gold, which he was able to get away with not doing before. Now he's committed to a big amount of gold. He has 1,000 food in the bank. The cattle bloom up to 16, not fully complete, but close enough. And this could be an interesting position where Wham wants to age up, but Marine Lord still wants that fight in the center. And this could get interesting. The javelins have segregated the archers out onto the north, but the knights have charged around the forest. The Donzos in reserve here. Could be a big moment. That is a lot of knights.
And while this is going on, Sofa denying the gold of Marine Lord. And I mean, this is the one fight that Marine Lord needs right here. He baits the brace. Now he can try and get a charge in. So Wham trying to buy time, and yet again. Oh, Jean, she's getting low. She's getting focused by those javelin throwers. They don't yet have +1. Jean is down. No more XP for Jean. Marine Lord has to get out of there because he will get no XP. Jean back on the field though. But this is a big deal because his gold is getting denied by Wham behind enemy lines.
So many knights also went down in that fight. The Donzo mass is just so huge. That early cancel of the archery range into a second barracks. Wham just knew he needed the spearmen here against this composition, and now Marine Lord may be in a bit of a pickle. The Grand Fulani Corral, a huge boost to food income, gonna be right behind this.
Marine Lord is in more than a pickle here. Like, he really relied on that fight going super damn well because this game starts off bad, but when that H3 comes online for his opponent, it gets a whole lot worse. The upgrades will come in very quickly for Wham. Right now is the moment that Marine Lord should be in his opponent's base, dealing all this echo damage, trying to really mitigate the army, but Wham played very good with making sure that his weak spot in regular Malian play just wasn't there.
Yeah, and we saw early game, Marine Lord took these outposts along the north of the map in order to have access to raiding if villagers did make it out there. But look what Wham was able to do in all the chaos. He was able to sneak a Vil up to that north side, and he has built a wall there. And now that he's up, Marine Lord basically can't attack and has to look to age up on his own, right?
Yeah, and this Sofa, look, this whole spot is undefended over here. Immediately gets Don's upgrade, gets the Jav upgrade. I believe that is the Jav upgrade. In fact, it might be Sofa, but still, Marine Lord looking to be aggressive here. His army in mere moments is going to be significantly worse than his opponent. But Jean, she's level 3. That is a big deal. He's going to get 3 champions out in the field. They are very good against most of the army that he's up against, but here we go. The Donzo's getting nice Jav throws here. The Jav's also upgraded. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord just looking for the dive. He's just marching in, but there are so many units for Wham here.
Oh, I love this by Wham. He baited
Jean in the middle.
Jean, she's going to get picked off immediately. That is such a huge power spike gone for Marine Lord. And now, how does he get out of there with all those archers? There are so many Donzos, so many Javs on the field. His army is no longer the big lad on the playground. And even these champions at the back there, they're too slow to get away.
Yeah, it looks like he just wanted to take another engagement, fight with Jean, fight with the Knights, but it's just not enough. The sheer quantity of Donzo on the field is immense. Wham is impending, and this is the doom for Marine Lord. Wham potentially looking to take a game here, and things could get crazy.
They already are crazy. I mean, I don't know how Marine Lord gets himself out of this one. Jean is back on the field, though, back from the dead. The night count has been well and truly thinned. That javelin count has just continued to grow. And now it is Marine Lord kind of chasing him down a little bit. Oh, Jean on the front line, already down to close to half health. The javelin's focusing down the archers one by one as well. And again, charge is done, but I feel that was a big cleave on Jean, though. And his supply isn't dropping. But neither is Wham's. And look at that, he's got to go home with his tail between his legs once again.
Yeah, the Knight's gonna rally in one last time. Jean doing a cleave, but she will go down to the javelins here. And again, Wham has taken out JD, and Marine Lord on the retreat once again has just enough resources to try and age soon, but it's gonna be so far away, and GG is called.
Wow. And I tell you what, in Wololo Grand Final history in AoE 4, this is the first time that Marine Lord has dropped a map.
And Wham is looking so cold.
He's fierce.
Wow.
I mean, on paper, this is a good matchup for Malian, but as was the first map for Marine Lord with the Ottomans. So the first pick civs from both these guys are now off the board, 1-1 apiece. And a little bit of a sigh of relief there. The plan just wasn't able to get going. I was kind of wondering from Marine Lord, like, feeling that there's so many units out and how much emphasis there was on Wham getting the berries, the deer, you name it, just being so focused on having enough, making that one hole, that one weakness of Malian, just kind of too hard to get into. He narrowed the gap so damn hard, and I was wondering how Marine Lord was going to get himself out, because he has to turn a corner at some point, realizing this is not going to happen in this scenario.
Yeah, the economy of Malians here just really skyrocketed as the feudal age progressed, and things just got really ugly really fast for Marine Lord. Wham putting on immense pressure. Even though it looked like Marine Lord was the one attacking, it was because of Wham's setup. It was because of how he was playing. Marine Lord had to force these fights, and at times, you know, we sort of questioned these small skirmishes and exchanges granted JD a lot of experience. She hit a decent timing on the level 3, but both times in those fights, she went down so fast, just immediately evaporated to all of these spears being thrown around. The archer micro, really great from Wham here to snipe these down, keeping the Danso in good position, spreading and falling back away from the cleave attacks from Jean. Just impeccable play from Wham, and this is exactly what we were talking about when we mentioned how his path has been in the past maybe just a few months. He really looked like he was a top 4, potentially now the top 1 player, and it's because of plays like this time and time again. He has just continued to improve, and now he's taking a game off of Marine Lord, like you said, unheard of.
In the grand finals, at least, of Wololo.
Yes,
it
exactly.
Really is. I mean, Marine Lord can't be too flustered either. Jean d'Arc against Malian is very much a stiff matchup to go up against.
And it sounds like we do have Zoe with Vortex, another contender here who was in the semifinals, and he might have his opinion on the game so far.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please, everyone, put your hands together for Vortex. We've been watching the games up here. And as we went through the draft, you said that the bans actually stood out to you. Can you elaborate on that and explain?
Yeah, so basically in Age of Empires 4, we are kind of used to not global bans, but for this tournament, we do have global bans, which means you are not really banning only what you don't feel comfortable against, but also you are banning ships that you know your opponent will also be really good on. So we have, for example, Wham, he loves Byzantines, but he banned the Byzantines because he knew if Marine Lord took it, it can be also a really big problem for him. We also see most of the strong ships getting through. Like in normal tournaments, we wouldn't be seeing Malians like we just did. We wouldn't be seeing ships like Chinese or even the one in the first game, Ottomans. So it's kind of, the draft, there's a lot of strategy going on. And I think that actually showed a lot on the draft already, how they have prepared for their opponents really well.
I mean, Wham tied up the series. It's 1-1 now. Last time at Redbull Wololo El Renado, it was a one-sided affair in the grand final. We know and we talked about how Wham is on the up, that he's at the peak of his game. Do you feel it's enough to take down Marine Lord in his current form?
I think so. To be fair, the first game, I think, was the matchup was really in favor of Marine Lord. he tried his best, but there's only so much you can do when the matchup is kind of unbalanced. The second game, though, he played super sharp, very few mistakes. And I think the sips that are left for him are really good as well. He can find some decent matchups. So I think he could be doing it, honestly. He's been looking super strong lately. He obviously beat me yesterday as well, pretty comfortably. So honestly, I think Wham does have a high chance.
All right, well, let's see how this one plays out. Vortex, thank you so much for sharing your insight. I'm going to head on back over to our casters.
Lovely insight there from Vortex, being able to talk very honestly and candidly about the situation. And yeah, the draft really does come into play a lot for these guys. The draft was actually changed just a couple of weeks ago that the players had to incorporate. It changed to the global ban situation, so they haven't had too much time to think about it. But I like everything that Vortex said there, because the civs that are available still have in Japan Sengoku in the mix. I mean, Hatri and Tuklak are obviously a little bit more wild cardy, but yeah, having the first choice civs off the table now. Zushi, that opens it up a little bit, given that Zushi didn't want to play against Malian. French also didn't want to play against Malian. So it's definitely opened up the doors for Marine Lord as well, but it's not as if Wham doesn't have choices to make. And remember, either one of these players going up in the next game means the other one, their life is absolutely on the line in this historical moment.
Yeah, these best of fives are just so cutthroat, aren't they, Demu? It is so tricky to handle that mindset of the score of 2. As soon as there's 2 points on the board, it's match point for someone, right? And I think that's just incredibly challenging to handle. And we're about to enter that stage. We're almost halfway through the series. Things are getting interesting. And I think I caught a glimpse on one of those camera panning around that it is Socotra next. And you've been talking about Zhu Shi. So maybe Marine Lord going to his, 6th and then 5th picks potentially, or some other civs. What are your thoughts there?
This is going to be a fun, if it is Socotra, like Zushi is very much a pick. Macedonia with a very abusive style, getting the or rather the strongholds around, just turning them into arrow towers and whatnot. And honestly, Wham potentially has a few choices available. Even though it is a small map, Japan and Sengoku are pretty darn okay when it comes to feudal. Obviously, the fast castle timing's really good, but Yumi's being cheaper, a lot cheaper as well. But we are loading into the game right now to see what civs these lads have picked here. And that looks a bit like French to me, that does, Winston.
Yes, indeed. French on Socotra is certainly a choice against the Tuklak. Oh, baby.
Okay, this is already cool. This is already really cool now.
This is neat.
If the ball game was to be a thing, French is obviously the civ that wants to do it. But if we look at Marine Lord's side of things, it doesn't look like he's gone for that immediately. Now, that doesn't mean that he won't, because he's French, right? They love to get the meat on the field, the deer, the boar, you name it. Done a good little job of scouting around here, just getting as many sheep as he can, but not putting all his eggs in one basket. Now, he does know that his opponent can't go for it. Wow, look at that sheep counter, by the way, for Wham. So
whoa,
he has been monstrous about getting a lot of food. And I tell you what, Tuklak love to have a lot of food with big, chunky boy elephants later on. So yeah, he definitely won a little bit of the scouting game there.
Yeah, getting very good scouting is essential, and we do see the scouts just finding each other. Nothing crazy happening here. These vills are pretty far on this further berry.
Ooh.
An interesting decision there early on, and Wham going for the Dome of Faith.
This makes me think that Wham is going for something a tiny bit more old school with Tuklak.
Yes.
Now, that is funny to say, given that it's only been out for a few months. But when Tuklak first came out, healer elephants were such a big deal. We've seen a lot of people going for these fort plays early on, where they get the food governor, they put it on a gold, they feel very safe. But your gold's all the way at the back. If you do manage to get elephants and some spears out, all of a sudden, French can feel a bit like, hold on a minute, what's happening here? Am I getting bullied? Because they want the food out on the map. And how do you get it when your opponent's playing very aggressive? So already a very different style of Tuklak so far, what we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, and these healer elephants, right? They have such a snowball effect. And one bad fight against them, and then suddenly they're in your base. They keep fighting, they keep healing everything, and with the right composition here, Marine Lord might not find that much success. We are gonna have a quick fort, it looks like, as the follow-up behind the healers. Maybe the healers are sort of a later feudal option.
I'm starting to wonder, this is a very small map here, Winston.
Oh, Fort Rush.
It could be one of these things where you get the Amir warriors running out, but I don't want to get too cooked up on a a possibility here, but Marine Lord's actually getting this school of cavalry incredibly quick. 5 villagers building up. He did go for wheelbarrow early on, but that is going to be very quick knights coming out for him. Now, the amount of guys that he has in gold still not too high, but he's going to make sure that he's got enough for a good couple of nights when those bad boys do pop out.
This is going to be all about timings, right? Like, these villagers are exposed. There are some spearmen, but Marine Lord's going to have knights on the field, 2 knights within a minute, right? It's going to get scary, and it's going to get scary fast to be on the map, and you need a lot of stone for these forts, so I'm curious how Wham is going to handle this. Both stones are forward, so if the plan is to mine this, he better have enough to use it, and let's see how this timing works out. Spearmen in production, but already a knight going to be on the field very shortly. This is what Marine Lord probably wants to be doing, is running this right across. He sees these villagers on the map, and he says, well, it takes a minute to build a fort too. It's not going to be instant.
Yeah, we saw this out of Vortex where it was like, you know what, I will get a fort eventually, but I make sure I'm going to have some battle units as well.
Yeah.
Wham does have more than enough gold here just to make sure you can get the Spearman upgrade, and you get it immediately as well with Tuklak. One of their things, all their techs take 5 seconds to complete. But a knight in the hands of the best knight user we've known in AoE 4 is not going to be easy to contend with.
Yeah, last game we did see Wham lost his scout.
He actually got textiles
on.
super fast as the Tuklak.
Oh, that's so smart.
Super smart. So here, Marine Lord might be thinking, as soon as I get a charge, I can then one-shot a villager. No longer going to be the play. And Tuklak is one of the only civs that can get it as quick as we mentioned.
And there's the fort timing with the textiles play early. This does give the villagers a bunch of HP, 2 spearmen in defense. It's hard to, a third one even, it's hard to even see if Marine Lord can deny this. This will protect the berries and some deer.
Oh, so annoying. The elephant there took the charge there from the knight, so going to have to wait for that to come back on cooldown. And now this spearman count is getting too scary to deal with. And this spot here secures the stone, secures the berries behind, secures a little bit of a baby deer pack as well. That is going to be a lot of food available. And already, Wham is dealing with a tricky situation very nicely.
Yeah, that was, we talked about the timing here. It can be really, really tense on these short maps, but this seems very practiced from Wham. He knew exactly what kind of timing he was going for, and now we see Marine Lord moving out to the boar, but there are spearmen on the field. Wham is going to be wise to this play and has the spearmen in position. There is an archer, but maybe a villager could go down here. The knights are now here on the path to running straight into the spearmen.
I mean, both players have to be so careful here in this early game situation. Wham has set himself up for a nice spot here, and look, not forgetting the food, Governor. That's a big deal, going to be having that food gathered immediately. So far, Wham not missing a beat. Does need stone still. These villagers can obviously stay alive for a bit longer because they do have that textiles available, and just keeping them just alive here, but still not quite enough stone. And Marine Lord's postured himself here in a spot that kind of denies both these stone deposits.
Yeah, but the villagers probably could take some damage here. They have textiles. The fort is there to protect them when they move around to the berries, and a healer elephant is in production. So pretty soon that healer elephant could just march on over to the villagers and heal them up all in a jiffy just like that, and then make these spearmen also feel a lot harder to kill with just a few archers. Marine Lord will need enough to one-shot, and a dock.
I really love that play out of Wham here. Getting a dock on this map. This is one of those maps where you are on a little island and the golds do tend to be very exposed for your opponent. So being able to just make that a little bit awkward, and if you don't react in time, you can be under a lot of fire with those villagers. So Wham has to balance his eco pretty damn well here. He still needs stone, but he's getting the first upgrade on the fort. He needs wood because he needs the houses and he needs units. But he is definitely setting himself up in a spot here that he can get H3 without taking too much damage. Also, that dock can play the purpose that he can get a galley behind his gold just to make sure he doesn't take damage over there.
I'm actually looking at the mini-map demo, and it's going to be very hard for Marine Lord to get gold. He just built a wall, kind of walling off the maybe only inland gold on the map, which is right there. He'll have to add a gate there, And that'll be really close to the fort of Wham, which will be sort of this defensive posturing position where you can push out, fall back, push out, fall back. And as these players poke each other, more and more damage coming through. We do have the healing of Chivalry on the side of Marine Lord. Not yet, but it will be an option. On the side of Wham, though, the healing is much more monstrous.
I'm all of a sudden starting to get scared for Marine Lord. I didn't think I'd ever say that during this finals, but this is getting to a situation here. 2 healer elephants is the magic number, meaning that they can heal the units around them, but also heal the healer elephant if it gets low. He's got to walk this fine line of constantly scouting his opponent, just making sure that he knows what army he's up against and how much of it there is.
And so the next major play here is going to be this arrow ship looping around the south of the map. It will find the gold. And yeah, this little guy is going to be such a nuisance. Marine Lord moving his army out, just trying to spot what's going on, has a scout in the mix.
And I mean, there is a fort there, so trying to deny any of this food is going to be hard. It really is. This fort, not yet fully operational, but it's not as if Wham is struggling for food. He's really gunning out for a lot of wood here, just making sure he can get anything going that he wants. Marine Lord with his own dock here. And I tell you what.
Let's see the reaction.
Let's see the reaction. Oh, there's a big shot.
No reaction just yet. Another he does run, but one villager could go down. Oh, everybody lives to tell the tale.
That was so damn close. I mean, the galley obviously with the AoE shots here, still some villagers trying to get onto gold, but it definitely slows things down. But galley is produced by Marine Lord. Pretty good timing as well. Can go back to gathering. Now, if you are near a dock, you do regenerate with your boat. So this is not a fight that Wham can stick around for.
Yeah, and it sort of raises the question, do I really want to keep investing in the water, right? Like, there's no fish here. It's sort of a nice, cute play to make this attack, but it doesn't necessarily win the game unless you're able to deny water fully. But the ships are quite expensive, and now it's up to Marine Lord, maybe looking to age up.
And we do have Wham switching to a lot of dudes on the stone, realizing that, hey, I do actually have a lot of wood available. I've been making a lot of archers, keeping the units alive, and this fort is doing a great job securing this location. I do like how he's been walling off the map a little, Chung, just making it awkward for his opponent, just if he does want to cross the map. But Wham, no longer mining the gold, actually. I'm so curious what his plan is here, because he's going to start getting upgrades quickly as well. The blacksmith, we do know that the upgrades come in ridiculously quickly, and still he's had so many guys on wood this whole time.
Yeah, 3rd healer elephant even. That almost indicates that he might want to go for an all-in as soon as Marine Lord ages.
And I tell you what, it's actually
soon.
It's a pretty cool timing. I mean, granted, French don't mind being in feudal for a while, but we do see that Marine Lord isn't truly thinking about sticking around for it for a while either. And this is a very weird game state here. The Spring-Old ship has been made by Wham. Get some nice micro in here. Might be able to get this galley.
He's gonna get it.
That's a big deal. So Marine Lord has to have a Spring-Old ship, at least one available, just to deal with that Spring-Old ship. And he's going to go head back home, realizing that, hey, my aggression over there, it's not going to be possible.
We see the scout of Wham spotting out all of the units here. This is critical info. Scout does go down, but he now knows the numbers here and says that's not maybe as much as he was expecting, because now we're going to have that castle age from Marine Lord in just a second. Potentially the Guildhall, I guess. So yeah, Guildhall is the choice. I think both may have been options.
I will quote the Great Vortex here. Even if Royal Institute feels like a good option, it's not.
Go Guildhall.
Go Guildhall every time. Wham really committing to a lot of stone here, by the way. I think he is going to go for a second fort. I don't see why you wouldn't in this situation. He's not close to age 3, and he does have to start thinking about what he's going to do to defend, because it's going to be very highly upgraded units, and he's even getting a demo on his side of things, so maybe thinking about taking this out, making sure the gold situation is going to be awkward for his opponent. But we are in a state of the game that I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's really interesting on this small map. The tankiness and turtle nature of the Tugluck here is really interesting. The Night Charge comes in, several villagers go down. The healer elephants, not enough. 4 Vil kills out of thin air for Marine Lord. A great pickup as he hits the castle age.
He hits the castle, and look at this. Wham was making an immediate tower, and he's like, you know what? I need a fort over here. I need the resources on my side of the map. I need to make sure I am not gonna die. Now, there's also water skirmishes happening while the stuff on the map is happening. Trying to wall off with his units. Tugluck do have the same abilities as Delhi. Quickly moving away, making sure he doesn't take too much damage from the archers. They're both handling this situation very nicely.
And 12 archers is enough here, I believe, to handle spearmen one at a time, but not until it might not be enough buffer, right, for Marine Lord. So this fight could snowball in either direction, depending on the position. Wham trying to force the issue and build this fortress, but Marine Lord just diving once again onto the villagers.
Oh, Wham, he can finish that fort. He can finish that fort. I really feel that was a bit of an error there. Could have finished that fort, maybe hopping the villagers into there. Now he's lost 14 eco all of a sudden, and Marine Lord can't be too upset with how many villagers he killed there. He's got and I believe the demo did win the fight over there in the south as well, meaning he can't gather gold on his side of things.
Right, this is getting interesting because Wham has a really solid army and potentially a position to threaten all of these knights. They could go down. They're going to try and squeeze through. The veteran upgrade is in. The archers just barely tickling him. They're going to go for the quick wall.
Oh,
the units are trapped.
Trapped him in. He's going to get
so many knights
out of this. Look at that. Maybe 2 knights can squeeze out there, but I tell you what, Marine Lord could not afford that to happen.
What a play by Wham, using these bonuses so effectively, and right behind that, the resources for Castle H. He has the map control, he has the army, he still has the healers, so this is going to snowball fast. The House of Learning behind this for a few techs to boost up his army, and this could get interesting.
And we got to remember, like the relics have not been grabbed. There are 2 on Marine Lord's side of the map and 2 on the other, and Wham just utilizing the wall ops there so damn well. Knight count no longer scary. Wham can immediately say, you know what, I don't need units right now, we're gonna tech up. But Marine Lord would not be Marine Lord if he didn't think about what happens now. We've seen it throughout this whole tournament where he's like very comfortable about making it a longer game if he does so please, and that looks like is what he's gearing up for, getting quite a few archery ranges, I believe, around that keep that he has freshly made, meaning that he's not going to die anytime soon. Was he even thinking about, I think he was thinking about a siege workshop there as well, you know.
Yeah, potentially Marine Lord not going to get punished right away, but Wham now waiting for these upgrades to come in, just needs a little bit more gold. They are pretty expensive, but Vet Archer, Vet Spearman would be critical upgrades for him. Marine Lord able to grab 1 relic at least, even though in theory here, Wham has the map control. Things here are so spicy. This monastery on the front could be a target later for Wham if he's able to maintain the numbers, but Marine Lord, keep in mind, he is now up 60 Vils to 38, and there are a couple of passive sources of food on Wham's side, but of course there's the guild hall as well, churning away.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was obviously something that Wham needed. And Marine Lord, he's kind of set himself up. He's not in a dire spot behind it because of all the defense he got ready. He's also zooming out archers. I kind of want to see how much he has around that keep right now. Another relic being grabbed by Marine Lord. So just making sure, and yeah, I mean, he has to start thinking about how do I counter the elephants pretty soon. And ARBs are a great way to do it, but no ARBs yet on the field. This little army that Wham has available does pack a punch in a direct fight, but I tell you what, that is a lot of unarmored units here, Winston.
Yeah, and the Knights could have a field day. Meanwhile, the Archers are upgraded for both players. The Knights getting a charge in. There is the healer elephant, so the little poke damage isn't going to be enough. You have to focus units down if you are Marine Lord. This is such a tight moment for both players. Wham going to try and force the issue after that great pickup on those Knights before. He has maybe a moment or 2 of advantage that he has to make use of.
Yeah, and I mean, Marine Lord's doing such a good job of just making it so if you attack me, you have to come into my base. You have to go into these buildings, and we all know how the units like to attack, but is this the fight he wants? The big daddy elephant out in the field. Not going to be able to deal with that directly. The healing being really good. Marine Lord still has an archer advantage for the time being, but now matched by Wham, who is winning this engagement, trying to thin out that archer count and the spearman count, and Marine Lord's doing nothing but producing archers right now, though he's only got 2 guys left on wood.
Yeah, this is really good micro for Marine Lord, I think, in this moment. He's just been focusing down the units of Wham. The numbers have been thinned out dramatically, and those units were important. You kind of want the buffer for these War Elephants. There are now 2 on the field and going to be very challenging to take out until there are a lot of Arbaletier on the field. There are 10 in queue, but none on the field yet.
None on the field yet, indeed. And I mean, Marine Lord did manage to sneak out that food out of the guild hall last minute there, so made use of a good 800, 900 food immediately. The longer this game goes on for without that guild hall, that really kind of nullifies a good vantage point for Marine Lord. The berries still available on Marine Lord's side of the map, still available in all of them actually on Marine Lord's side. Wham does have to think about how does he utilize this army right now, because those elephants, even though they're great, they are a bit on a clock against the arms.
I'm not quite sure how Marine Lord did it, but he did somehow snag a 3rd relic that he's looping back now. The Arbaletier, though, on the retreat. The elephants and the archers just charging forward. These War Elephants are going to be so challenging to take out. Well, the healer elephants are on the map.
Yeah, Marine Lord actually for a moment there had 0 on food. I think he was really committed to getting all this on the left side of the map, which is very exposed over here. And in fact, there's a big Tuplak owning this south side of the map, but now we do see, can Wham get home? Can he? I mean, that's so much fire down that back line. One hero elephant does fall immediately. Second one, maybe not going to meet its maker. And Wham, he's using the archers, the range to kind of bait back, get out those elephants out the backside, but can he be taking these fights right now? I don't think so. Marine Lord looking to absolutely take it, but again, so patient with how he's taking these fights, just making sure that Wham has to commit with these slow melee units.
And trying to take these shots very carefully with his ranged mass. He doesn't just want to waste shots onto the elephants until it's really clear that there isn't a better option, because they will just heal up with these healer elephants. Do have a good position for Wham on these berries. Gonna deal a little bit of damage. Might get a Vil pick here to try and neutralize. No, the one to hurt villager able to escape. Now Wham forced onto this gold here, and we do see...
Oh, that is going to be a galley over here. They do have textiles now, so they survive for a little bit longer. Marine Lord fairly quick to react, maybe not going to losing a single villager. And the tower does deal with that galley rather handily, but you can see that Marine Lord's being thinned out a bit. No longer has true food income right now, especially with losing that guild hall. I know he was remaking it, but this is a stressful time for him. His army's not building up as fast as he wanted it to. Is going to deplete this gold in the south, so maybe he can focus more on the right side of the map. But you got to remember that governor with the food is kind of like a little mini Fulani in a lot of ways.
Yeah, generating 300 food per minute right now, and could do a little bit more if one more house was built since the stone was depleted. But on the side of Marine Lord, we have something that I've been saying is his signature all weekend. He's added some farms in. He's found the space to just start macroing for the later stages of the game, realizing that the food is going to run out. He has built a decent chunk of farms, which will somewhat solve the food issue for now. Certainly not enough right in this moment, but with just a little bit of time, with this economic advantage, Marine Lord is surely going to keep crawling ahead.
It's kind of...
Oh, more villagers getting caught!
Oh, and those knights getting a big, juicy hit there. Remember, the eco of Wham is not as good as Marine Lord's, and here, doing the same thing again, just utilizing the movement against these elephants, taking them down one by one.
The Arbalist just getting so many shots under these big, tanky boys. Only 3 elephants remain, 1 healer on the map, meaning Wham will have to reproduce those in order to have a large healing force and keep that structure alive. It is so challenging right now for Wham. He is slowly winning the small battle on the water, which could threaten some of the gold sources for Marine Lord, but he does have 3 relics, 1,700 gold in the bank, Sacred Site victory on the way. Marine Lord is looking so inevitable in this moment.
It's kind of cool that Marine Lord managed to grab that relic, not on just his side of the map, but on the other side of the map. Yes. Now he's got Sacred Site control as well. We do see that the crossbow count is getting a lot higher for Wham, but he's still playing catch up in that regard. And whoa, that is such a big, juicy raid here. Look at the worker count on both these sides, 81 now to 43.
He's going to double him up.
And for the first time, I'm looking at the webcam for Wham's face. That was a big sigh there, realizing that, oh my goodness, moving in the chair as well, changing the posture, realizing that even though a few things went right this game, it's still kind of rolling the ball up the hill, Sisyphus style, against the champ, the king, the Marine Lord.
Yeah, we saw so many attacks from Wham so far, right? Onto these gold miners with the ships and little engages here and there, and still 0 Vil killed for Wham. That is now almost a 10,000 resource collected lead for Marine Lord, even denying the wall in the north while he has his own here in the center of the map. Wham once again positioning, has equal numbers, has a good chunk of elephants, but the massive Arbaletier is now up to 30, soon 36. Trebuchets on the field to start pushing these fortified positions of Wham.
Yeah, this is going to start spelling, I feel a little bit of doom and gloom here, putting a fort up so aggressively as well. I don't know where that first Treb is, or even the Siege Workshop here. It's very aggressively placed, and as Socotra gets smaller, those wood camps in the middle of the map become so darn important. Treb fire underway now. Wham's going to feel that there's another thing he has to worry about on the field.
Well, first blood for Wham on the economy of Marine Lord. A few Vils going down here, forced a little rotation, but the army for Marine Lord just behind this wood line as well. The elephants pushing through the gap. This is going to be an uphill battle for Wham potentially, but he's got the numbers. The Trebs are in the way, trying to walk backwards. They're going to tank a few hits. The Arbalest taking out the elephants one at a time. 2 have gone down, 1 has gone down, more will go down. The Knights charging from the side.
And look, Pavis has been used on these Arbs as well, meaning that they have extra range armor. Trample being used by Wham, trying to go down this very thin corridor, but look at that arc of pure French power in the back line here. Just range units remaining, and now Marine Lord being so careful with those horsemen and those Knights, keeping them alive, and now they can play big, bad, tanky boys in the front line, all elephants fleeing the field here, and the number of Arbs available is tremendous. 34, 6 more on the way, and they're all a lot cheaper as well. GG!
Wow, what a game from Marine Lord. You know, we really looked at Wham's setup there in the early game, and it looked so solid, so good. And then there were just 2 Knight charges. First it was 4 Vils, and then another 10 while trying to build these buildings, build that defense up. And it just seemed like the game was so hard for Wham after that point. Things just got so dicey so quick. You can see how these small, tight maps just favor this aggression so much, and Marine Lord probably very happy to be getting a win with his favorite civilization.
He's done well so far, hasn't he? French against Tuklak. I mean, Tuklak has been kind of a little bit of a dark horse here. We still haven't seen it win, but you've definitely been seeing these little hints of light at how it can be very dangerous, because if Marine Lord was not able to get some of those villager kills early, or those villagers kept on building that fort and then hopped in, maybe minimizing the losses a lot there, we could be looking at a very different story. It's just Marine Lord's so good about these situations where it's like, it looks pretty rough, but he always thinks a few steps ahead on how to get himself out of it. Farm transition was pretty darn good, even though he lost the guild hall, which is a big food income source as well. Managed to get out the right units, and he was so patient about how he took these fights. I loved a lot of that game.
Yeah, that was a really clear display of both players' strengths, and I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We even saw these little skirmishes early where it looked like Wham really just had the perfect answer to Marine Lord's opening. I really thought, you know, this is the best way you can deal with French, and he made it look pretty simple and trivial. Like, he had the build down, he got the early textiles, things just felt so difficult to attack, but when those French Knights charged in, and this pull micro here, I think it's just a testament to the skill of Marine Lord. To somehow not lose any villagers is crazy. You have to kind of shuffle and dodge. It's challenging there. We also saw later he pulled only the wood vills back over to the gold mine, not to risk them getting caught again. But this was the game-ending moment, basically, where the lead was held by Marine Lord.
And look, he starts fighting with the villagers. I know they have textiles, but I really feel that that was maybe a choice that Wham may come to later regret, because after this, very shortly after, we had that lovely cage moment, and you don't see that very often. I think this is it, where all of a sudden it's like, boom, there's a wall up, you can't get out of there. Very nicely done, because you can see every turn these Knights go for, you can't go for it anymore, and all of a sudden Marine Lord was looking like, even after doing all that eco damage, the game got kind of reset a little bit.
Yeah, that might be my favorite play I've ever seen. Like, that might be one of the best plays ever, and we're going to get it again. Yeah, that we should. This is so cool. So they're able to build these palisade walls with their infantry units. That includes the archers and the spear, and so just pulling out and really getting that great surround with the walls early, that quick wall play, something you see a lot more in H2 than you do in H4.
Yeah, and I mean, that was especially important given that these knights do regenerate. So if that fight was something that those knights could get away with, then come back again just a few moments later, one would have been dead right there and then. But I tell you what, there was water fights going on here, there, and everywhere. So many villagers did fall for Wham. You could really feel that Tuklak was still kind of scary, despite losing 27 vills this game. It really does showcase that Tuklak can be quite scary, but look how much damage these orbs do.
I mean, it's 37 Arbalest. Arbalest Relay, right? That is a lot of units on the field there for Marine Lord. Crazy, and even as a Sacred Victory timing right here, he just got everything. He got 3 relics, so there's only 1 left on the map that was on Wham's side, and wasn't really able to grab it.
I also like that he was very careful about, if the war elephants are on the front line, I don't send my horses forward.
Yes.
He was so careful about it. And you see, even when the spears, there's a few spears hitting, it's like the knights are juking and jiving back and forth. Just very cool play. Out of both of them, honestly. It's not often you get to see Tuklak, but the Tuklak that I've seen so far out of Wham, that was really cool. Because it was a mix as well. It was like the old school healer elephant stuff, but not the all-in. You really saw that he tried to make kind of a mishmash. And it really looked a bit scary for a while, actually, because he was doing it very darn well.
As scary as those, like, big, shining, armored statues behind each of the players?
The looming statues behind them, yeah. Arms of coats, or coat of arms even. But, okay. So last pick for both these players did lose. First pick for both of these players did win. We're now left with Sengoku, Japanese, and Hatery for Wham. And we've got Zushi, Macedonia, and Ayabid. Now, if you're Wham, depending on the map, and you have Sengoku Japanese available, worst case scenario, you will potentially be forced into playing Hatery on the final map. But both these players do have to be thinking about that, because the civs that are left over, Ayabid doesn't necessarily like to go up against Japan. No civ necessarily likes to go up against Sengoku. And we got Macedonia as well. Like, it's a very, very awkward and tight situation. Both these players have got to be putting forward a lot of possible scenarios that they might not want to encounter.
Yeah, the draft is going to be really challenging at this point. You can see both players simply so focused on this moment. This is everything. We're at that magical 2 number, right? This is a best of 5. The next game that Marine Lord wins will be another tournament for him. He is just 1 map away. 1 map away to do it again, to bring it back.
And then kind of confirming his status as the AoE 4 GOAT if he hasn't done already, right? But still, you got to think, Wham so far in the games that he's lost, he hasn't looked bad doing it. Like he had, as Vortex mentioned, it was kind of a very unfavorable matchup for him with Golden Horde against Ottoman. The second game he played very well, but again, a good matchup for him. And in the matchup that Tuklak, being one of the worst civs on land, he still make it look very formidable, and still having Sengoku and Japanese in your roster, that doesn't feel all that bad. He's just got to be so careful on what he goes up against, because the thing is, if you're Marine Lord and you have Macedonia, Zushi, Ayabid, those are all 3 very good civs remaining.
Yes.
Like, if this goes to the final map and he's got one of those against Hatery, which one do you want? Honestly, I'm spoiled for choice if I'm Marine Lord.
Yeah, and I think that's what could bite Wham here, but I think we'll have to see how that plays out. I mean, Sengoku and Japanese are both just so threatening themselves, though. Those mounted samurais have been the talk of the town as they have just rampaged around this entire tournament, running map after map, and we'll see if that's going to be Wham's Hail Mary here in this next game, as I'm almost undoubtedly sure we're going to see mounted samurai being a key part of this next matchup.
Yeah, and what map's it going to be? I mean, we've still got Dry Arabia, we've still got Phrygian marshes. Now, Phrygian, Hatery could be played there, wouldn't be too bad. Maybe it's one that Sengoku doesn't really want to go for. I mean, it's possible for sure, but Japan also quite likes it, cheaper barrack situation. And for, on Marine Lord's side of things, like an Ayabid or a Zushi, Macedonia we've seen used on it as well. Wow, I tell you what, maybe feeling the pressure for the first time. in his final career.
Yeah, that was a big sigh there from Marine Lord. Just like a really big inhale, exhale, like a breathing exercise almost, just to really calm down and get focused, get centered. That last game was very hectic. There was a lot going on there. You know, it looked like maybe just one fight in the middle after another, but actually there were skirmishes on the north, the south. The walling situation was wild. The scouting information had to be on point. And those little ship skirmishes matter a lot when it's literally, you lose access to gold if you lose too many ships in a row, right? You have to stay on point with that. You have to keep producing the ships. That is challenging. It really stretches the players to be playing on Socotra. And so now we're going on to the next map, and the mental state, you have to just bring it back in, right?
There's so much balancing you have to do in AoE 4, especially in a game like that. Like the water, the land, the army, the eco, and just thinking constantly steps ahead of what is the next weakness, what is my next power struggle kind of thing, situation that I have to deal with. And it's going to be Japan for Wham against the Macedonian dynasty from Marine Lord.
And the instant barracks, so we got an immediate drush. This is no super surprise when it's Japan. This is something they love to do. An early move out to the hunt with the farmhouse, going to be the follow-up for Wham. Meanwhile, Marine Lord with the Macedonians. What do you think the key to his strategy is here?
This is actually already kind of funny, in the sense that Wham's moved out immediately to Dia with Japan, which they don't often do, especially not with the barracks first kind of thing. So immediately going for that means that he's going to have pretty safe food if he does choose to try and get a fast stage 3, meaning that you can then resort to your berries, your deer in your main base. So already thinking about if he gets taken off that food later on or is a bit food starved. You do see here that Marine Lord being very careful about getting a little wall around his gold, so he doesn't want to be, you know, taken too far apart against just a single spearman opening by Wham here.
Yeah, just the one spearman, maybe to force a little bit of a reaction. Of course, Japan gets that cheaper barracks, so it's really not that big of an investment to just get this one guy to go force a reaction. If the gold is out of range, which it clearly is here, it means that there's going to be some spiciness for Marine Lord. He did do that little tiny quick wall, that little tiny wall to force the spearman kind of around into TC range if he wants to get in range, but that is quite the expense, right? It almost kind of compensates Japan for that barracks cost, right? And now you have a barracks and your opponent has some very tiny awkward walls on their gold. So interesting openings from both, but no major damage.
No major damage, and both these civs are civs that, you know, they can hit feudal without too much trouble. We see Macedonia, they can hit feudal and it's like they don't worry too much about the gold. Yes, it will deny them from silver later on as well, but both these civs aren't strangers to just kind of playing their own game or getting knocked off course too hard. Imperial Hippodrome will be the age up of choice, and that is by far and away the best or the better of two for them, meaning they'll get out those hero units, those hero cav, and allowing him to have real strong map presence without much cost.
Yeah, Wham already has the barracks up, which is going to be very convenient in this matchup, right? You know the Hippodrome is coming, which almost inevitably you're at least going to train one horseman just to say what's up, say hello, and just force some reaction. So Japan being on those hunt, maybe he can stay a little bit longer if he has another spear there or brings his own spear back. He's currently just doing some interesting shenanigans, trying to force some reactions from Marine Lord, make this a little awkward as he's denying the deer.
This is just making sure, making sure that Marine Lord can't get all the deer in one nice little spot here, meaning that the gathering of them a little bit annoying. You saw that on Marine Lord's face as well. A little bit of a shake of the head there, realizing that his closest deer pack that he inevitably is going to want to take is a little bit weird.
Yeah, that spear getting a lot of value there, forcing Marine Lord to just kill them all now and drop them where they were. And now he needs to bring these sheep home. The Kura Storehouse, no surprise, on the side of Wham. He's got the Hippodrome to deal with, but already the spears.
It's honestly, there's not a whole lot to say about the situation right now. Both players going for a very modest age up, 3 apiece, so not massive rush being done there. I'm mainly curious about what Wham chooses to do when he hits age 2. He's got a few choices available. Does he skip age 2 entirely, just going straight for, you know, a fast castle, getting out those mounted samurai? Your opponent, what are his strengths? A Varangian guard push, which could be annoying, but they're not the best against the Yumis because they have low range armor. But Radari have to be on your mind. They have to be. So trying to get to a stage of the game where he doesn't have to worry about those too much, and he's already got the deer outside his base. I mean, the options are endless.
Yeah, that first horseman in queue just going to be a nuisance. Just try and find some damage. Maybe a few more will join. Usually players like to build between 1 and 4 just to see what they can get damage. And then, of course, the Hippodrome Horseman hops out and buffs them up, which makes a nice little raiding force pretty challenging to handle and deal with. Looks like we're going to see more than just 1 horseman.
Wham's been pretty damn cool about his gold income here. Like, he's getting the berry upgrade here, meaning he can gather berries a little faster, making his workers a little bit quicker too. Those deer, very nicely worked on as well. He's got enough gold to get the wood chopping upgrade, which can often be a choice that players go for. Gonna get the spear upgrade as well, making sure he's been producing a couple of spears back at home. And Marine Lord going immediately for those archer units here, which I quite like out of it, meaning that you can open up a path, deal with those archers, allow your horsemen to reign free.
Yeah, just has to make a few of them first, right? At least get a few out so that you can then make more horsemen. Economy is very small at this point, and we do see a push out to that hunt on the right side. Looks like a big chunk of villagers, so enough for 2 towers. Probably 2 outposts need to be built there in order to protect them. We'll see if that is the play of choice. I mean, nothing super aggressive from Wham, so maybe could delay those, but at some point you like to protect them, and that's a lot of vills going to the hunt.
It really is. A spearman here, sat on that gold, kind of hiding there behind a villager. Now Marine Lord's food income will be sorted. Going to get a wheelbarrow just to make sure his own villagers can move around a nice little bit quicker here. And no damage is able to be done on either side. Wham does have a lot of food available. Is going to start trying to get a tower on this goal. Granted, this is quite a bit later. Going to use these villagers over here to gather the stone, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to put down an immediate house next to those deer, just to make sure he doesn't need to build a forge over there. It's a smart play.
Yeah, some interesting maneuvers there, some nice macro. The horseman going to come in, try and do a little poke. The 1 archer there could be a nuisance.
That 1 archer is actually very quick for Macedonia. Very often it's not one of the units you make immediately as this Civ, but there are horsemen being produced by Wham. On how many stables, I wonder, because he has had a decent income that up until this point was left untouched for the most part. Wait a minute, he's still got those villagers on the stone there, so maybe thinking about getting a daimyo up and running?
Just without building the forge. I mean, the forge isn't that expensive, but I guess maybe just trying to save what he can. Every resource must be spared. It's a long haul, though. That is a big walk time.
That is a big walk time indeed, and if archers are on the field and horsemen, what's good against all that? I mean, you could say your own horsemen, especially with a Uma Bannerman, but I'm very, very curious about how Wham's going about this, because this feels like it is going to be a fast castle, but he's kind of just done what he did in the Malian game, where he's just made sure that he's not super weak getting there. And I think against an aggressive Civ, that's a smart choice.
Yeah, I would love to see maybe a wall on that north side to try and like rein in some of the potential Hippodrome raids, because he is getting the first Daimyo Manor and has upgraded that outpost on the stone, but now the archers under attack from these horsemen. Not going to be the biggest deal as the spearmen are in position to defend. Marine Lord looking good to hold his own hunt as well.
So seeing that it's horsemen being produced from Wham, and that was the first time that we saw them, Marine Lord is like, you know what, I'll get horseman armor over here, making sure that all my units are tanky, because I don't think this game is going to end anytime soon. So that's an investment in not only his horses now, but the Radari later. And yeah, you pointed it out to me. Wham is looking like he wants to get that castle going.
Marine Lord not too far behind, but he has spent a good chunk of his gold on these upgrades recently. Just now getting wheelbarrow. Only 5 on gold means that his Egypt will be a good chunk later. It will probably be the Golden Horn Tower in a solid position, maybe buy those hunts over there to try and defend that, maybe near the main to get the second gold online. Not quite sure.
Those 2 big golds aren't that far apart in the center of the map. That could be very annoying. Ooh. And Wham was very quick to pull those villagers off deer way earlier to get that stone. Just thinking about the possibility of them getting attacked. Oh, but this is quite a few
let's get this around. We'll take 1 vill down already.
Yeah, that's really nice by him, and gets the villager off the gold, slowing down the potential of getting an H3 quicker as well. This is all nice by Wham, because we do see resource-wise, he's also being slowed down, using the other villagers to body block, keeping that low villager alive, and immediately, boom, starts throwing down the landmark, and that is something that Marine Lord did see, but can he do anything about it? He's looking to get his own castle. He's not got the units out to deal with it. He's just got to play catch-up, knowing that he's going to be behind on that front.
Yeah, an interesting moment there. Both players, Horseman getting a little bit of value. Wham obviously getting that one villager kill is a huge boon to his setup at this time. Now the gold's still a problem for Marine Lord on the stage. Does have the food, but not the gold. And once again, the gold is attacked. Wham somehow finding the right spot here, delaying that age up again. And the villagers are just sent back into the grind of the 4 horsemen. Gonna be forced to retreat, but so much idle time. That age up is so delayed.
It's so delayed here, Winston. Those guys wanted to have that age up already going. So the fact that they've been slowed down and these horsemen just doing puppy paw and wham things, being there, being annoying, wasn't a massive commitment. And now floating gate online. What is going to be the unit of choice? Most likely mounted samurai, I am guessing, and it is going to be mounted samurai, and they're going to be getting boosters from that Yashiro.
We talked about it during the draft and right before this game. The Mounted Samurai have been such a dominant unit in recent times. It's a knight that just does a little bit more, and that little bit more is so important in these fights. Now, there are Radari on the side of Marine Lord. He has opted to place this Golden Horn Tower to defend those hunt patches on the north, which leaves the gold on the south exposed. This is going to be a very difficult position to defend now because the base is kind of obvious to attack. We see the Bannerman here too.
And you got to remember, this is a Bannerman that just hit age 3, so this is going to be quite a bit stronger. Going to try and take down as many, but no villagers falling yet, but still, Marine Lord needs gold. Those Radari are incredibly expensive.
Has he not scouted that corner gold on the far right of the map? It is kind of behind the Golden Horn Tower. He does see it. Maybe he's just thinking he can defend this position with army, but the Bannerman is still here. He has not sent his units to defend it. A villager could go down and will Wham with 2 Vil kills on the board and a lot of idle Vils for Marine Lord.
And look at Wham, by the way, already adding on Onimusha very early by him as well, realizing the potential threat of those very heavy armored Radari that will be on the field. Marine Lord doing a little tip of the head there, realizing that something bad happened, and yeah, there's another samurai in his gold. Wham being relentless with his harass on that gold, slowing it down.
Yeah, I mean, both Wham and Puppy, I feel like this is quickly becoming their signature. It must be a key part of their practice is just moving individual knights around the map. We talked about it earlier in the Malian game. That one sofa felt so key to distracting Marine Lord, keeping him on as several knights were always running around chasing these raiding cavalry, and other players sometimes raid with more units, but the Canadian brothers get so much value from just the one.
Yeah, for a moment there I was like, doesn't Wham have any relics? So he's been utilizing a lot of his resources just to get out as many units as possible to do all this slowing down. But he has gathered one of the relics that was a little bit tricky to get and brought it back home, just not yet with a monastery. So you can really tell that a lot of his focus here is just making sure that he's out there slowing down his opponent however he can. Now he's starting to expand out on the map a little bit. Marine Lord very aware that his opponent can get relics quite a bit quicker than him.
Marine Lord, now that he's in the Castle Age, starting to diversify his army, grabbing relics as well, adding in those crossbowmen from the Golden Horn Tower will kind of help round out this composition. And once again, with the addition of the Onimusha, the gold villager walls are no longer enough as they can simply shoot over this gold mine and hit the villagers. And Marine Lord once again idle on the gold, wondering if that gold on the right just isn't appealing at this time. It could relieve so much pressure, but Marine Lord so good at these reactions, but 3 Vils down is so challenging in this moment. And now a big forced fight by the Mounted Samurai. They're going to get an interesting engagement here, but there's so many spearmen from Marine Lord and a few crossbowmen as well. The Mounted Samurai trading some HP and a few of their brethren. Not much on the other side of things.
I tell you what, I don't think Marine Lord's going to be sad about that one at all. The relic was snagged in the north, by the way. I think the Radari kind of... Oh, there's a monk over there trying to grab it. So that monk on a journey to absolutely nowhere might quickly go for the sacred site in the middle over, or in the north over there.
Goodbye.
Radari here, trying to get the Wololo going. Oh, I thought we were going to hear it in the crowd then for a second, but Marine Lord now feeling that his moment of being a little bit strong is now. He's got the range upgrade for his units. The crossbow count is going to start getting higher very naturally from that Golden Horn.
Yoink.
And boom, he's going to bring that one back home.
There's Onimusha though, so even if you block with your own units, the timing isn't going to work out for the Wololo here, I think. Yeah, down it goes, but it is a little bit closer now to Marine Lord. We have a good old-fashioned tug-of-war for the relic in the north.
Yeah, I wonder what the Yashiras have been placed on for Wham, by the way, because now he's got 2 relics in a monastery. We do have it on the archer range second. What's his third one? Most of the time it's on like a gold, or it was in the past, but yeah, TC can be a very good option as well. Getting so many resources, and he's been free from getting harassed this game as well, which is really nice for him.
Yeah, this game is just building up the tension here. The players trying to angle for little tiny advantages, nothing major yet, but we are, I think, brewing towards another clash over this relic. Both players with a monk heading for it. They're like, I want it, no, I want it. Give it to me, and now both players checking to make sure the other hasn't. There's this really annoying forest here that's sort of blocking the vision.
Marine Lord's been very different about the upgrades that he's been getting, by the way. A lot of players really focus on getting those Radari through and through. Marine Lord getting like infantry armor as well. Now focusing on the range upgrade. So being very good about reacting to what his opponent's making. Are Spearmen great in this situation? You bet. Because they're good against the Onimusha, good against the Samurai. Trying to keep alive these villagers with a Wololo. We'll be able to do so for a little bit of time, but that's a lot of low health villagers over here, and that Samurai smells blood, and whoa, lovely block there with the villagers, just making sure that Samurai cannot get through.
Great micro again from Marine Lord to mitigate the losses, but once again, Wham finding a way onto that gold mine. It feels like a tale as old as time. Marine Lord must be a little annoyed and peeved by it, but he doesn't seem shaken as he's been able to nab that relic yoinked back again by Marine Lord, and the Mounted Samurai are like, wait, where'd it go?
Yeah, kind of funny that Wham went this long without getting any sort of upgrades. Now he's going for double upgrades, getting the Daimyo level 2 as well, meaning that he will be able to add more bannermen. We do see a pretty big switch on the archers by him. There are still quite a lot of spear on the field, but right now the army that he has available isn't really meant for dealing with this number of those Macedonian spearmen, and that number's getting higher. The Yumi count, though, also getting significantly higher here.
Yeah, and also the Mounted Samurai count is scary here. That exchange did trade a few of Wham's units, definitely in favor of Marine Lord in that exchange, but it just seems like the Mounted Samurai count is still a big fear. Up to 9 crossbows from the Golden Horn Tower and 21 at Gear for those spearmen to hold that front line. It's gonna be tight here. If Wham does decide to take this engagement, it will be challenging. He has the superior units, but does he have the numbers to handle? Marine Lord just charging down the center of his base, will go for this outpost, forces the charge from the rear. The Atgeir will get a few kills on the front lines, but the archers now exchanging fire across the front.
And I tell you what, Wham is like 20-30 seconds away from having 2-2 done on his range units, which is a big deal. Keeps these Samurai alive for a lot longer. Nice range focus fire by Marine Lord, but I tell you what, there's so many Mounted Samurai here in the face of his opponent, keeping alive all these Yumis. The Yumi's focusing down the crossbows on the back line as well. Looks like it's going to be a cleanup from Wham here, dealing with a lot of the army. A nice runestone gets popped, meaning that all these range units deal a lot of extra damage and movement and range, but there is just so much Wham here.
Yeah, but now there's crossbows still in the retreat. They have the movement speed from that Hippodrome Radari, which is boosting up all these infantry units. The Mounted Samurai numbers are thinning. There was a quick raid from Marine Lord during that fight. He did find 4 villager kills for himself, but once again, he has 15 idle villagers, probably on that gold mine, maybe from another raid from Wham. Things are really heating up here as the cavalry now charge, force Marine Lord back across to his base, hightailing it home. Will the reinforcements be enough? The Golden Horn Tower is just beyond our sight here to the right. It will provide a moment of respite for Marine Lord after maybe a pretty successful attack.
I think it wasn't bad for him, you know. Like, he wanted to get more done out of that, obviously, seeing that upgrade timer, but thanks to Japan having forgers, being the same as blacksmiths, he was able to catch up on those upgrades incredibly quick. And now, the special weapon in Marine Lord's army, which was those spears, have been well and truly countered by the number of Yumis that are available. And look at the income at the top. We do see that Wham's income across the board is just quite a bit higher than that of the Macedonia.
Yeah, but he's just currently slurping up this deer pack on the left of the map, once again forcing the issue on this gold, but Marine Lord is nowhere to be seen. He's already added a few of those greedy classic Marine Lord farms in to try and get the scaling going early. These Mounted Samurai are only going to find a single spearman for their trouble.
And I tell you what, having those or rather barracks also be towers there, helping with the defense a little bit, but natural food resources definitely being diminished here on both sides of the map. We're going to have to start thinking about transitions. What do they go for? Marine Lord has 800 silver stacked up here, thinking about most likely a tier 3 archer upgrade, which would allow that back line just to fire that little bit stronger.
Things are getting interesting here. Wham adding a bunch of farms in of his own, has now added 5 naturally. Of course, there are the Kura Storehouse farms, which are a nice advantage for him in this situation, but you can see the macros are picking up the players, angling for a bit of a longer game here as both players just try and hold their eco. Maybe Marine Lord happy with the damage he dealt in that last engagement.
Yeah, and I tell you what, even though Wham was quick to start getting the relics, Marine Lord didn't skip a beat either. Grabbing 2 of the relics, he did hold that sacred site at the north as well, just getting any sort of eco grab that he possibly can. But I dare say in the next couple of minutes of this game, Wham is going to look to utilize this big spike of food income that he has available for the time being, because those berries and deer are not long for this world, even getting a second TC behind this.
Yeah, this game could go the distance here. If Wham isn't able to take a really decisive fight, we could just be looking at a bit of a macro play. Of course, Marine Lord needs to make a move onto the map, probably to decap some of these sacred sites, could maybe just split off the single cavalry. I don't know how much Wham feels that it is a win condition at this moment, more than just, it's nice to get the gold.
Marine Lord did go for the +2 armor on the cavalry, meaning these Redari are again getting stronger and stronger, still adding on a bunch of Redari, a bunch of spears as well. The armies are going to be very awkward to micro against because both of their archers don't really want to be shooting the big chunky boy samurai type units or horsemen, but that mounted samurai count here over here, Winston, 22 and growing. Also the Onimusha count doing a very good job of seeing the army and responding to what he's making and making the appropriate counters.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to get really awkward for Marine Lord, right? Like, what units is he going to make? He just needs a lot of them, right? He's not producing anything right now. He clearly, maybe he doesn't know what to make. Maybe he wants to try and sneak in an Imperial Age if his opponent isn't going to attack. But now, a little skirmish across the middle. The archers are firing back and forth. The Sacred Site going to get decapped. The Mounted Samurai looking to angle for.
Nó đến bỏ cái viền aura màu vàng đi đúng không? Lại gọi aura màu vàng trông khó chơi.
So many mounted samurai here just wrapping around to that back squishy line, taking out the front line very handily indeed. All the Redari swept off the map. Those archers running for their lives. They do no damage whatsoever to these units, and Wham takes a 30 supply lead here. Even the slow crossbows, the spearmen are going to try and do what they can. Quite a few in that back line there, but Marine Lord's food income is not there. It is just not a level playing field. You see a lot of farms being produced, but I tell you what, Wham is not going to let him breathe or get that opportunity.
Yeah, he just placed all these farms here and he just lost a fight in the middle of the map. Wham just charging down with the samurai, the Akir making the last valiant.
Anh vẫn đợi mà, đang ngồi chơi mà.
Going to game 5.
This is awesome to see. This man right here on the camera, the only person in the history of AoE 4 to not just take 1 map off Marine Lord in the final of Wololo, but 2, bringing him to match point here. It's all down to 1 game here, Winston, and I tell you what, these players...
Nó cứ để trước vào nó thành cái sự kiện con kẻ, nó anh không hay lắm. Kiểu nó cứ để riêng ra ấy.
Because we have 2 civs left on the final game, which means that you can essentially snipe.
Em cũng chịu. Em hy vọng là nó nhanh nhưng mà nó không nhanh như dự kiến.
Not one of the strongest civs coming into this tournament, but he picked it with confidence in the semifinals.
And it's going to be Frisian as our final map as well, I believe.
What a crazy map too. We've had so many incredible Frisian games this game, but let's first take a look at some of these replays. I feel like Wham got so much tempo from those raids on the gold mine.
I mean, honestly, the amount of gold that he denied there, slowing down the age 3 of his opponent many times. The food was there, but the gold wasn't. Just needed 1 more drop off, but Wham somehow just knew about it. Some of these fights looked like they could have been a bit close.
Chuyển vùng cái cốt đây là chuyển vùng nào? Anh chuyển không được. Tham gia ngáo và Marseille thu nhập nay vẫn cố chấp đánh Marseille đúng map này thu nhập tiếp. Em nghĩ là cái này balance của nó là cái là ship nào thắng được nhau đúng không? Hay là em nhầm? Chắc là CP nào nó cũng thắng được nhau đúng không?
He just started to produce as this fight took off. He had nothing in queue when he took this engagement, maybe overestimating his position here, but Wham surely
Cái một sáng vừa hợp lý. Cũng may lại không cố ngồi kiểu xem với anh em chứ còn xem thấy mệt lắm.
Wham was to getting all that wildlife off the map, all the berries as well. There was still like a boar in the south there that could have been Marine Lords potentially, I suppose, with Macedonia. They can't mine the boar, right? Gather the boar? Yeah, okay. I just think there. It's been a long AoE 4 series when it comes down to it, but yeah, I think that's something that he thought about. And Wham wasn't like super greedy in that regard. He was also getting farms in the mix. He got a second TC behind it as well. Wham was not like, you know, honing in on.
Nó tổ chức 2 buổi trong ngày hợp lý hơn. Tức là nó chia hẳn ra ấy, nó chia hẳn ra cho là cái đế chế 4 này nó có một cái thời gian riêng luôn ấy. Nó đủ BO5 luôn, anh không cần phải nó là buổi riêng. Nó đủ BO5 luôn, xong rồi kiểu mình biết là đế chế 2 của nó bắt đầu lúc nào ấy. Chứ còn không cần nó phải đến mức là kiểu thành riêng hay gì cả, chỉ là thành một buổi sáng buổi chiều hay gì cả. Kiểu người ta cũng đâu có
Civs are just in two totally different leagues. So both these players do have to think about things. Which Civ is Wham gonna consider going up against his Hatery? Zushi's kind of a rough one. Iabid very rough actually. But yeah, you can see that both these players under a lot of pressure here. They brought each other to the finish line. But which one is going to be the one to take it all home?
Hôm nay lễ phục sinh mọi người đi xem đông thì tổ chức chung 2 trận chung kết. Không, chung 2 trận chung kết thì đúng rồi. Nhưng mà kiểu nó kiểu để thời gian dành cho đế chế 4 luôn ấy. Chứ nó không nên để kiểu là kiểu đế chế 2 bao giờ đế chế 4 xong thì đế chế 2 bắt đầu như thế này. Em nghĩ cái đấy thì không đúng. Không nên.
Better than me, and I mean Hatery, it being this kind of wild card pick, and this is one of the better maps for it. You got to be a little bit worried if you are Marine Lord about that as well.
And he's taking just a sip here as everyone's just preparing. A shake of the head there, clearly thinking about that last game maybe a little and just disappointed. Knows he is kind of expected to deliver in these moments, and that was tough.
It was tough, but Wham looking pretty calm and cool. I feel the pressure is a little...
Kiểu nó chỉ cần là để như thế thôi, xong rồi kiểu nó có cái event ấy. Nó có event là cho các cái sự kiện khác ngoài lề để cho người ta đến sớm ấy. Kiểu người ta chủ yếu đến là lễ khai mạc đúng không? Người ta đến lễ khai mạc thì mình tổ chức làm sao cái lễ khai mạc nó hay vào, xong rồi thì, người ta sẽ đến vì cái lễ khai mạc nữa.
Liereyy, so things are just getting great here in Londinium.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those AoE 2 fans out there, very often in StarCraft, when we have like a, you know, a bit of a lopsided semi-finals where it isn't the best day, we always know a great grand finals day is going to happen, and I hope it's going to be the same way later for you guys. And if this series is anything to go by, you're in for a good one later on as well.
Oh yeah, and you can see Wham still just, his facial expressions have not changed yet.
Iceman.
Iceman. Ooh, that's a cool nickname. Is that it now? Is that what we call him?
Iceman. Has a nice big polar bear as well. Ooh. Man from Canada. Lots of ice. Who knows? Who knows? Ooh, and we're going to get right on into it. Final map here for the Age of Empires 4.
Em nghĩ ít người xem thực sự là xem chung.
This man spawning over
Em thì em nghĩ thực sự ít người xem chung.
The camera switch, but over to the left as our red Hatery player. It is Wham.
Yeah, and we saw Wham pick it. I mean, Hatery has been used on Frisian in the past, so this isn't such a crazy pick. It's been used. I think it's fallen out of the meta since the last DLC where Civ's kind of shifted up and really changed how it goes. The map has also undergone quite some changes. The meta has gotten a little bit faster. Previously, the King was like a decent option on this map, but it's just a bit slow. Now players may be opting for the mind work from the HRE here, and we'll see what Wham's doing, because yesterday he went for the King and it just did not look that great, but maybe it just wasn't a good showing. Maybe it was a matchup issue. Maybe Vortex just had something great for him in that match.
Oh, what's that? Is that a scout?
Giờ 6 giờ sáng kịp xem trận 7 rồi.
For a moment, it might be a villager going for an aggressive.
Đúng rồi, kiểu em nghĩ là làm được mà, làm theo kiểu giữa DC2 và giữa đầu tiên tổ chức một cái event thật là hay, đúng không? Sau đấy là vừa đánh vừa nói chuyện với em, nói chuyện với anh em kiểu nát bét hết. Không có sức đánh. Ý là đầu tiên là tổ chức một cái lễ khai mạc thật tốt, đúng không? Sau đấy tổ chức DC4 nữa, xếp đúng thời gian cho nó dự kiến là từ 9 giờ cho nó 3 tiếng đi. 3 tiếng đi, còn giữa cái đấy thì có cái gì khác thì cứ phải cố lèn vào.
In the dark age, and maybe thinking, oh, if you are going to be going to barracks, that is very, very likely. I don't really want to overcommit to the water, because then I'm just behind and losing all my docks.
Yeah, it's probably expected here to see the barracks from the HRE. It's a pretty nice opening for them. We'll see if Marine Lord Scout is able to spot this. It is now moving around past that dock. This is a critical moment for his Scout. He'll see the canceled barracks, and that might give him some indication that something could be up, and surely he's about to spot the barracks from Wham here. And he does.
Yeah, no gold being mined from this base, and Marine Lord probably thinking, you know what, I'm very happy I didn't go too greedy here, because right now we see he's not gathering wood at all, or he's just switching to it, but he's got enough food here, so taking those guys off the sheep there, did not go for the mill.
Cô xem là sau đây một đang đánh, nghe một đang đánh thì em không xem được tại vì ban tổ chức không cho vào xem. Chứ biết đâu. Một cô đang đánh thì em không vào xem được. Tiếp tiếp với anh em.
Getting a few of them for free leaves your macro open to a lot of things. You can kind of do as you wish. On the back of it, you can make, sometimes you can go for a stable and add horsemen. You could go your own archers or spearmen as well. Things just sort of are flexible when you have these units to deal with this early aggression. The timing is a bit awkward at times because it does take a while for a Ubits to age up and then a while to get that first reinforcement out. But once you have it, the spearmen should be no issue. Wham has decided to stop at 3 spearmen, which is just enough to be pretty dang annoying against that dock.
Pretty dang annoying. Now his Scout is in the main base of Marine Lord, so we'll be able to get good vision on which wing he's up against. And these players are so good that seeing that wing over there, he knows it's a military wing. Now that could also be a blacksmith wing, which has been getting a little bit more, playtime and what have you, meaning that, hey, a feudal fight could be among us. But those
Chin được Mông Cổ thì kiểu đánh đẩy lâu đài người ta vậy. Đã biết làm gì.
This matchup on Frisian was in the practice rotation for either player. Maybe Wham knew this was an option, but as we said, with the draft changing so recently, it might just be that this is starting to be some pretty quick, on-the-fly strategic decision-making, because what can you do? You can't plan for everything. There are simply too many matchups, and we might be in for some real spice here. Things could get really crazy really fast as, yeah, we're probably not going to be going by the book very shortly.
No, we've got to wait as well and see which age up Wham's going to go for, because, Marine Lord's cards have been revealed, but Wham's still yet to age up. Going for that second dock, does now have the gold available, and it's going to be a mine walk here, so that means he'll be able to get upgrades very quickly. 7 upgrading it as well, going for some power docks. That dog could be a real thorn in his side if it starts attacking that worker as well, which it does.
Oh, the wolf on the ville thing. Oh, poor Wham. That villager just has to run super far away to get the wolf de-aggroed, and the Scout pretty happy with that moment.
It definitely will, and there is a Desert Raider now on the field, meaning that, where is that guy actually? Coming out here just to secure this dock. Another villager has been moved out as well. Remember, Ibid docks are significantly cheaper. Wham does
double stable.
He must know that this is a potential for a play as well.
Full Desert Raider.
Full Desert Raider.
Full Desert Raider against HRE, which I think it actually works pretty well against the Minework. Now, there is the follow-up into Archers for HRE, which might be the play, but the Desert Raider just does pretty well against, I mean, you got all pikes. It's just so good.
So the thing about Minewalk, it's not necessarily going to be for Owl Pikes. It's going to be about getting Archer upgrades very quickly,
Yes.
I'd imagine. And if you're going for Archer play and you've got a bunch of Desert Raiders, you can then go into very quick Horsemen as well. So the way that Marine Lord's playing, it's uncomfortable to go up against. It's awkward, it's weird. Now, it's all about how fast these guys scout each other out.
The villager has been pretty low. He will go home. He will go home indeed.
No kill on that Villy. Lives to see another day. Does head back home. But that does definitely slow down dock play and dock production. So right now, Wham leading on the eco front. Is going to start working on some upgrades as well, getting lumber harvesting going. He's got the docks going as well, faster than his opponent. And these are just some of the things that can be very helpful for you as a HRE player. Because again, are you going to be happy about this situation? I'm a bit worried for Wham that no units are being made just yet. And Marine Lord does have 5 Desert Raiders out, 2 Horsemen and more. That's going to be that's a risky play. That is a very risky play.
This is a risky play against the Desert Raider Horseman combination of Marine Lord, especially as he seems to have tempo on the map with the mobile units. He is both defending his dock villagers and denying the docks of Wham at the same time. Is Wham, does he have a potent strategy here? Hiding a villager in the south here, HRE, does he just have the chops to keep up with the Ayubids here? Marine Lord looking solid in this opening so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the army he's gone for as well is very awkward. It's very mobile as well. Like, the fact that you have those Desert Raiders on the field means that Horsemen are going to be far less effective. Yeah, your Spearmen as HRE are faster, but getting an army out to deal with this and stop this dock bleeding, it's going to be hard.
2 stables from Wham.
Getting Owl Pikes will be, like you talked about it earlier, getting Owl Pikes for the Horsemen is also going to be a pretty nice deal. We'll kind of negate that Camel debuff a little bit.
Yeah, but the Desert Raiders against Horsemen,
they do a lot of damage.
Melee a bit, and they do take a lot of damage back, but they deal so much damage on the front. If Marine Lord feels like he has the numbers, he could just go for the throat here. The economy of Wham, he's massively invested in these pawns just recently. Remember, we're just barely tickling the feudal age here, and the Horsemen, for both players, going to clash over essentially the last 2 docks of Wham.
Yeah, this is really a lot of mobility out of Marine Lord and a lot of firepower as well. Having this big switch where you can make them go range or melee to take down the docks much faster, and all of a sudden, that eco advantage that Wham did weasel himself out here, kind of diminishing. And on the other side of things, it does look like Marine Lord has been spreading docks. There is a little red blip on the minimap that might be looking around to deny and see what he can do. But already, I feel that Ayubid is doing a good job of just being the bully.
That sneak Vil that went to the south, I think Vil to Halcyon, has now gotten up 2 docks, and we'll see if Marine Lord scouts that. Typically, he's very good at keeping on top of that, but right now, I believe his scout is in this main army, trying to spot when the Horsemen and the Spearmen engage. So Wham trying to play it sneaky, trying to get some advantages elsewhere on the map, because he knows he can't hold his own base right now. Marine Lord just going to take more and more fishing out of the equation for Wham while he's forced to rebuild it on the back of this. The Horsemen going to clash here, but the...
Oh, I mean, this is really nice out of Marine Lord. They're both trying to utilize their units as good as possible.
Whoa.
Finding out in the open, though, if these Horsemen get a wraparound so the Spear can get on top of these Desert Raiders, that'll be brutal. Lovely focus fire out these Desert Raiders, utilizing their very quick attack and spin. I tell you what, Wham is doing a good job of keeping most of his units alive here, but now he's out in the open. I'm not sure if Wham can be here.
No, the camels could just turn at any moment. There's only 3 Spearmen left. They're getting focused down. Marine Lord just falling back to the reinforcements as well. Not many units streaming across from Wham. The scouts are even involved here. This is where all the marbles, the fight will now go in favor of Marine Lord. Wham on the retreat, on the heels, but there are so many camels.
So many camels, even with +1 armor, they are able to easily clean up those spears, and that is one of the issues when you're against such a mobile army. If you're caught out on the map, there is no way back home. Going for +1 attack, I don't know if he does have Owl Pikes already. I'm not sure he does. Oh, he does have Owl Pikes already. Okay, so these units are dealing as much damage as they possibly can here.
Marine Lord Scout is going south from the sacred site. Wham just invested so many docks. We can see it going south.
Yeah,
He's going to spot the new docks. He's going to spot that there's been a Vil sneaking in the south. And Marine Lord, he's going to just send his units right there after Wham just invested hundreds of wood.
There is a demo being made somewhere, and there are a lot of units, and there's been a lot of chaos so far.
Could be a demo moment, but it looks like Marine Lord is so wise to it. The Horseman going to back away. The explosion not utilized in this moment. A big investment. That is 160 resources. Boom in the water and nothing to hit.
No, and I mean, yes, he's been spreading, getting a good little Horseman counterattack. In small numbers, these Desert Raiders don't want to be fighting against these Horsemen. Marine Lord still with a decent amount of units back home, but these are very well upgraded Horsemen. Fights happening here, there, and everywhere. We've got little blinkers happening all over the minimap here, but that Desert Raider count is getting big here, Winston. Wham is doing a good job of accumulating a lot of resources here in food. 29 on food here, getting out a lot of Spearmen. And against the Spearman-Horseman mix, you do have to micro so damn well with these Desert Raiders.
Yeah, none on gold compared to 12. Of course, these Desert Raiders do cost a bit of gold, but things could not be more clear for Wham in this moment. He needs to make Horsemen, he needs to make Spearmen, and they need to win the game soon. And things are heating up here. Marine Lord is up 10 villagers in this game 5. Golden Age 2 even has been activated. His base building at home, feeling comfortable. Things are looking crazy. The armies could clash in the south.
Still, okay, Marine Lord does have +1 range attack now, but he has to be careful here, Winston, because if there is a big wraparound, if Wham can get around this army, it won't last for a long time, so Marine Lord has to make sure that he's able to run away whenever he can. Those Spearmen are a bit faster than normal. I tell you what, going to start getting some pokes going on.
Oh, big engagement for Wham. He's made so many Spearmen and so many Marine Lord's units go down here.
7 Desert Raiders, 8 in production here. Marine Lord has 16 villagers on gold, which is a huge number. But does he have to start thinking about switching it up? As long as he has field to run, he's going to be feeling pretty okay. And again, has Wham stepped a little bit too far here? Some of these Desert Raiders are getting picked off from these Spearmen that are a little bit faster than normal. And I tell you what, you do have to be so careful with these Desert Raiders. They are not cheap.
Quite an engagement for Wham. He's continuing that production, now moving villagers to gold himself, maybe thinking about some additional upgrades, feeling that the pressure is off. He was able to weather the storm. His docks did go down, a huge economic loss, but on the back of it, he seems okay, only down 10 villagers.
Yeah, Wham, or 10 eco even, including the fishing boats, but you know that Marine Lord wants to be on the south side of the map. He wants to be burning down those docks. They are more expensive for your opponent. He got it set up. They're going to last for a long time. Wham wants the attention anywhere but. That is why he's here. He's on the other side of the map. He's near his opponent. He's getting a lot of gold here, probably thinking about an age up as well. That is so many guys on gold. Even thinking about regular archers here. That must have been quite a sad archer there. And Marine Lord, he's having to fight in 2 places at once. This is when Desert Raider Micro gets very, very tricky.
Yeah, Marine Lord looks like he was actually aiming for that Castle Age. So 2 games in a row, Wham raids the gold at the perfect time.
And 6 Desert Raiders in queue. Still so much emphasis here on a feudal situation. These Spearmen still able to deal quite a bit of damage, but he has to be so careful. As this army gets thinned out, it will not be able to stick around. And Wham realizing how many guys on gold there, yeah, he has to be thinking it's going to be Castle. And I tell you what, the situation doesn't get better for him. As Desert Raiders hit age 3, it gets so damn scary if you're a H3 player stuck in this kind of army. Look at this, lovely micro, focusing down these horsemen one by one. These Desert Raiders do great damage, even against these nice range army units.
This is just looking better and better for Marine Lord. The number's just not there, but Wham maybe was thinking about going Castle Age, has 600 gold and nothing to really spend it on at this moment. Just sticking with the plan of Horsemen, Spearmen, and logistics is coming in. That's going to be massive. Relic grabbing on the field, also healing. We've seen a lot of these Desert Raiders are very hurt, and them getting healed up here very quickly, mind you, by these the Dervishes could look amazing for Marine Lord. And the Prelate goes down, the economy under attack.
This is very scary now because Marine Lord, he's looking strong, he's looking fierce. There's a lot of villagers out on the map. Wham does have Wheelbarrow available, but now that Marine Lord's come over here, knowing the army's somewhere in the main base, he can start picking off the villagers, but also working down to the south, away from his base while he's taken up, and close to where the docks are. Lots of the food income.
Wham once again sort of forced to defend his base by charging into death with his army, just sending them forward, saying, I need you to buy me just a little more time, please. But Marine Lord will have none of it. He will not even let these spearmen hit him. Potentially, ooh, well, I spoke too soon, but Marine Lord still whittling down these numbers so effectively. And Logistic Swing is only a minute away.
Oh, this is brutal for Wham. I mean, you said buying time, but buying time for what? It's his opponent that has time on his side. Logistics means he's going to be grabbing relics. Hatery really want relics. The eco is so much better for higher bid as well. So many guys on gold.
Rams!
Oh, and Rams. That's going to make short work of these docks, and that is one advantage of having that Desert Raider wing. Even your camels can start producing siege.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Wham will hear the sound, hear the news. Golden Age Tier 3 even is in. So many bonuses are accumulating for Marine Lord. Things are just looking better and better for the reigning champion to hold his title. Wham making one last charge here, potentially trying to get us around on all of these Desert Raiders, but it's just not enough. Marine Lord just whittles away once again.
He's whittling down those spearmen, and if he gets rid of all of those, age up has happened. The face of Wham probably in despair right now. The webcams are obviously a little bit later on the front, keeping a few spearmen in this stealth forest here, but the upgrades are coming online. Relics will start getting grabbed. There are more Desert Raiders in total than any number of military on the field for Wham. And I tell you what, soon they're going to get upgraded pretty massively here with that veterancy.
And Camel Lancers as well, going to be the next unit of choice for Marine Lord. He switches several to melee mode and just takes the fight. He says, you've been chasing me around, now I want to take the fight to you, Wham, he says. Marine Lord now running down what remains of Wham's army, looking for the kill, looking for it all.
And you see that bit of disappointment on the face of Wham here, realizing that maybe his time has come to an end here. He's made it to the final, but once again, oh, Marine Lord being a bit crazy there with his Desert Raiders, but they have all turned silver. This means that they are upgraded, they are a lot stronger. The fights have not been fair thus far. Marine Lord taking this fight here, doing incredibly well, and I think this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Marine Lord is our champion here in Game 5, match point.
Once again, he does it.
The three-peat, the Wololo, undefeated, undisputed champion of Redbull Wololo. 3 times in a row. This time he was taken to the very end. The first time he's ever dropped him in the final of Wololo. But what a performance from our Victor and from our second placer as well. We'll hear what the man has to say. Take it away, Zoe.
Thank you so much. Everyone, give it up for our champion, Marine Lord. Another trophy for your trophy case. But Marine Lord, this was unprecedented because Wham did push this. He really made you work so hard for it. What made this game so close?
I mean, to be fair, I was expecting him to do worse because that was the same quality as he gives in practice. And in practice, it's always pretty much 2-3 or 3-2, and with parties, world months. So I was expecting him to have some nerves and like not be as ready as me, but it went toe to toe, and I think every game that he won, he had a better sieve, and every game that I won, I drafted better, I think. So, and yeah, he played very well.
Do you feel that pressure? Because people do expect you to sweep it cleanly and like play so dominantly. Does that play in your head once you're actually on the back foot or once your opponent manages to even out a series?
No, I really don't care. I won enough trophies, so I know I just want to have fun. So I don't really put pressure on myself. And yeah, I just try to have fun, and it was very fun to have such a close 3-2 against Wham.
You couldn't have asked for a better final. You guys made it so exciting. Now, Marine Lord, before I'm going to let you lift that trophy that is rightfully yours after this victory, any final words to the people who have been following and supporting you on your journey?
I mean, thanks everyone for the support. Thanks my team, Gentlemates. Thanks to all my sponsors. Thanks to my family. Thanks to my cat. And yeah, thanks to everyone else here. Yeah, a lot. So yeah, thanks everyone.
I'll take that one from you. And now, Marine Lord, this is your big moment. Everyone, Marine Lord!
The champion of Redbull Wololo, Age of Empires 4, Marine Lord!
not hear him in my ear. I have no idea.
I just needed this. Well, let's keep the energy up, my friends. What an incredible final we've just seen. Before we get fully settled, how about we put our hands together for our valiant runner-up, Wham, as well. 3-2. He went down swinging. He gave us a hell of a show. Well done, Wham. All right, as we set things up and get ready for the next stage of the proceedings, we have am somewhat flattered to tell you, have received several requests to replay the sea shanty bit from earlier. Very pleased to hear you all enjoyed my singing so much, or maybe everyone's just got the song stuck in their head and this is the only way they're gonna get it out. In any case, we're gonna play it again, so please enjoy from the HMS Londinium filmed earlier this week, the Wololo Sea Shanty.
Deck by lantern glow, on biscuit hard and pea soup slow, we filled our bowls and raised a cheer, for Redbull Wololo was drawing near. Oh, gather round and hear the tale of captains bold and kingdoms frail, of banners bright and iron will, and relics fought for blood to spill. Now cast your mind back to the year of our king, when the bells of the world had ceased to ring. 2,000 years and 20 more, the great ship Londinium spied the shore!
Land ho!
Out of the mist, the governor, yo, dealt the very first winning blow. He raised the trophy to the virtual skies and claimed for the East the maiden prize. Hey! Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Through wind and rain, Germany to Spain, into London town we roll. Yo ho, Wololo, hear the seas of legends roll. Red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow.
Then Liereyy took the captain's wheel with fingers fast and nerves of steel. Then doubt rose up to claim the prize, with castle lie within his eyes.
Then the ship made land on German shore. At Heidelberg's gate, we called for war. The Viper struck with crown of flame in desert sands and halls of fame. We sailed her south through Spanish lands after Tato won with steady hands.
At El Renado's walls of stone, young Hera claimed the Spanish throne.
Now the ship is moored in London mud to settle the score in sweat and blood. Beneath the Albert Dome so high, we'll watch the Wololo banners fly. Yo ho! Wololo, hear the seas of legends roll. Red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow. Yo ho! Wololo to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, journeys fade to London town we go. Yo ho! Wololo to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Wind and rain, journeys fade. To Redbull Wololo.
What terrific fun we're having here at the Redbull Wololo halftime show, brought to you by Loom. Protect your villagers today for the low cost of just 50 gold. And heated shot, not as useful as it seems. The festivities continue, my friends. We've got a very special program here for you. You may have festivities continue, my friends. We've got a very special program here for you. You may have noticed throughout the entire Redbull Wololo series, we've had a specially composed piece of music, an original piece of music by Ben Fowler that was composed specifically for Redbull.
Và bắt đầu với phần để chơi 2 thôi. Oh my god. Nếu mà có một cái sự kiện mà kiểu đế chế 1, đế trai, đế chế 4 AoM đúng không? Thì chắc là nó phải 2 ngày nhỉ. Ví dụ cái trận đế chế 1 của năm trước nó chỉ có đúng trận chung kết. Ủa, bên phía bên ban tổ chức họ không có nhạc. Đợi ok anh em. Nhạc này của Redbull sẽ đánh bản chung. Người nào cũng phải chữa bật được.
And now, to conclude the halftime presentation, a special extra addition to the entertainment festivities. It's now going to be me playing the organ. I'm going to have a turn, please. Thank you. This wasn't on the schedule, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, here we go. Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, all right, we ready? Here we go. It's pretty good, huh?
I don't understand this. It's nonsense. This is...
Pay no attention to the man in the peanut gallery. He has no taste, I can tell you that.
This captain... This is incredible.
I hate it when people don't take this event seriously.
We want to hear more for the orchestra, right? Vamos, the orchestra!
Enough on the orchestra!
Incredible! Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the Age of Empires 2 Grand Finals. I get the sense that we're all ready for that. Indeed, that's what I thought. But before we get to see them battle it out on the stage, let's take a look at how they got here.
Well, that has been the road we have taken to the finals here at Redbull Wololo Londinium. But there is a road yet left to travel. We have two competitors waiting in the wings, ready to get underway. Zoe, Hera, and Liereyy, two titans of the game. I can't wait to see them do battle.
Yeah, and they are so familiar with each other, which makes this so much more exciting. Both of these players have had an extremely dominant run through the playoffs. They barely had to show anything during the semifinals. So really, there might be a lot of cards up those sleeves.
Yes, indeed. I think we are going to be in for a hell of a show between two of the game's all-time greats. Who's looking forward to seeing these two players do battle? The energy is at an all-time high, my friends, and we're in a safe pair of hands. Casting our match, cast your eyes to the stands above and bear witness to T90 and Dave. On the other side of this, they will be teeing up our grand final.
The crowd is something that's new to me, and especially this time around, we have numbers that I've never seen, so that's gonna for sure get me a bit nervous. Let's see how I can keep my cool under that pressure, though.
I've never played in front of that many people as we expect in the Red Albert Hall. Expectation/goal is definitely just enjoy the moment and remember it for the rest of my life.
It's finals day here at Redbull Wololo. One and all to the Royal Albert Hall.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Led Zeppelin, The Beatles, Eric Clapton, and Age of Empires.
Thôi anh em đổi sang cái máy khác nhé. Đổi sang máy khác thì anh em sẽ đỡ bị rẻ tiếng. Cái này cái đường mic nó lại ở trên này. Đường hình nó tốt hơn đâu. Em sẽ phải đọc chat bên này và đổi lại máy. Cái máy PC sẽ không dùng để xem nữa. Chất lượng tốt hơn chưa? Đảm bảo chất lượng. Đợi tí để phải đổi lại cái stream mà tổ chức thì nó mới nét được.
The grand final is upon us. All that remains is for us to introduce the players.
And I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind here that Hera is currently the #1 in the world.
Không chọt kia, không cốt playful là tội ác.
He's the type of player who turned the modern era into his own personal dynasty. He came here undefeated, untouched, and he is so ready to prove to everyone that the crown is his alone. But his challenger today, a teammate, a practice partner, and a friend. Liereyy, a legend in his own right, who has found himself in the grand final of Redbull Wololo 6 times. Twice, he came out the winner. Both times against Hera. Alas, that was many moons ago and the times have changed. But he once more emerges victorious, ready in the grand final to take his throne back.
My friends, please welcome to the stage the reigning Redbull Wololo champion. It is Hera! Opponents, a two-time Redbull Wololo champion,
welcome to the stage,
Ok, sẵn sàng rồi. Tất cả công cụ đã có. Giờ là chúng ta cast thôi.
Unbelievable. Liereyy Hera? Yeah, unbelievable. I'm so nervous right now. I can only imagine how they feel. I can only imagine how much I'm making it worse because they can hear me say. We're gonna have to be really careful. But ladies and gents, we are going to have our draft live.
Đây là phần cấm chọn anh em nhé. Hôm nay thì chúng ta sẽ có phần cấm chọn trực tiếp. Tại vì nhạc hay quá nên để nhạc lên anh em.
Computer, I cannot tell you how uncomfortable it is to have to use a pen or a pencil at times.
I can't even write anymore.
Yeah, I had to write a check a couple months ago, and it was terrifying. So here we've got these two, pen and pencil out, ready to go, handshakes, and yeah, we're gonna get into it here. Shape up our final, and that is
glasses.
The home map. Dave actually put on his glasses as he said that. I just want everyone to know.
It reminded me. As you get older, you know.
Yeah.
Forget how to write, forget how to see.
Speaking of getting older, I actually cannot see. It is Volpine.
It's Volpine, yeah. That's your favorite map, right?
It is, yes, the Foxes. And I wasn't going to say it. I might as well say it during the draft. But apparently, yesterday during the semifinal, I heard fox noises, and I told myself, Tristan, don't complain about this. That's unprofessional. There were no foxes on the map. Production added that in to annoy me.
Looks like we have Hentrold as well. Remember, this is a best of 9, so we're getting most of the maps here.
I think it's 11 maps in the pool, yeah. So really you can think about what maps do players maybe don't want to play. And I think it's kind of tough because they're both so dominant on all settings. Typically I would say the very closed maps, but this is Empire Wars.
I'm happy to see Thames there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see ourselves casting in the Royal Albert Hall in the north of Thames. Got
Very fitting.
Stonefront coming out now.
And also, not really taking too much time on this, are they?
No, I think when you only have 2 maps that can't be drafted here, I think it's pretty clear.
The Civs, it's going to get a lot more intense. Rampart, another map. Civilization's going to be tricky, and yeah, again, you're really used to your computer. You're used to being able to look at the bar, which shows you when the bans and the picks come in. There's Blue Wells, our new map.
Lierey's played that a couple times already.
Yeah, Hera as well.
I don't recall Hera playing it.
He did one time. It was against Hart, and I believe he played Ethiopians there. Okay, that was the map that I was expecting to not see played today. So clearly some tricks up the sleeve here.
That is, by the way, Crazini, our wonderful admin.
Oh yes,
we should appreciate it.
He's looking fantastic.
He's looking great.
He's looking fantastic. And here we go. This is gonna be map. What?
Spin to win?
What is this actually? We've got a spinning.
Hey! Nobody wins.
Didn't account for that one.
Yeah. If it ends up there again.
There's someone.
What if it's just a continuous
There's
loop?
someone who's on the production team back there who brought this up, and he was like,
Hey! No! Wait a second.
We've got to get to the games here. Crazini says, all right. And it's going to be Crownwood.
Great map. Yep. It's a very fun map to watch. He's also pulling up another one there. Is that Dorothea Court?
I mean, these are all the maps I want to see these two play. I think Stonefront is the one where if I'm Liereyy, I want to play that one because maybe Hera's a little untested on the water maps. I don't know. But yeah, all these maps very open, and these two are both so aggressive. Really fun to watch them duke it out with military.
this is where the difficult part of the draft begins.
Yeah.
The maps, there's not a lot of options there. You just leave 2 out of the table. But now we get to the civs, and we have so many civilizations in our game now. It's going to become endlessly complicated here for these two. They know each other so well, though.
Yeah.
So do you think there's any way to work in a surprise in the draft?
So
without us revealing something
again,
to them?
ever so slightly awkward because they both can hear us right now up on our stage. But I do think they're both going to look for 1 or 2 of them. I don't think you go for surprises early picks here, Dave. They're both so experienced. The civilizations are fairly figured out. They know each other. What typically breaks a final is a 5th and beyond pick beating a top 3 or 4 pick. If you have 1 or 2 of those, you're going to look really strong here. So I think the civs that come to mind, maybe we'll get to, but they've got a lot of maps to work with. They might break it into category, which makes it a little bit easier. I know many of the viewers watching probably don't play tournaments. You might not even play online, but you could look at Hengehold, Stonefront, Rampart maybe is somewhat similar and say, okay, well, I'm good with opening archers there. And there's obviously quite a list of civilizations from there. So typically you're going to see players go for very flexible civilizations unless it's very specific. So like Loch Ness is a lot more defensive and boomy style. There you might see the early picks come in early. Civs like Vikings, Herald, and Bengalis before. Italians is a civ that both players like. Blue Whales as well. Lots of fishing, so more fishing-oriented civs. And my goodness, this music is incredible.
Can we get some recognition for the orchestra here playing Schamberger in the background during this draft? It's very calming.
I'm going to take it 1 step further and just say thank you so much to the community watching this, supporting
everybody,
this, the production, everyone with Red Bull who made this happen. I know it's early, we're just starting, but we're going to be into the games here. Microsoft World's Edge, everything's just been such an incredible opportunity. I'm so thankful. Dave and I were recounting as we see Bengalis there. I think Hera went first pick Bengalis in his semifinal, so that's
a
an
good
interesting
band.
Snag. Or, oh, sorry, band. My bad.
It's a band. They
I
have a
got
few
excited.
bands.
I wanted to get to the Sid picks.
I know.
I got excited.
I know. We're all on the edge of our seat here, but since we don't have seats, we're gonna
We don't
actually.
Edge of my seat would be falling off of this floor.
I'll catch you.
Which is only slightly terrifying. But
We might go down together.
Yeah.
Saracen's band from Hera, I think that's also a great one. Portuguese as well, those fast archer civilizations.
Yeah, the bands do, if you watch standard tournaments, the bands do change a little bit. One civilization you don't see banned or picked a lot here is actually Chinese. It's a very awkward start with Empire Wars. But I think like civ like Tupi, I think we might even see Mapuche banned. I mean, Liereyy has consistently banned all 3 of the new DLC civilizations. He did say 3 weeks ago he didn't have the DLC purchased. Liereyy, smile at us.
Poles is...
If that's the case. Because if I'm Hera right now, Hera should be like, I'm not banning Mapuche. I'm not banning Muisca. I'll ban Vietnamese instead.
Competitive integrity at its finest right there. We see the Poles ban as well from Liereyy, and the thing is, Hera always manages to sneak in the Poles somewhere in a grand final, especially when it's a best of 7, best of 9.
True.
And it's a civ that not many people think about, so I think that's a smart ban from Liereyy. Just get it off the table.
Koreans also most played civilization during the ladder qualifier. Someone's going to be banning this civ typically, or first picking it, so nice ban there from Hera.
Mongols, great ban.
Mongols?
Saw what Liereyy did with the Mongols against Sebastian.
And he did it on Rampart.
Which is one of the maps. Yeah, you have to get rid of the Mongols. Persians as well, a good civ on every single map here.
Lierey's got 1 more ban now, and there's 2 more new DLC civilizations, so he might have gone ahead and bought the new DLC at this point. He's going to make a couple dollars from this event, win or lose, so I'm sure he can afford it.
Looks like Hera's really considering here. He wants the ban. Dylan Frazzini now. What's it going to be? There was quite a bit of thought behind this one. Mayans.
Okay.
Another good ban against Liereyy.
All right, yeah, absolutely. Dave, I could see they removed the NS from that. And that was from last tournament. They made it Maya because that's more historically.
It's not the Maya, it's the Mayans. We're not calling them the Brito. It's the Britons.
We hate change here in Age of Empires.
They took my NS.
Well, actually, there's your NS up on screen, so there you go.
There we go. Aztecs as well banned.
Yeah. Well, what did Hera die to against MBL? He died to Aztecs game 1, and that was on actually map 1. So I think that's a really good ban. I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, well, there we go. Again, it's a tough situation. Typically, we're sharing our opinions on the draft. The players cannot hear. There is a civ, though. We're not going to say it. That Hera has loved on Dorothy Core. We saw it a couple times. I think we saw it from one of his teammates. I think we saw it from mr.yo. That's basically me saying it, but...
Picking up a little bit of tempo on the chamber there. It's a slow builder, so...
I wonder who named...
background music through so many like group projects and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's sick, dude. That's sick. Yeah. That's my ringtone when you call me, bro. It's good old Schamberger, but I'm gonna need to
customized?
I'm gonna need to replace it with this version because this version is just insane.
Okay, now here come the picks. Very, very important, especially the order, right? A lot about civ drafting is where you can sneak in the civs you really want without sacrificing the position in the draft.
Yeah. I think I'm curious to see if Bulgarians gets picked up here because I feel like Bulgarians are made for Empire Wars.
Well,
they just don't have any eco bonuses, so.
But it was the last pick of the game.
Yeah. Well, it's a good later pick though. It's a very good later pick. Hera seems to be shielding the camera with his words, so there's no lip sync action for the casters here.
I think he's blocking the cell.
That could be that too.
Dravidians.
Dravidian's super good on Blue Wells and Loch Ness. And like we said, there's 2 maps there out of the potential 9 where you've got those water-oriented civs. So I like going for the water picks earlier.
Also, you know, we were talking about the Cumans, how they get that fast start because they have cheaper buildings. Dravidians get 200 extra wood.
Yeah, it's
so
huge.
It's basically like the same start.
Yeah, Hera has played that multiple times.
Way and Burgundians, great civilizations here, especially with the Flemish militia being the way it is right now.
Yeah, Burgundians is perfect for Empire Wars. Definitely have my feelings on where these civs are going to play out, but it's still very early. There's Ethiopians now getting picked up.
They've been really prioritized during the group stage of this event.
I think Hera might have been the first one to do it as well, so I think other people saw him do it and said, hey, let's do that ourselves. Didn't necessarily work out as well for them.
Byzantines,
and then Byzantines.
always great. Doesn't even matter what tournament we're playing in. Feels like the Byzantines are always there on the draft.
Especially if you play towards just not making any early mistakes. You don't do anything crazy early on and you just defend. Very hard to break. I think that's perfect for Hera's play style.
Liereyy now picking. He gets to pick 2 here.
Also perfect for Lierey's play style.
Yeah.
Cheap archer ranges, cheap stables, allows you to go for the early aggression. Doubt that's for the second town center and feudal age, but maybe Lierey's got a trick up his sleeve.
Okay, so we're waiting for our next pick. See a view of the hall right now. It is unbelievable. We walked in here earlier this morning, and I think Tristan and I both got chills. We were getting instructions from the production crew, and I don't know about you, dude, but like, I couldn't pay attention.
To be honest, I've always had an issue paying attention to any instructions, so that wasn't too different for me. You know, Dave, we see Georgians come in. It just pops a thought into my mind. Armenians, a best of 9. They get mule cards, which should be very good. They have solid navy. They have like the longsword play, which could be good starting in feudal age. You got some options.
I mean,
out
they're
there.
listening to us right now.
Well, you know, they're not going to take my ideas, right? They're not going to take a caster's ideas. That would be ludicrous. But I think it's actually maybe pretty good later on in the draft.
Tatar is a very good civ for Dorothy or Corey.
And I think that was the one I was thinking of earlier.
Yeah, and I think Liereyy knew before you said it.
Yeah.
That it was out there.
Well, Lierey's also played.
I mean, both of these players, incredible drafters. They've had so much experience, right? Liereyy drafts towards his strengths. I think Hera more eliminates your strengths and capitalizes on your weaknesses.
Yeah. Ever so slight difference would be Hera typically a bit more defensive. He does have that aggressive switch.
And a little bit more adaptable as well.
Yeah. But yeah, Burgundians, Way, Cumans, Georgians here for Liereyy. And he will go for his next civilization here in a moment. But now this is where it gets tricky. All these other civilizations are no-brainers. Now you're getting down into the weeds a little bit after 6 bans and this many picks. Do you think they're learning about Age of Empires back there as they play this music for us?
I think so.
Think so? I think we're gonna have, what is it, 60 people in there? You think we'll have 60 people buying the game after this?
One person in that orchestra that played as a kid and is like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's just one.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. You'd be surprised. Most of the people here probably at one point in time saw a video or something and were like, wait, that game still exists? So and now they're here. Frank's there for Liereyy. Very good Civ. I like that pick as well because Hera has played that quite a few times himself.
Do we have another pick from Liereyy coming? I believe so. Kitans.
Dangerous Civ. Dangerous Civ in the hands of aggressive players. A bit awkward to manage economically, but if you can get going, can be incredibly strong. And we've got the Vikings. Big pick there, Dave. Still wondering, you know, what's the approach going to be on Loch Ness? I could see Vikings being the approach there. Also Dravidians and then Armenians there for Hera. So we're not wrong. I like the flexibility. I think like with Hera's approach, he could actually play that on most of these maps and just say, I have mule carts. I have mule carts. I could collect relics maybe, like even a weird play on like, henge holds because there's some relics there.
I mean, you could also go like long swords on places.
Yeah, it could be really good.
We've seen that before. It's a possibility.
Only 2 civs get mule carts, and it's split on either side here.
Blue is a very good civ. Very good water civilization. They can find the timings with the John Swordsman. There's a lot of possibilities with the Wu. We saw Viper try them yesterday on Loch Ness. Almost had it, just couldn't quite lock it down.
Yeah, almost locked it down on
Japanese is another excellent. I'm surprised that went so late.
Yeah, kind of forgot about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a bit easier to do as well when you're drafting this way versus on a screen.
Japanese have had such a resurgence lately. In the last couple of years, we see them in almost every single tournament. Especially since the speed of the men-at-arms got increased. It's such a dangerous opening.
Yeah.
And the water control is insane.
Oh man, I have some really big thoughts right now. We got
He forgot to get one.
Yeah, he didn't ban the Civ.
Hera was smiling a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's probably joking with Liereyy.
I got you, bro.
Liereyy can still play against it. There's a couple picks here. I'm wondering if we're going to see... Oh, Turks. Yeah, Hera loves the Turks. Can be very interesting in the late game, which he's so good to getting to. I like that pick for Hera, but again, the position of it's great because it's the late end of the draft. You wouldn't want to prioritize Turks very early here.
I think Liereyy has 2 more, and then Hera's got 1 more.
He's got the Wei. He's got the Wu. Will we see a Shu, perhaps? We'll see.
I don't know about you, but they don't seem very viable here. Well, maybe. We've seen them before on 10s, I think.
It's our Archer Civ.
Huns.
It's an Archer Civ. That's the way I see it. Huns.
Yeah, classic
Civ. A round of applause
for the Huns?
Oh my god, I love you guys. Let's go. Round of applause for the Huns.
Can Hera pick Huns as well, and then we just have Huns War again?
Let's go.
Back in time.
Back in the day, baby. Spanish.
Great pick. Rampart is there. Spanish are very, very dangerous on that map.
It's an interesting one.
And it forces Hera into some mind games, kind of questioning what Civ he's going to go for there.
Thinking about their playstyles, I completely forgot about that Civ. Britain as well.
Hey! You just had to know Hera was going to pick those. Doing it for the fans, and maybe he's got a strategy cooked up as well.
Pretty sure English was banned in the AoE 4 finals, so both games are great, but AoE 2, we picked the Britons in the end, all right? That's great. Well, that's it, folks. Those are the civilizations, and we'll be into it here. And let's see.
Ok anh em. Như vậy phần cấm chọn đã kết thúc. Do là cái bài nhạc nó rất là hay nên là em không nói để anh em thưởng thức cái bài nhạc vừa rồi. Bài nhạc của DC2. Hera. Đây là trận chung kết Redbull Wololo thứ 3 giữa Hera và Liereyy. Và 2 lần trước thì Liereyy đều đánh bại Hera để vô địch Redbull. Liereyy cũng là người duy nhất vô địch Redbull 2 lần. Hera thì mới chỉ vô địch lần đầu tiên vào năm ngoái và năm kia. Và chúng ta có cái kết quả cấm chọn ở đây. sẽ là BO9, tức là chặng 5. Do vậy số lượng civil rất nhiều. Lúc nãy thì anh em có hỏi là cấm chọn như thế nào và tại sao lại cấm chọn nhiều thế. Đó là tại vì bây giờ đế chế 2 nó có hơn 50 civil, 50 chất quân. Do vậy là cái kiến thức đòi hỏi rất là nhiều để có thể thi đấu chuyên nghiệp như thế này. Nhiều anh em mua game thì hay mua cả DLC, nhưng lần nào em cũng đã nói với anh em là anh em cứ mua chỉ cái bạt base cho em, tại vì người nào mới chơi thì không thể nào mà chơi hết được các cái DLC đang có, chứ đừng nói là những cái DLC gọi là mở rộng. Cái kích người ta mua hết dev ra nhiều DLC trong tương lai. Dev nên cho free phải DLC thì mới ok được.
I also want to point out, Tristan, I do not believe you've had a repeat champion in the Redbull Wololo series.
In the lands, that's correct. In the lands, that's correct. We had so many good finals. We're getting close, folks. I know you guys are getting a little bit antsy. I know you're having a bit of fun.
You're getting in there, but let's hear from a couple of experts about their analysis on the draft that just happened.
Well, guys, Nelly, look at the crowd we have here, huh? Do you think we can analyze the draft with this crowd here?
They already analyzed the draft for us, right?
They love the hands.
They love the hands, man. Yeah.
The hands are British. Well, very, very happy to be here, and we have an amazing draft here in Dorothy Quarry. Nelly, it looks kind of straightforward here, like at least for Hera, no?
Yeah, Dorothy Quarry, we know that CA are dominating this one, right? Being on the hill, trying to get the map position, try to play the mobility. The task have performed incredibly well. Hera has a time limit win on this map. We are expecting Georgians to be the potential civ against that.
Yeah, I think both might be happy with the draft. Well, maybe Liereyy a little bit less because how can you want to face Mapuche?
Ở các năm trước. Tại vì tiếng kia nó to. Ok, không có tiếng stream. Em thật sự là mỗi lần em nghe cái video của em lại em thấy tiếng của em to kinh, cho nên là em cũng hơi khó. Tiếng của em nó vỡ luôn, cho nên là kiểu em không biết nữa. Em có thể tăng cái kích này lên một chút. Should be to hơn, bây giờ có thể to hơn một chút rồi. Thực ra không to, nhưng mà anh nghe lại anh thấy to. Anh bật cái video của anh lên anh thấy tôi to đùng đùng. Giải này có chip gì năng đánh à? Không, giải này thì rất tiếc là năm nay lại drop mất đế chế 1 rồi. Thanh giọng quá nó hơi thấp. Một phần là cái mic của này nó khá là dởm nữa. Cái mic này thì em không, có lẽ là em cầm trên tay cũng được. Em cầm trên tay thì cho em nghe, anh em nghe to hơn chưa? Bản chất là cái mic này là mic cái áo và nó kiểu nó vị trí lung tung. Em thì em không ở nhà nên là không có một cái mic tốt được. Năm 2022 chính là kỳ Red Bull lần trước thì chim đánh với Xuân Thứ tại Redbull Wololo Londinium ở Tây Ban Nha. Giải đế chế 1 của Redbull Wololo thì chỉ có Việt Nam đánh thôi. Ở đấy thì chủ yếu là người ta làm cho cộng đồng Việt Nam để thu hút thêm cộng đồng Việt Nam, nhưng rất tiếc là nó cũng không thành công lắm.
Yesterday, it felt like a 3-minute game. It lasted a bit longer, but the game felt over. And now the big question mark: how is Liereyy able to win such a storm?
Okay. Okay. I think Liereyy has, in my opinion, a bit better draft because it fits more to his gameplay. Before we go with
Không có Trung Quốc. Trung Quốc trong cái thể thức này nó không thực sự đặc biệt. Thể thức này nó thiên về đấu quân hơn. Trung Quốc à? Ý là đế chế 1 đây à? Đế chế 1 thì không có. Đế chế 1 thì tổ chức vòng loại ở Việt Nam mà anh em. Đế chế 1 vòng loại Red năm 2022 là tổ chức tại Việt Nam, em có xem. Nhưng mà vòng loại thì đánh đế chế 1, còn vòng chung kết thì lại đánh đế chế 1 DE. Lại dở như vậy. Đúng rồi, mới bắt đầu trận đầu tiên thôi. Với thời gian như thế này thì chắc là chúng ta sẽ xem đến khoảng 6 giờ sáng. Có cái khoanh đỏ là ban, còn lại là pick anh em nhé. Cái cung Hòa Gian Bird này nếu em không nhầm nó có khoảng 4 hay 5 tầng gì đấy. Có lẽ là tầng 3, tầng 4, tầng 5 là không dùng. Và như caster phương Tây nói, các caster đội phương Tây nói thì họ đang thấy khoảng 3.000 người ở đây. Thế chế 2 nó là món chính, do vậy là anh em thông cảm. Do nơi tổ chức muộn quá, bên Anh cũng gần 7 giờ rồi. Họ tổ chức như vậy là để những cái người mà đi làm hôm nay họ có thể về và sẽ đến cái cung này để xem được. Em hiểu cái vấn đề đó, cho nên em cũng không ý kiến gì nhiều. Bản chất là anh em thấy là bây giờ tầm khoảng như anh em nói là 7 giờ tối giờ Anh thì cũng là cái giờ mà người ta bắt đầu xong việc và người ta sẽ đến chỗ này để theo dõi. Cho nên là món đế chế 4 là món phụ, còn đế chế là món chính. Thế xong đánh chủ nhật à? Em không biết nữa. Em không biết là lý do tại sao lại không đánh chủ nhật, nhưng mà do ngày hôm nay thôi. Ngày hôm nay thì cái giờ như này để mà đánh offline nó hợp lý cho các khán giả đến xem offline. Giải đấu này thì năm nay về viewer trên online thì không biết, nhưng mà về viewer offline thì phải nói là xuất sắc. Vì cái nguồn tiền em nghĩ thu về là khá tốt. Và vé bán từ 40 đến 80 bảng. Và 3.000 chỗ ngồi anh em. 3.000 chỗ ngồi và chưa kể là vé của 2 ngày ở Odeon Lux nữa. Odeon Lux thì nó nhỏ hơn, chắc là nó đâu đó khoảng 200 người. Nhưng mà như anh em thấy là khán đài ở đây có 3.000 người ở phía dưới và một số ghế ở phía trên. Tổng nó là 5.000 người nhưng mà họ chỉ dùng 3.000 người thôi. 3.000 người thì nhân lên anh em thấy là vé ở càng gần thì càng đắt. Chủ nhật họ đi nhà thờ à? Em không biết nữa. Có vẻ là một số cái chỗ cái vé là vé tự do, tức là vé đắt là vé chọn chỗ, còn có vé tự do. Caster nước ngoài họ đang nói về chuyện là một số người là đang phải, tức là càng đi sớm thì có ghế càng đẹp. Thì em đoán là cái ghế mà ở cái vị trí trung tâm này là về ghế đặt 80 đô, còn cái ghế mà 40 đô là cái ghế kiểu cứ ai đến trước thì được ngồi vào trước. Cũng là một cái thú vị. Bật âm thanh à? Đấy, ok anh em. Thực ra nó chỉ có tiếng của caster phương Tây thôi.
Such a crazy story. It's not your typical underdog, right? It's a guy who's won events. He's one of the most accomplished players ever. People will say he's the most talented Age of Empires 2 player ever. He just hasn't been able to clutch it in the finals. We'll see, folks. There's a look at our venue. There's a bunch of people at home right now who are thinking about clicking buy on that ticket, and they're like, nah, maybe not. Look at this, dude. Oh, man, what an awesome opportunity. So cool.
It's a bunch of firsts for this event. I believe if my information is correct, this is the first esports event.
Thấy châu Á cũng nhiều. Ở London thì có rất nhiều người châu Á. Và người châu Á thì đam mê đế chế thì anh em biết rồi.
Let's get more.
I could be completely wrong on that, but we're going to stick to it.
We're going to just, they'll believe us, Dave, all right? As long as you say something with conviction, they won't. I
just got to commit.
Hopefully they won't fact check it, but no, I believe that's the case. And yeah, I just think the thing is, like I just talked about starting quickly, that's the thing that also makes them both so good. It's like they're ready to go right away. You in a normal game, you have like 9 to 10 minutes. You can wall up a little bit.
Nó là 40-80 pounds, chứ nó không phải 40-80 đô, nên là anh không biết tỷ giá dạo này như nào nữa.
10 minutes against Liereyy Hera is like you're already in game 3.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're safe to dive into some of the civilization things
now. Khác với CV mới, chứ bọn CV truyền thống như Han, Tần Kinh. Thực ra thì cái meta chung nó thay đổi, chứ còn cái chất quân thì nhiều CV nó không thay đổi nhiều. Cái meta nó thay đổi thường xuyên và cái điều này nó giữ sự tươi mới cho người chơi game. Này là điều kính được quyết tâm. Nếu không nhầm cái bản gì với E chất đánh lính. Em không nhớ nữa, hồi xưa chơi bản cũ có phải E giống đế chế 1 không nhỉ? Còn đế chế 1 thì phải E được. Tức là từ không có dân của mình nhưng mà mình đặt móng thì đối phương không chạy qua cái móng đấy được. Thì ở trong đế 1 gọi là phải E. Đấy là đế chế 1, nếu mà Rise of Rome thì là đế chế 1.
Liereyy also has a civ that hasn't made it through many drafts, and that's Burgundians. And Burgundians were used a lot.
Nhiều anh em chắc là chỉ chơi DG2 tại vì sẽ không biết đế chế 1. Em thì ở miền Bắc thì chủ yếu là chơi đế chế 1.
Might play Cav Archers or something. Maybe he does get to a castle, but Lierey's not one of the players to typically try and go to stone early and go for a castle. But maybe that's something he needs here in this final, Dave.
Guys, can we get a 14 here? Can we get a 14?
A crowd 14?
Yeah.
I think, do we have to cue them?
Start
the game already on 3.
1, 2, 3. Okay, you guys are the
14 anh em ạ.
that joins the lobby.
Vừa rồi là cái tone, tức là cái tiếng trong game. Trong đế chế 2 thì nếu anh em gõ chữ thì nó sẽ ra tiếng đúng không? Ở đế chế 1 thì cũng thế thôi. Ví dụ như một là yes, hai là no. Và vừa rồi là khán giả gõ 14.
Are we able to convert the crowd, or are we too close to game number 1?
No, I want to try and convert. Bro, I've already been through that conversion chamber. That was the most awkward 3 hours of my life.
Nhớ là đi hòa nhạc nó cũng không đắt thế. Ý là chắc là do là vé của em mua nó rẻ. Không biết tên gọi đế chế 1 người Việt Nam nghe dân dã phết. Đế chế 1, đế chế 2 thì em không biết. Đế chế 2 thì cũng nhiều cái tên dân dã mà. Ví dụ như là con phụt đúng không? Anh em hay gọi là phụt, xong rồi con đục, xong rồi con tạc, thì cái đấy là tên của anh em đế chế 2 đặt cho. Xong rồi con mon hay là con thầy tu. Ngoài mon thầy tu gọi gì nữa nhỉ?
We'll try and get into game number 1 here. Clearly, maybe a technical difficulty. I'm not too sure.
Cái mũ xanh hay một là nhưng là anh ấy đang nói đến cái bản vẩy E được cơ. Còn em không nhớ là cái bản mũ xanh của đế chế 2 có vẩy E được không? Tại vì hồi đấy em không có biết vẩy E. Còn nó gọi là phù à? Ở đế chế 1 em luôn gọi là phù. Nhưng mà em biết là một số đang nói đến một số cái tên, tức là cái tên của đế chế 2 nó rất nhiều tên được đặt. Nó không riêng gì. Ví dụ như con giáo thì nhiều anh em gọi là con trọt, đúng không? Rồi giò lông. Đế chế 1 thì có một thời kỳ nó thịnh vượng, nó phát triển về trên truyền thông nên là cái thuật ngữ nó thống nhất. Ví dụ như là đạp đôi, đạp đơn, sọc xiên, len keng, các thứ, những cái đấy nó thành những cái tên nó khá là phổ biến. Cung A, cung R, kiểu vậy.
Can you play Japanese on that map?
You can, and it's good to play towards Cav Archers. But also then what are we going to see on blue wells? And I feel like Liereyy loves the Japanese.
Đế chế nào, đế chế 1 thì cũng sẽ là có mũ đỏ, mũ xanh nha. Hồi xưa cũng bị nhầm suốt. Hồi xưa bị nhầm suốt rồi. Rồi, mon, con mấy bác không đánh nhanh lắm, gọi mon. Về là bot này. Nó là câu chuyện thôi, nó là câu chuyện lúc nãy anh em hỏi, có anh em hỏi là có đế chế nào mà vẩy E được thì em nghe là biết ngay. Ok, chúng ta bước vào trận thi đấu đầu tiên. Trận đầu tiên giữa Liereyy và Hera. Hera chưa từng thắng Liereyy tại bất kỳ trận chung kết Redbull nào. Trong 2 lần gặp Liereyy thì Hera đều thua. Nhưng mà đấy là câu chuyện của quá khứ. Còn bây giờ đã là một Hera khác. Hera bây giờ có thể gọi là độc cô cầu bại của DC2, và trong những năm gần đây tại các giải đấu hạng S-tier khác thì Liereyy chưa từng thắng được Hera. Tỷ lệ thắng của Liereyy thần đồng DC2 cũng không thực sự thần đồng, tại vì Liereyy đã vô địch tới 2 giải Redbull rồi. Tỷ lệ thắng của Liereyy trước Hera là chỉ là 41% thôi. Không phải 41%, là 20 mấy % thôi. Tức là trong 10 series thì sẽ có 2 series thắng được, 2 set thắng được, còn lại thì sẽ là thua. Ngoài ra thì cái tỷ lệ về game sẽ là 40%, 41%, nghĩa là cứ 10 game đấu thì sẽ có 4 game Liereyy thắng, 6 game Hera thắng. Thế là cái tỷ lệ mà nó khá áp đảo. Khi mà chúng ta biết là nó là toàn bộ quá trình thi đấu. Hera, nhà đương kim vô địch của Redbull Wololo năm 2022. Năm đó thì Hera chiến thắng trước The Viper trong một trận chung kết có chút drama, nhưng dù sao thì vẫn là chiến thắng xứng đáng cho game thủ Canada, top 1 thế giới. Ở đây là bản đồ Dorothea Quarry. Bản đồ Dorothea Quarry thì nó là một cái mỏ, tức là một cái mỏ khá là nổi tiếng, và nó được thể hiện được trong DC2 này với việc là khu vực xung quanh cái hồ ở giữa có rất nhiều vàng, và ai kiểm soát được mặt biển thì lâu dài sẽ kiểm soát được vàng. Và cái sườn dốc nó kéo xuống khu vực cái hồ sẽ là lợi thế rất lớn cho các CV như Tacta. Tacta sẽ có ngựa cung được nâng cấp sẵn, cái tay cầm được có cái cộng giáp bằng vương bạc, công nghệ đặc biệt của nó trong đời 3, và tất cả các quý vị quân của Tacta thì sẽ được cộng thêm 25% đam khi đánh từ trên đồi xuống. Nghĩa là tổng cộng nếu đánh từ thế trên đồi xuống thì Tacta sẽ có cộng 50%. Đây là một cái lợi thế cực kỳ lớn trên bản đồ Dorothea Quarry, tại vì anh em thấy là địa hình phần lớn là đồi, và với chất quân là ngựa thì sẽ có thể chiếm được cái điểm cao để có thể đánh xuống. Liereyy sẽ cầm quân khiết đan. Quân khiết đan thì điểm đặc biệt của nó là sẽ có cái công cận chiến gấp đôi giá trị, nâng cấp công 1 từ cộng 2, nâng cấp công 2 từ cộng 4, và cái công cận chiến này thì nó sẽ áp dụng cho cả những con thuyền móc nữa, loại đơn vị mới được bổ sung cho DC2 vào tháng 3 vừa qua với sự ra mắt của DLC những tù trưởng cuối cùng. Và những con thuyền móc của Thiết Đan nó sẽ được cộng 2 công ngay khi ở trong đời 2, và đấy là một lợi thế cực kỳ lớn, tại vì bình thường gần như không có giá trị khi nâng cấp, và macro quá tốt đến từ Liereyy. Phải nói là chúng ta nhìn thấy cái khả năng macro này cả giải rồi, nhưng anh em thấy là Hera cũng trượt, chứ đừng nói là hôm qua chúng ta chứng kiến Liereyy làm gỏi Sebastian, và anh em thấy điều đó lại đập lại. Nhưng chúng ta để xem. Kiết đan ngoài ra còn có lao giáo, hỏa thương ra nhanh hơn 25%, nhựa thịt ra nhanh hơn 25% chứ, lao giáo ngựa thịt ra nhanh hơn 25%. Ngoài ra Kiết đan sẽ có những con ngựa cung đời 4 trong đời 3. Kiết đan có con liêu đao là lính đánh sẽ gây mất máu. Như vậy là một pha phòng thủ quá tốt của Liereyy. Tưởng như là ăn được một dân đến từ Hera, nhưng mà không thành công. Những con lao sẽ dâng lên dành cho Liereyy, như vậy là kẹp lao. Trên biển thì Liereyy là người có biển. Nhịn nâng cấp cái bãi chăn thả, và đây có pha tracking rất tốt. Liereyy có một pha track rất tốt anh em ạ. Pha vừa rồi là đoán trước được cái phương án của Hera đi móc, nên là có một pha đi như vậy. 2 con ngựa quần thảo đằng phía mặt sau nhà để đợi những cái đám cung. Và khi nhìn đám cung lập tức nhảy vào. Đây là những con cung 6+2. Thôi không phải 6 em không nhớ cộng bao nhiêu. Đại loại là nó là cộng 2. Và clear đám cung của Hera. Hera lên đời mất hết cung. Bây giờ đánh cái gì đây Hera? Sẽ chuyển sang ngựa cung thôi, nhưng lao đã chuẩn bị sẵn rồi, lao đời 3. Và Hera có lẽ mà toát mồ hôi một chút. Anh em nhìn thấy khuôn mặt Hera nó đen kịt lại. Vậy là vẫn sẽ tiếp tục cuộc ăn dân của nhà người ta, cực kỳ khó chịu. Thật sự là với ông Hera này cứ phải kéo dân yếu về, chứ không ông ý cho biết thế nào là lễ độ. Để lại dân yếu là nó sẽ đưa một con giò ra nó tìm bằng được anh em ạ. Liereyy thì sau những cái thành công bước đầu với thời kỳ năm 18-19 tuổi thì sau đó cũng không thực sự tập trung cho đẹp trai nữa. Trong khi đó Hera thì trước đây là nhân viên làm burger nếu không nhầm. Để cho cái câu chuyện chia sẻ Hera thì Hera xưa là đi làm thêm làm bánh burger, và sau một thời gian chơi đẹp trai thì Hera quyết định là tao sẽ muốn gắn bó với tựa game này. Sau đó thì câu chuyện nó là quá khứ. Hera thì không phải là thần đồng như Liereyy, nhưng cũng không biết là nếu mà Hera chơi sớm hơn thì Hera có còn giỏi hơn nữa không. Liereyy thì chơi đế chế 2 từ năm 8 tuổi. Và giao tranh ngay trước mặt nhà. Này thì không thể vào được. Ngựa cung, lạc đà bên kia ngựa thịt kẹp. Công đã có công 2 cho những con và chuẩn bị bắn chính xác. Em nghĩ là pha vào hơi sớm. Pha vào hơi sớm. Pha này vào hơi sớm. Nếu mới đợi bắn chính xác thì hay hơn. Có lẽ là sợ Hera bò lại. Liên tục là những pha nhảy múa của Hera. Em nghĩ phải tách 2 đạo ra để may ra. Hera chơi sớm thì nó hơn, nó cũng phế như lúc nó mới lên pro đúng rồi. Quãng thời gian đầu tiên chơi đế chế 2 của Hera thì không phải là thành công lắm. Sau đó Hera chuyển sang chơi đế chế 4. Và sau một thời gian này chuyển sang chơi Liên minh huyền thoại. Nhưng đế chế 4 Hera cũng có thành công, chiến thắng Marine Lord ở một giải đấu hạng cao. Nhưng có lẽ thì nó không hợp với Hera như là đế chế 2. Lúc này thì Liereyy vẫn hơn 2 đơn vị kinh tế. Những pha gây sức ép rất lớn. Những con thuyền nó đã là công cộng 2 rồi. Thuyền của Hera thì chưa có công. Thuyền Hera chưa có nâng cấp. Thuyền của Liereyy đã có nâng cấp rồi. Giáp ngựa 2. Lạc đà đã là có. Anh em thấy tại sao nó gọi là mỏ đá Dorothea. Mỏ Dorothea tại vì mỏ này nó sẽ nằm ở, như em không nhầm, nó nằm ven biển chứ không phải ven hồ thì phải. Một pha công vào và ăn giật quá hay. Thực kẹp quá lớn đến từ Liereyy. Hera vẫn chưa tìm cách giải quyết được những con lao này. Anh pha điều quân rất mượt mà để đảm bảo là lao vẫn có, và những lạc đà để tanh cho những đơn vị lao xử lý. Số lượng lạc đà là đủ. Lạc đà là đủ anh em. Lạc đà của Liereyy lúc nào cũng đủ. 7 con lạc đà. Ở nhà là 15 ruộng, Hera chỉ có 8 ruộng thôi. Hera đang toát mồ hôi rồi. Ngắm ăn được game nào theo game đấy à? Thực ra là Hera có lẽ thời điểm đấy cũng cảm thấy là đế chế 2 mình không thành công. Nhưng mọi thứ thì rất khó đoán định, đúng không? Sau khi trở lại thì là vượt qua Viper, và có lẽ một phần nó đến từ việc là Viper năm 2018 thì bị u cổ tay, sau đó là phẫu thuật, không sử dụng được một ngón nữa. Viper 4 ngón, và do đó nó tạo ra cơ hội để một người khác vươn lên. Ở đây là có những con lạc đà và những con thuyền móc. Hera đang không có sức để mà cứu dân. Dân của Hera đang chết rất nhiều. Hera đã thua Liereyy đến 8 dân rồi. GG. Đây là Liereyy anh em. Hera chưa từng thắng Liereyy tại bất kỳ vòng chung kết Red Bull nào. Đây là lần thứ 3 gặp gỡ. Nhưng mà sẽ có trận thắng đầu tiên không? Series thắng đầu tiên Hera trước Liereyy không? Căng thẳng, một chút căng thẳng đến từ Hera. Anh em thấy có một chút căng thẳng đến từ Hera. Hera quá quen với những khán đài rồi, quá quen rồi, cho nên là không phải đến từ việc là có khán giả. Nhưng có lẽ là đây là một Liereyy khác anh em. Một Liereyy thực sự tập trung cho DJ2 sau khi mà ký hợp đồng với team Vitality. Một cái thở phào đến từ thần đồng DJ2, thần đồng mà cũng là người đã từng 2 lần vô địch Red Bull. Dù sao thì vẫn là BO9 chạm 5. Thở rất sâu, em cũng cảm thấy căng thẳng thay cho Liereyy. Hít một hơi thật sâu. Đây mới là bước đầu tiên thôi, set đấu còn rất dài. BO9 chạm 5. Ở đây mới chỉ là chiến thắng thứ nhất của giờ cho Liereyy. Liereyy phải làm lại thành tích đó 4 lần nữa. Drama giải Red Bull lần trước là Hera dùng cái kỹ thuật mà thường người ta không hay dùng trong đấu giải, đấy là stack ground patrol để thắng một cái pha đấu, thắng 2 pha đấu bản lề của giải đó. Cái kỹ thuật đó thì ở giải đó không bị cấm và nhìn chung cũng không bị cấm trong cộng đồng, nhưng mà kiểu nó không phải là fair play, nó không phải fair play, nó là một kiểu hơi abuse. Nhưng dù sao thì Viper cũng không có ý kiến gì về 2 pha stack ground patrol của Hera. Đầu tiên là để thắng, dùng ngựa thắng lạc đà, và sau đó là tiếp tục là dùng Paladin, không phải dùng Paladin nhỉ, dùng Cavalier thắng giáo.
We've seen Hera fall behind before. If he has a weak game, it might be game number 1. It's so crazy how often that's the case. For reigning champions in anything. It's like they fall behind in the first quarter or the first period or the first game, and then they end up turning it around. And it was close. I didn't see any mechanical issues. I didn't see any of what I said earlier where he feels like he's not warmed up yet. It was just Liereyy.
Đối phương pick gì, đối phương cấm gì, xong rồi kiểu phương án của mình thế nào, lúc mình nghĩ ra, chứ trong trận căng thẳng quá là quên hết. Trong trận nếu mà căng thẳng quá là không thể nhớ trong đầu đâu. He's a winner. Liereyy looking at his draft. What a moment here. Let's take you to our special conversion chamber as we get ready for game number 2.
Stand before the conversion chamber. 3 questions will be asked. You will receive no indication of success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free. Fail and be converted.
Okay. Fair enough.
Question 1. What unit converts enemies?
That would have to be a monk.
Question 2. What does Loom do?
Loom gives you 15 extra HP and 1 pierce armor, 2 pierce armor, and 1 melee armor. Question 3. How many farms must someone build before he can call himself?
Anh em tranh luận ok nhưng mà không dùng lời lẽ gọi là không lịch sự nhé. Cái chat của em khá là thoải mái nhưng mà nếu không sẽ ban đấy.
We have heard enough.
Heard enough.
That's a bad.
How is that a fail?
No, that's a bad.
How is it a fail? Yes.
Cái phần này thì nó không có gì hay ho lắm, chỉ là nó chỉ ở đoạn skip thôi. Những cái câu hỏi đã xem lại quá nhiều lần rồi. Liereyy nó khó chịu thế nào đấy. Kiểu xử Liereyy làm sao anh? Caster không chuyên nghiệp nên không biết phân biệt giữa ban với cả timeout. Thấy cái option nào là sẽ dùng option đấy. Ok, đây là phần phỏng vấn Viper về sự cố gắng dịch của anh em. Xin cổ vũ Viper, đây là Viper người để thua Hera trong trận bán kết nhưng mà huyền thoại ATI. Bạn cảm thấy thế nào về sự kiện này? Một đống fan khiến cho tôi bận rộn ở bên ngoài. Tại sao các bạn dám? Bạn biết đây là ai không? Đây là một cái trải nghiệm tuyệt vời. Tại cung Hoàng gia Albert, chúng ta thực sự được ban phước mới được chơi ở đây.
Have you tried to say it really loud and see what happens?
Can I try right now?
Try it.
Wololo.
Viper.
He's got the magic. He's got the magic in and out of the server. Speaking of magic, Liereyy taking this first one, now up 1-0. Expected? Do you expect a close series between those two very familiar
Anh kỳ vọng thế nào về trận set đấu này? Hai người này đang có phong độ cực tốt và họ đã thi đấu rất gần nhau. Tôi thực sự là có không may khi mà phải gặp hai người họ. Liereyy có một khởi đầu tốt nhưng mà Hera thì mọi người biết đấy.
You've been the giant, you've been up there, you know, you've been the player with the target on your back before. Has that ever gotten to you? Do you feel like it's maybe getting to Hera? Because eventually he's going to lose a match. It has to happen.
Yeah, you would expect that, right? I mean, for me, it was always like the pressure was more internal. I didn't really mind the outside pressure. I cannot speak on Hera's behalf of what he feels or if he feels the pressure.
Nói về cái sức ép thì tôi không chịu nhiều sức ép từ bên ngoài nhưng mà có sức ép từ bên trong. Tôi không biết Hera như thế nào. Nhưng mà tôi hy vọng sẽ có một trận chung kết điên rồ cho chúng ta. Anh kỳ vọng về hai game thủ này như nào? Hai người này chơi DG2 có thể coi là sẽ cho chúng ta những thứ tốt nhất của DG2. Và đây là những gì chúng ta xứng đáng có được trong trận chung kết như thế này. Đây là những cái lời của The Viper. Mình tạm dịch cho anh em.
Such a good guy, such a great player for this game. Game might not be here. We might not be here if not for what he did for Age of Empires 2. But it's back to these two here, and we're about to get into game number 2. Let's see if Hera can bounce back. Looks like we will be in very shortly. Once again, everyone, thank you so much. But we're just getting started here, Dave.
Game number 2 coming up. I don't know what map we have here. It was Hera's pick. He's going to have to bounce back after that game 1. I think he played very well there in that short game, but Liereyy just overwhelmed him as he so often does. Let's hear it. Game number 2.
Tại set đấu chung kết của Redbull Wololo, trận đấu này có trị giá 20.000 đô la Mỹ. Người vào đến đây đã có 3.000 đô la Mỹ rồi và chúng ta nhìn thấy trên màn hình chính là cung Hoàng gia Albert. Đây nhìn từ phía bên ngoài, đây chính là nơi diễn ra đang tổ chức trận chung kết Redbull Wololo. Và đây là bản đồ cũng có cái tên gắn tới London. Đây là sông Thêm, là tiếng Việt mình hay gọi là sông Thêm, nhưng mà tiếng Anh thì họ gọi tiếng Anh thì gọi là sông Thêm. Và cung hoàng gia đơn là một trong những công trình trên những bản đồ được bổ sung cho Redbull Wololo lần này. Những bản đồ đó thì đều có những công trình gắn với Vương quốc Anh và sẽ có ngụy dành cho Liereyy và Hera thổ. Phương án thổ còn mình coi là phần thú vị mà không tồi chút nào. Với con thổ thì Hera sẽ có ngựa thịt được nâng cấp miễn phí và cộng thêm một công. Ngoài ra thổ thì được miễn phí hóa học. Quần thổ cũng có công nghệ đào vàng nhanh và thổ có ngựa cung có thể nâng cấp lên thành ngựa cung 100 máu. Tháp pháo của thổ cũng như là đại bác có thể nâng cấp artillery vương miện vàng để cộng thêm 2 tấm xa. Và thì công của Liereyy và Liereyy lập tức là công vào ngay. Anh em thấy là sức đánh lần này là đánh không nể vai tờ chút nào, đánh về thế cân luôn, đổi luôn. Vậy là đổi ngang mất giỏ. Ba cung đổi ba cung một giò đổi ba cung, thiếu mất một con giò. Liereyy vẫn hơn về cô đúng không? Liereyy vẫn hơn nhưng bây giờ ra ngựa rồi. Quân ngụy thì lợi thế của nó nâng cấp công nghệ kinh tế thì sẽ được cộng 1 dân. Ngoài ra thảo khấu tiên ti hắc quang thị lên đời 3 cộng 20% máu, lên đời 4 được cộng 30% máu. Quân này có những con hổ phục pháo được giảm giá 15%, có công nghệ giáp minh quang ở trong lâu đài. Giáp minh quang thì sẽ cộng thêm 4 giáp cận chiến cho các đồng lính ngựa của quân ngụy. Ngoài ra thì ngụy còn có những con hổ báo phỉ. Con hổ báo phỉ có giáp cung rất cao và đương nhiên sau khi nâng cấp giáp minh quang thì nó vừa chống được cả đơn vị cận chiến vừa chống được cung. Thêm fix cái patron này chưa fix patron đó nhưng mà đã có luật cấm cái cách dùng của Hera trong trận chung kết đó. Bây giờ phải stack patron xa ra chứ không được patron kiểu như vậy. Patron mà theo kiểu là patron trên một ô ấy. Patron trên một ô thì nó sẽ bị cấm. Patron phải patron hẳn vào. Mà nó không cải thiện lắm về cái kết quả. Hầu như là các game thủ nếu mà đánh trong cận chiến thì họ sẽ đều dùng stand ground patron vào để các con lính nó đứng kẹp với nhau, đứng đè lên nhau, và như vậy thì bên mình sẽ có hàng chục con lính đánh cùng một lúc, còn bên đối phương thì lính bị va vào nhau. Số động cung đủ dành cho Hera và lại một bài macro quá khủng khiếp của Liereyy. Bán đá lên đây sớm, chủ động bán đá lên đây sớm, không có gì chần chừ với Liereyy cả. Và số lượng quân là ok hơn. Bây giờ có một con giáo, đây có điều nốt không? Điều nốt giáo không? Thứ hai, đang cố gắng xử lý những con ngựa. Cái này mất ngựa rồi. Hera cũng chỉ có 3 cung thôi, và Hera hơi đen đủi trong trận chung kết hôm nay. Có một con sói của Liereyy nuôi mãi bây giờ có giá trị. Và bấm 3 cho Liereyy. Hera bấm 3 cũng không lâu sau. Quan trọng hơn Hera thì sẽ có xe đẩy, còn Liereyy thì không có xe đẩy. Xe rùa này, trên cái bánh xe 1. Tìm trên YouTube để học trick đó. Trick đó thì dễ, không cần học YouTube đâu. Anh em cứ dùng cái phím gọi là stand ground. Anh em nhìn phím stand ground rồi anh em bấm R. Ví dụ như em dùng R, anh em chỉ vào thôi. Nó thật sự là mất não. Đấy là cái kỹ thuật nó rất là mất não. Nó không khó một chút nào. Chủ động đào lên. Hera có 2 quân. Phương án của Hera thường ở trong cái thế này sẽ là tăng 2 TC. Nhưng mà để xem trận này như thế nào. Anh em nhìn thấy phương án tăng 2 TC rồi, quay về đánh ngựa của Hera rất nhiều lần trong đấy rồi. Điều quá hay. Không mất một con ngựa nào đến từ Liereyy. Cái stand guard patron nó chỉ bị cấm một nửa thôi. Nó chỉ bị cấm khi mà anh em stand guard patron ở trên một ô thôi. Còn stand guard patron mà kiểu xa ra thì người ta vẫn chưa cấm. Em không biết, em không dùng nhiều nên em không biết là cái sự khác biệt lắm. Như vậy sẽ cung. Nâng cấp cung, với số lượng cung như này thì Liereyy sẽ nâng cấp cung. Và Hera cũng sẽ dùng cung nâng cấp. Cảm giác như ở đây là Liereyy từ kỳ đỉnh cao vậy anh em ạ. Tại vì như là Liereyy từ kỳ đỉnh cao và Hera ở trong trận này vẫn đang ở trong cái thế phải đuổi theo. Quân Ngụy thì cứ lên đời nâng cấp công nghệ kinh tế nó sẽ được thêm dân, cho nên là anh em thấy bây giờ Liereyy đã hơn đối phương đến 6 dân rồi. Các phương khác về attack move, đúng rồi, khác về attack move. Ngụy có lợi thế gì cung không à? Ngụy thì không có lợi thế gì về cung, nhưng mà có lợi thế với con thảo khổ tiên ti là con ngựa cung. Con ngựa cung đặc biệt của Ngụy. Và hắc quang kỵ thì quá khéo, Liereyy đi vào đây như nào ấy nhỉ? Hera còn không biết anh em ạ. Hera tiếp tục không biết. Quá khó cho Hera. Quá khó cho Hera. Đây Liereyy gì vậy anh em? Vẫn múa trước mặt nhà, không thể nào mà bắn chết được cái đám này, khó chịu thật. Người cầm ngựa hay nhất thế giới đấu với người cầm cung hay nhất thế giới anh em. Liereyy được coi là người cầm cung hay nhất thế giới. Hera đến thời điểm này thì hầu hết mọi người được công nhận là người cầm ngựa hay nhất thế giới. Và thêm tạt công vào trước mặt nhà, áp đảo kinh khủng. Làm ta Hera không dùng lao nhiều. Đối phương dùng cung, mình dùng lao là mình thiệt thấy cô. Con lao là loại đơn vị rất đắt anh. Còn cung thì nó cần hai công nghệ là công nghệ cung đời 3 với công nghệ công 2 thôi. Còn con lao để mà dù nó hữu dụng trong đời 3 thì nó cần nâng cấp con lao đời 3, nâng cấp cả công và thủ nữa. Tức là nó cần thêm 2 công nghệ. Còn cung nó không cần. Trong đấu chuyên nghiệp như thế này mà tài nguyên dùng như vậy thì sẽ thiệt hơn rất nhiều. Nếu mà đánh lao là phải đánh lao từ đầu và macro cho cái bài đánh lao đấy. Nhưng mà thường cũng rất là khó. Người ta tránh đánh lao bởi vì quân lao nó tốn thực cỗ. Ở trong thời điểm đời 2, ở đời 1, đời 2, đời 3 thì thực và gỗ là một đời 2 và đầu đời 3 thì thực và gỗ là quan trọng nhất. Tại vì nó quyết định là việc lên đời có nhanh hay không. Quá hay, kinh khủng khiếp. Phản ứng như điện. Hôm nay Hera gặp cửa khó rồi. Cung của Liereyy đã có bắn chặn. Bây giờ có hắc quang kỵ của Liereyy thả vào nhà. Những cái màn trình diễn của Liereyy. Hera thua Liereyy đến 12 dân rồi. Thổ không có lao 2, đúng rồi. Thổ không có lao, mà có lao cũng không dùng được những bài như này. Với cái eco mà anh em nhìn thấy là khoảng 10 ruộng mà ra lao nữa thì không ra được dân. Ra lao nâng cấp 2 cái giáp, giáp thì nó đắt hơn. Nâng cấp 2 giáp và cái công nghệ mà nâng cấp lên lao nó cũng rất đắt. Và khán giả đang reo hò. Ít khi người ta nhìn thấy Hera cái thế như thế này. Masterpiece. Thật sướng mắt anh em ạ. Trận đấu này Liereyy thôi. Đấu quân tao đè chết mày. Chính Hera đã từng nói là nếu mà đấu theo kiểu là giống nhau, tức là bài chiến thuật giống nhau, thì về mặt kỹ thuật Hera sẽ thua Liereyy. Và anh em đang chứng kiến điều đó. Khi mà em kể câu chuyện đấy thì nhiều anh em nói là Hera đãi bôi. Em nhớ cái đợt đó Hera em không nhớ trả lời trong cái giải nào. Nhưng mà anh em bảo là Hera đãi bôi nói cho vui thôi, nhưng mà khi mà những trận như này thì anh em sẽ thấy những trận mà Liereyy nó nghiêm túc lên thì anh em sẽ thấy cái sự khác biệt. Và có lẽ là đối với một người sống ở Áo bây giờ tầm khác biệt là 20.000 đô. Giải cao nhất của giải Redbull là 50.000 đô thì Liereyy sẽ có lý do để đánh nghiêm túc hơn. Quá hay. Có vẻ là ban tổ chức đang gặp vấn đề về kỹ thuật anh em ạ. Anh em thông cảm. Ban tổ chức đang ngược màn hình nhỏ với màn hình lớn. Không thể nào mà kéo cái màn hình lớn lên được. Vì lý do gì đó chúng ta phải xem màn hình nhỏ vậy. Cái màn hình replay nó bị stuck rồi. Không biết là Paul để ban tổ chức xử lý vấn đề kỹ thuật anh em. Paul một chút. Nhưng mà anh em thấy là sự cổ vũ rất nhiệt tình từ bên phía cánh của Liereyy. Khán giả đang rất hài lòng với những gì mà họ nhìn thấy.
Listen, sometimes people just don't pay attention, all right? They snooze off. I've been told that certain people put others to sleep with their cast, but not this series. You got to see it 5 or 6 times there. Can Hera get this train back on the rails right now? Can he settle it down, Dave? Because I know it's a best of 9, so you could look at this as a best of 7 from here, but Liereyy feels inevitable right now.
Well, that's the word we usually use when we talk about Hera.
Yeah.
And this is a best of 9. You would expect Hera to recover here. Liereyy was all over him in that game. And he used it's funny because he used the way in a way that we're not usually accustomed to, right? Usually we see all the eco upgrades flying in and everything. He didn't even get Bosa, I believe, in that game.
Yeah, he was very patient. He did snag Bosa near the end there, but he was very patient with the eco upgrades. He didn't go for too many of them. Had he gone for too many of them, it could have been a problem there. And I've been told, actually, folks, the game is not...
The game is paused?
Yeah, the game is
paused. Oh, the game is paused?
Forgive me, folks. I just assumed.
I'm sorry, we're just getting this information.
I believe the admin hopped in and said, hey, we have a tech issue. We can't watch the game.
Okay.
Nhưng mà những cái lúc như này là để anh em tận hưởng cái bầu không khí. Thật sự là nếu mà để cho em tổ chức được nhiều giải như này thì tuyệt vời anh em. Và nếu mà kiểu ví dụ như tổ chức Trung Quốc chẳng hạn, và những cái venue như này để ra kiểu để xem thì ví dụ như nó tổ chức ở khu vực nào gần hơn, chắc chắn là em sẽ tìm cách mua vé để xem. Đáng tiếc là lần này tổ chức ở Anh và trong cái điều kiện mà di chuyển nó khá là khó khăn.
Don't give Hera that easy opportunity to snipe 10 villagers or 20 villagers and bring himself
Và
back
là
in.
quyết định
Perfect time for Liereyy as well to think about how this game plays out from here. He's thinking like, okay, I'm really far ahead. What's my loss condition here? And it's all the big three conditions. So I think for him, would expect him to consider, just as you said, the more fortifications and walls. A third town center is always an option, but really just full army here. They're typing it out. They're about to be back into it, folks. So again, hold your applause for the second victory, but
em không biết nữa nhưng mà
looking good for Liereyy, man.
Anh em phải chịu vậy.
Looking good for Liereyy. If there was a dream start to win the dream final for him, this would be it right now.
This would be it. Don't let it get to you. Soak in the
Vừa rồi
atmosphere,
giải
but
Trung
don't
Quốc
let it
nhưng mà nó
affect you,
không
I
ở
think.
quy mô như
Yeah,
này.
that's what everyone
Cái giải
told
Trung Quốc
me.
nó không ở quy mô như này.
And then I
Thực ra
look
hôm
around
đấy
at this
em
crowd
định
and I'm
ý.
like, holy crap, I gotta look back at my screen.
Rất tiếc
Thank you so
là
much, guys.
nếu không nhầm đúng cái ngày tổ chức giải
Yeah, I imagine
giải đó thì
probably the production has probably seen this highlight 150
cháu đầu lòng của em ra đời.
Let's be real, that's
nên
probably
là
what we are
bây giờ
dealing
thì em
with.
cũng plan là sang Trung Quốc để xem giải đó. Rất tiếc là nó lại trùng với lúc em sinh sớm hơn.
Looks like we're ready to get back into it.
Sinh sớm hơn dự kiến khá là nhiều.
Yes.
Mà kể cả thế thì cũng đã không đi rồi. Tại vì nó quá là sát. Vậy chúng ta quay trở lại trận đấu. còn có cửa Hera không? Còn có cửa nào cho Hera? Bài vừa rồi nếu macro về đánh ngựa thịt thì em nghĩ hay hơn đúng không? Hera vẫn phương án vậy thôi. Mà bên kia đã 3 TC rồi. Tôi muốn vào Redbull bây giờ vậy là sao? Redbull làm số tiền tôi đóng không? Bên 4 là có cửa Hera 12 ruộng, bên kia Liereyy nó đã 86 dân 32 ruộng rồi, xong là Hera lên 4 trước rồi. Mà ông Liereyy còn cái cung nữa. Pha này cố gắng lật. Nhưng mà đây là có lao. Có hắc quang kỹ hỗ trợ và tạp của con tạp nó vẫn đi trong nhà cũng không người. Quá khó cho Hera. Quá khó cho Hera và Liereyy sẽ bấm 4. Đánh cung thì khoảng 36-40 ruộng thôi. 36-40 ruộng là bắt đầu bằng 4 rồi. Và đây hắc quang kỵ nó tiếp tục thả về eco. Một trận thi đấu đến tiệm cận hoàn hảo của Liereyy anh em. Trận thi đấu tiệm cận hoàn hảo, liên tục đấu quân, cân đối kinh tế hoàn hảo và móc mày ở tất cả các vị trí mà Hera có khả năng có thể gỡ được. Sao ra lao à? Khóa kèo anh em, khóa kèo ngựa cung. Thì cô khỏe người ta ra lao khóa kèo ngựa cung thôi. Đánh theo cái kiểu là thường thì phải ở cái eco như Liereyy anh em mới có thể bắt đầu nghĩ đến việc cân đối được. Cân đối người ta gọi là tiếng Anh nó gọi là tech switch, tức là chuyển công nghệ. Thì chuyển công nghệ và ngoài ra macro nữa, chuyển cái phân phối kinh tế. Macro thì cứ gọi là có phân phối kinh tế, nó chỉ là một phần macro thôi. Phân phối kinh tế để đánh lao. Này có thêm hút control tiếp theo là một tay mày ra cần có thể. Thế là nên ngựa thịt trước à? Thứ đấy không biết là phần ngựa thịt ở trong cái kinh tế, cái eco của Hera nó không thực sự là eco, nó macro cho ngựa thịt. Nếu mà ngựa thịt thì phải đánh kiểu đang chuyển từ cái đưa cái phân phối kinh tế cho đánh cung mà chuyển sang đánh ngựa là khá là khó đấy. Tại vì nó sẽ cần phải nâng cấp ngựa thịt này lên khoảng 25-26 ruộng, sau đó là vẫn phải 2 cái giáp, dù rằng được cộng thêm 1 giáp nhưng vẫn phải 2 cái giáp với cả 2 công. Phương án đánh của thổ em thực sự em cũng chưa biết là phương án đánh của thổ trong bản đồ này thì nó có cái phương án gì và đã chuẩn bị bài gì đánh thổ và tại sao thổ nó lại là vấn đề. Thế là thổ cái nó không có một cái lợi thế gì về kinh tế mà có thể cân được với con ngụy này cả. Con ngụy lợi thế kinh tế nó cũng khủng khiếp. Một phần là như vậy. Khó trách Hera được tại vì chúng ta không được nhìn thấy cái phương án sự của Hera. Hay đơn giản là một bài đánh thổ và tự tin vào khả năng phòng ngự để mà lên 4 áp đảo với Đại Bắc trước chắc. Và 2-0 cho Liereyy.
Hera's got to turn it around. Hera's got to turn it around. He's got to lock in. He's got to do whatever it is that he does, and he's got to do it now. This is quickly getting out of control for him. He's got to go for one of his big picks, Dave, with his civilizations. Yep. He had just lost with Turks, and that was a bit of a gamble. You're okay going into the draft losing with that civ. You're not okay with the overall feeling of the series. So go back to your first or second pick, get the win, make it 2-1, and get that feeling back. That feeling of victory and control that Hera so often gets to feel.
I mean, you saw that graph on the military page, right? It just went up for Liereyy and it never stopped.
Yeah.
It never stopped. He was in control the entire time. Hera had one brief moment where he tried to push forward in Feudal Age. He maybe got a little bit out of position, like you said, with those 3 archers, and he got absolutely punished. This is it.
Yeah, this was it. Yeah, I think he overextended with the archers here. I think Hera, because of all of his other sets, he would always take the initiative here. Like, if you think about against Viper, he got the early scouts and he got the armor. Viper was surprised. Viper died. Well, here, Liereyy matched him. Liereyy did the same thing, but slightly better because of the micro difference. And then you had the eco difference with the way. But yeah, it wasn't actually that fight. Right there, Hera's archers need to get out and never turn around. He turned around, he lost them. Gold didn't help him any, but still it was just perfection.
I mean, he had the other gold option at the back, right? He went to it. This was an incredible hold from Hera to just keep Liereyy away for that amount of time until he could get to Castle Age. But these 4 crossbows...
That was so good.
Completely derailed the game for Hera.
Tốt, phải nói là trận này Liereyy thắng nhiều quản dân này. Và giao tranh thì không nói rồi, giao tranh. Liereyy mà nó quay lại nó tập luyện thì đúng là thần đồng. Đúng là thiên tài, gọi là thần đồng không đúng không? Thiên tài. Đánh từ năm 8 tuổi này mà. Đánh nghiêm túc thì
I'm a little scared.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2. We've been here for the last 4.5 hours, enjoying ourselves immensely as we go back to the draft screen. Hera has to make something happen. Once again, it is his pick. He picked Thames last time around, his home map.
I think Hera should go places. Double range archer opening is, in my opinion, the strongest opening there. He's won with it so many times. It also will likely lead to a matchup against Burgundians, which is a high pick from Liereyy. So you get the winning momentum.
Liereyy chơi đến tới năm 8 tuổi, năm 16 tuổi đã tham dự các giải đấu hạng cao nhất và đến năm 18 tuổi thì vô địch giải Redbull.
Try and match the production from the Druidians.
Yeah, I think you can. You can actually play Burgundians or something on Rampart. I think that's a very good option.
Hera từng vô địch Redbull nhưng mà Hera chưa bao giờ thắng Liereyy tại chung kết Redbull này.
In the ladder qualifier, so mind games might be
Đây là
at play
lần
here.
thứ 3 Hera gặp Liereyy tại chung kết Redbull. 2 lần trước Liereyy đều đánh bại Hera lên ngôi vô địch và nếu không nhầm là đều với tỷ số sát nút.
And play 1 archer range skirmishers against your double archer opening.
I think when you're down 2-0, you can't get that deep with the draft.
Yeah.
I don't think you can rely on your opponent to
Đang chỉ nói về cái cặp đấu Hera Liereyy thôi. Còn Liereyy thì thua Dow và thua Viper. Liereyy đã 4 lần vào chung kết Redbull. Liereyy thắng Hera 2 lần và thắng thua Viper 1 lần và thua Dow 1 lần. Ở mùa thứ 3 thì Dow là vô địch nhưng không nhận được mùa thứ 3. Thế nên 5 lần.
Yeah, I really believe Hera can turn it around, and I think with how many wins he's had, you have to believe that he could turn it around until he doesn't one time, right? Until the floodgates open, until everything falls apart. And they're I think sending lobby codes to each other there, looking through their chips on their screen. They're about to be into it, Dave.
Mùa năm 2022, mùa 2024 thì Hera vô địch. 2022 Sato vô địch, năm 2024 thì Hera vô địch, mà đây năm 2026. Em không nhớ chính xác.
Not something he's maybe accustomed to. Really considering what he wants to pick here.
Very uncharacteristic to play on quite that long. I think it is just trying to get the nerves out of your system. I like to say get the frustration and tilt out of your system. If you think about it in between games, then that's affecting game number 3 more. So however long it takes you to go through the mental hurdles, you do it in the game.
I mean, he said it before in tournament sets, right? He's like, well, I played on because I thought I was dead, but I wanted to see what could happen.
Yeah.
And then he wins the game.
Yeah.
So it works for him. It didn't work here against Liereyy. I think it's going to be very tough to recover those types of games against Liereyy here at Redbull Wololo Londinium. Let's hear it from the crowd, please. Thank you.
Let's go. That's sick. So cool.
That guy was just too cool. He didn't want to cheer, he didn't want to smile. You know who you are.
They're all looking too cool. Yeah, that one guy is looking too cool right now. Thank you so much, everybody. Would not be here if we didn't have the fans to buy these tickets and be in these seats. I think they sold out at like record time as well.
It's like 2 days.
2 days, unbelievable. Yeah. I actually did not believe that this was possible, even though they told me it was sold out. Like all this time I've been thinking maybe Our moms and dads have been buying view bots
Hera nó sách gì với những cách
to
game
just
ra.
make us feel like we have something to do with our lives, but apparently you people are real. Thank you so much.
I've met so many new people as well the last week.
Yeah, it's been so cool. It's been very, very hard to see everyone, of course. We always try our best, but
Kính chúc
so
anh,
many kind words,
nhưng
so
mà
many
giữa cái giờ nghỉ,
usernames that
nếu
go
em hiểu
back
không
10
nhầm thì
years.
có
Some
vẻ là
people
họ
we've seen at
có cho giờ
multiple
nghỉ
lands as
giống như
well.
là
But here we
giống
are,
như là
game 3.
đi xem các cái chương trình khác. Khi mà anh em đi xem offline những cái chương trình nhạc kịch hay là giao hưởng thính phòng thì nó thường có một cái giờ nghỉ, và mỗi giờ nghỉ thì người ta sẽ ra cái khu vực bên sảnh bên ngoài đứng nói chuyện uống nước. Cảm giác là có vẻ là cũng sẽ tổ chức như vậy cho giải, cho cái trận chung kết này. Tại vì cái khán đài đằng sau người ta đi ra ngoài để giải lao một chút, gọi là cho khán giả là giải lao. Trận thứ 3 và đến lúc vào trận thứ 3 set đấu này, và Hera sẽ rất cần một trận thắng ngay bây giờ nếu muốn có một tâm lý tốt để thi đấu tiếp. Còn nếu thua 3 trắng sớm như vậy thì kể cả là Hera đến Mỹ cũng sẽ rất khó. Trận thi đấu thứ 3, Hera cầm Etho và Liereyy cầm Kuma. Lời bài đánh sở trường của Liereyy rồi, cầm Kuma ở trong thể thức Empire. Giải Redbull Wololo sử dụng cái thể thức Empire, thể thức đánh từ lời 2. Thể thức này thì nó thiên về đánh đấu quân này, và mục tiêu là một trận đấu ngắn kịch tính. Nên mình thấy là không có đi lùa heo các thứ ở những cái pha, nó vẫn có heo hết các thứ nhưng mà người ta không nhìn thấy nhiều, tại vì sẽ đấu quân rất sớm. Trận đấu cũng sẽ dừng lại ở 1 giờ 50 phút trong game. Thì điểm đó thì ai là người cao độ hơn thì sẽ là người chiến thắng. Và chúng ta thấy pha giao tranh rất tốt với Hera, một khởi đầu tốt ở trong trận thi đấu thứ 3 này. Nhưng đội đi cùng Ethiopia bắn nhanh hơn 18%, còn Ethiopia thì lên đời được cộng thêm 100 thực và 100 vạn. Quân này có giáo nâng cấp lên thành giáo đời 3 miễn phí, có công động vương vàng giúp những cái xe công thành nó đánh lan rộng hơn. Bên phía bên kia thì Kuma tận dụng lợi thế nhà quân giảm giá 75 gỗ để có thường là 2 nhà cung 1 nhà ngựa sớm, và điều đó thì có nghĩa là sẽ áp đảo đối phương thế trận. Ngoài ra thì Kuma cũng sẽ có những con xe đục ở trong đời 2, và Kuma có thể xây nhà chính trong đời 2. Kuma cũng có ngựa đi nhanh hơn 5% từ đời 2, 10% đời 3 và 15% vào đời 4. Có những con kích trách là lính đặc biệt ở trong lâu đài, con ngựa cùng với tốc độ di chuyển nhanh nhất để chế 2 và bắn ra 2 mũi tên một lúc. Cắm lúc shop đẩy ram từ đời 2. Hera sẽ phải đánh đông giò. Pha giao tranh khá tốt, cung ở đằng sau bắn ngựa. Hera giao tranh tốt quá. Nhưng mà những con lao số lượng quân anh em, vấn đề là số lượng quân. Cây đi là tốt hơn cho Hera, nhưng mà số lượng quân của Kuma trong thời điểm đầu đời 2 nó quá khủng khiếp. Một pha clear dành cho Liereyy. Đây là sức mạnh Kuma. Đối phương có 2 nhà quân thì nó có 3, thậm chí là có 4. Tại vì nhà quân nó rẻ hơn. Nên mình nói là trong cái thời điểm đời 2, đời 3 thì gỗ thực là 2 cái quan trọng nhất. Tăng volume này thều thào nghe buồn ngủ không tập trung được đấy. Chứng kiến hết thì tức ngồi vương. Tăng volume tiếng em hay là tăng volume của trận đấu? Trước khi giải đấu này diễn ra thì team Vitality của Hera và Liereyy cũng như là Hot đã tập trung ở Pháp để có một thời gian tập luyện với nhau. Và cái bài đánh Kuman này là bài đánh cả ba đều biết. Em nhìn thấy Hot đánh bài này, Hera đánh bài này. Nhưng mà có vẻ là Hera biết bài này, nhưng mà biết thôi thì không đủ, phải như vậy. Biết thôi thì không đủ. Buộc phải giao tranh. Quả này buộc phải giao tranh. Hera đã có máu ngựa chứ, quân này thì không có máu ngựa, thôi không có máu ngựa. Bên kia thì có máu ngựa. Ngựa có máu lợi thế rất nhiều. Ngựa Kuman có máu, di chuyển nhanh hơn 5%. Dậy. Cố gắng dậy. Càng pick được cung. Thì nó tiếng game khoảng 30% nha. Ok. Khó quá. Nhưng mà Hera 22 ruộng. Vàng là ok. Bờ giờ lên đời không lên được. Bây giờ phải đánh với nó thôi. Etho mà phải cầm ngựa là không ổn rồi anh em. Etho mà phải cầm ngựa là không ổn rồi. Nhưng mà vẫn cân nha. Vẫn cân. Tài nguyên thu thập được của Hera thì vẫn ngang so với Liereyy. Và một cái chợ. Như vậy sẽ phải tính đến đường lên đời thôi. Tính đường lên đời số lượng ngựa là rất đông. Liereyy phải cẩn thận. Pha này Liereyy liếc qua thấy số lượng ngựa này là phải chạy về thôi. Liereyy 4 ngựa, Liereyy cảm giác là có một thời điểm nghĩ đến dừng để mà lên 3. Nên là tạm dừng ra ngựa, nhưng mà pha này là cơ hội của Hera, một pha stack patrol anh em thấy không? Pha là stand ground patrol. Khá khó chịu. Hera phải dùng đến technique rồi anh em. Nhưng mà ngựa không máu, nó vẫn là ngựa không máu. Ngựa không máu anh em ạ, ngựa này không có máu. Và vừa rồi không có stand ground patrol thì chắc là cũng còn tệ hơn. Không thể nào, một con đục thôi nhưng mà thật sự không thể nào mà đỡ được. Nhưng tay Liereyy có điều. Các game thủ này đều thường là điều được 3 đến 4 đạo cùng một lúc. Sẽ thành 1, 2, 3, 4. Chứ không chỉ là điều một đạo. Thì anh em thấy là lao di chuyển riêng, ngựa di chuyển riêng, đục di chuyển riêng. Tại sao Kuman được xây TC ngay đời 2 nhưng không game thủ nào xây TC đời 2? Trong thể thức này thì không. Thể thức này xây TC đời 2 đối phương đè chết. Đơn giản thôi. Còn nếu mà đánh theo tiêu chuẩn thì sẽ xây. Tại vì đánh theo tiêu chuẩn thì đối phương còn lâu mới có đủ quân để mà ép mình. Khó quá. Nó spam quân liên tục, nó giết Hera từ đời 2. GG rồi. GG. 3-0. Ngựa không máu mà, ngựa không máu, ngựa kia nó tuyển hơn. Ngựa Kuman ngựa tuyển. Hera bực mình rồi, Hera bực mình anh em. Không quit, bực rồi. Cố đánh này. Cứ cố ra thôi. Nhưng mà cũng phải thế thôi, chứ không làm cách nào được cả. Phải thế thôi anh em ạ. 52 dân, chết 11 dân rồi. Giờ thì nó pick từng con dân một. Có mang dân ra đấm thì nó cũng không cho ăn dân. Cho ăn cục. Lúc nãy thì dự đoán là có trong 171 phiếu thì có 60% anh em dự đoán là Hera sẽ vô địch. Và 40% còn lại dự đoán Liereyy sẽ vô địch. Insane đúng rồi, điên rồ. Phải nói là cái sức đánh của Liereyy thật sự điên rồ.
That is what has made his run so amazing. And Hera, he's got a mountain to climb right now, Dave, here in London. If Hera wins this, it would make the victory even more unbelievable now after the start from Liereyy, right?
He's had comebacks before.
Yeah.
Against Liereyy as well. He's had comebacks before, but down 3-0 against this version of Liereyy.
You kind of have to wipe the slate clean at some point and just push these games out of Lierey's mind even with a couple of victories. Right now it seems impossible for Hera to win, but he's still like holding on. And if Liereyy makes any mistakes, Hera can come back. I talked to Memb last night about this series, and Memb was saying, you know, if I had to break down the series, it's basically like Liereyy very consistently, maybe more than any other player, is at a 10 out of 10 in an Age of Empires 2 game. But occasionally, he falls down to an 8 or a 7, right? Whereas Hera is almost always a 9, right? He's almost always a 9. Obviously, Hera hits that 10 as well, but Hera, just overall more consistent, or more consistency rather, is why Hera has been able to get these wins over Liereyy. So right now, we got to see if Hera can turn it around. What a final it's been so far.
Yeah, and we're gonna give the players a moment to take a breather, soak in the crowd. We have another guest arranged in our conversion chamber.
Giờ sẽ có một phần phỏng vấn để cho game thủ nghỉ ngơi, em nghĩ hợp lý thôi.
You stand before the conversion chamber. Conversion chamber. Three questions will be asked. You will receive no indication of success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free. Walk free. Fail and be converted. Be converted.
Question 1. What age comes after you?
Castle Age.
Question 2. Which civilization has portals?
Persians.
Question 3. What is the HP velocity on latest cavalry?
1.52, I guess. Not sure.
We have heard enough.
Hear the knowledge.
We welcome the converted into our order.
Our order.
Well, Sebastian, you've had some ups and downs this entire
Game phần phỏng vấn Sebastian.
That looked like the most stressful thing you had to go through throughout this entire tournament. How was it?
Yeah, I agree. Probably the most stressful, so awkward.
Tens of thousands of dollars on
Cái clip vừa rồi làm cho Sebastian cảm thấy khá là ngại.
Look, I tell you what, we're getting the show of a lifetime up here at the Royal Albert Hall. I know there are hordes of fans here who are pleased to see your face. Sebastian, everyone! And you'd be having a fantastic time representing not just South America but Uruguay. I saw some country folk down there as well for you.
Yeah, there is people even from Uruguay coming, so really glad to see.
Có những cái đồng hương của Sebastian đến đây để cổ vũ cho Sebastian, những người đang sống ở châu Âu. Và anh em nhìn thấy cờ của Uruguay được dơ lên. Đây là đồng đội của ACCM tại Team Wonder, Sebastian. Liereyy là một cái gì đó khác và Sebastian nói đương nhiên chính tôi phải đánh với nó mà. Đánh kiểu điên rồ, một cái level điên rồ. Cái yếu tố cốt lõi của Liereyy là khả năng chớp thời cơ. Cái khả năng làm nhiều thứ cùng một lúc của Liereyy quá khủng khiếp. Và sử dụng cái khả năng gây sức ép để có thời cơ lên 3 trước. Không, cái Sebastian là người Uruguay.
Sebastian may seem like a very pleasant and easygoing gentleman, but that's just a very carefully constructed facade. Behind the scenes, he's jealous, he's needy, and I know that if he walked out, he'd pitch a fit if we didn't give him an opportunity to try what everyone else has had a go at. I know Vibe had a good time with it. You want to try it yourself? Let's see how it goes. All right, here we go, everyone. Wololo! It's good fun, isn't it? It feels good, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian, everyone!
My goodness, what a reality we are living in right now. This feels like a dream. And for Liereyy, it's been a dream start to the finals, Dave, and he's got to continue to give Hera no room to breathe, right? You got to keep going this way.
Am I wrong in saying it still feels like a 50-50 when he's 3-0 up?
I
Just
think
because I've seen so many Hera sets turn around.
Absolutely. No, I can't heavily disagree with that statement. Like maybe like 55-45 or 40-60, but again, we have not seen Hera get going today. When I spoke to Viper about his semifinal yesterday, it was essentially the same. He was just like, I couldn't get there, you know, I couldn't get my brain to click with my hands. I couldn't quite get there. And then the series is over, right? And in a best of 9, that should be really difficult to have happen here eventually. You think we see peak Hera, but I think that peak Liereyy at the moment is smothering peak Hera. Here we are, game number 4. There's
Set đầu thứ 3, bản đồ sẽ là bản đồ Glacis. Bản đồ này chúng ta được chứng kiến rất là nhiều ở trong vòng xếp hạng cũng như là vòng loại đội cuối. Bản đồ này gắn với tên tuổi GCM. GCM rất tiếc là không có một thành tích tốt ở trong giải đấu này, nhưng anh em thấy cái bảng B đúng không? Cái bảng B 3 người vào đến bán kết và cái bảng có Liereyy. Cái Liereyy của ngày hôm nay nó nhìn khiến cho anh em hiểu rằng là tại sao em mới nói là cái bảng B là cái bảng khó hơn cho ACM. Trong cái stream ngày đầu tiên thì có nói như vậy. Cái bảng này em đánh giá là khó hơn. Nhưng chúng ta quay trở lại với trận đấu của Liereyy với Hera. Tại vì câu chuyện của ACM câu chuyện cũ rồi. Liereyy sẽ cầm Tây Ban Nha, Hera cầm Roman. Bản đồ Glacis. Bản đồ này không bo được anh em. Bản đồ này thì ở trước mặt nhà sẽ có một cái địa hình không bo được. Do vậy là cả nhà nó luôn luôn mở. Và con kênh ở phía trước nhà sẽ có rất nhiều cá. Cả hai đều buộc phải ăn cá. Tại vì nếu để đối phương ăn cá thì sẽ không cân được kinh tế. Vì ăn cá là loại tài nguyên nhanh nhất của dân ăn. Cá gần bờ. Với Tây Ban Nha thì Liereyy sẽ có những lợi thế đó là nâng cấp trong lò rèn không tốn vàng. Nâng cấp công nghệ, bất kỳ công nghệ gì thì sẽ được cộng thêm 20 vàng. Sẽ có đường quân full công nghệ, có Conquistador, có phù cưỡi lửa, có công nghệ để phù nhanh hơn, và cộng thêm tầm xa cho phù cưỡi lửa, có các loại đơn vị thuốc súng bắn nhanh hơn. Đấy là quân Tây Ban Nha. Bên phía bên kia Tây Ban Nha chỉ duy nhất một điểm thôi, thế điểm đặc biệt là nó không có khung 3. Còn Tây Ban Nha loại quân không có cung 3. Bên kia thì Hera cầm Roman. Quân Roman thì làm mọi thứ nhanh hơn 5%. Eco làm nhanh hơn 5%, sửa nhanh hơn 5%. Do vậy là nó sẽ hơn tài nguyên so với đối phương. Nhìn thấy là Hera bắt đầu dôi tài nguyên so với Liereyy. Ngoài ra thì Roman sẽ có những con lính chém được cấp đôi chỉ số giáp. Nâng cấp giáp 1 thì được cộng 2, nâng cấp giáp 2 thì được cộng 4. Và quân Roman còn có những con phụt được giảm giá 50%. Có Legendary là loại con ngựa trong lâu đài. Nếu mà đi cùng với lính bộ binh, nó sẽ cộng thêm tốc chạy và cộng thêm tốc đánh cho những con lính bộ. Cung cho Hera và Hera lên 3 trước, nâng cấp cung và có thuyền cung của Liereyy. Liereyy đánh thuyền cung anh em ạ, đánh thuyền cung ngăn bài cung của Hera. Hera sẽ tăng đại học. Tăng đại học, có ý định là tăng bắn chính xác sớm. Chưa đủ vàng dành cho Hera. Giờ vẫn là múa thôi. Và tăng ca như vậy là đánh quân đặc biệt. Có lâu đài dành cho Liereyy đúng không? Liereyy xây lâu đài. Như vậy là sẽ đánh con Conquistador. Nhưng mà với số lượng của cung như này thì cũng khá là ok. Vào đánh luôn. Conquistador lên rồi, Hera chắc cũng không có gì bất ngờ, vào thôi. Hợp lý, một pha thi đấu chiếm tiên cơ hợp lý của Hera. Và nâng cấp bắn chính xác. Conquistador nếu mà mới dỉ ra một con chưa có máu ngựa thì sẽ không làm gì được nhiều. Hera tăng nhà chính thứ 2. Một bài đấu khá ok cho số 1 thế giới. Conquistador, loại quân công 16. Ngay trong đời 3. Không có loại quân nào thực sự có thể đối chọi được với nó, ngoài việc là chính nó. Quân Conquistador này có đặc tính là nó có tỷ lệ bắn trượt rất là cao. Cầm những con súng cổ đại, gọi là cổ lỗ sĩ. Nhưng Hera chuẩn bị có bắn chính xác rồi, thì đó thì sẽ vất vả hơn cho Liereyy. Liereyy múa để tránh những đường bắn cung. Rất tốt. Hera đang có một pha đi móc rất tốt. Không là có thuyền nổ à? Thực ra đối với Hera Liereyy thường thuyền nổ không tác dụng lắm. Rồi, có thêm cả đạo cung nữa ở Hera. Đi ăn dân đang làm cá của Liereyy. Đây anh em thấy, cứ bình tĩnh thôi. Anh em cứ lo lắng trận đấu này nó không kéo ra dài. Nhưng cứ bình tĩnh thôi anh em. Chưa biết thế nào đâu. Chưa biết thế nào đâu anh em. 7 dân đúng không? Conquistador chưa có máu. Đó là 48 dân. Và nhà chính thứ 3 cho Hera trước. Phương án thủ thuyền của Liereyy khá thú vị. Không muốn ra nhà quân, tiết kiệm gỗ ra nhà quân. Nhưng mà Hera có một pha thi đấu quyết đoán. Những con thuyền trong đời 2 không thể nào đánh được những con cung đời 3. Nâng cấp tốc chạy cho những con Conquistador, những con ngựa súng. Hai bên đều 2 đạo. Rồi, liên hoan rồi. Hera mất tay điều và nó liên hoan ngay. Thừa thế xông lên. Wow, hay. Hera bình tĩnh trở lại. Những pha múa. Nhưng mà con Crystal tiếp tục vào nhà. Múa thôi là không đủ. Giết được khá nhiều dân nhưng mà eco của Hera tốt hơn rất nhiều và chuẩn bị nhà chính thứ tư cho Hera. Và một lần nữa ngựa cung không có máu, thực sự nó không phải đối thủ của cung. Ngựa súng không có máu. Quá tốt. Chỉ ở trình độ này chúng ta mới chứng kiến những cái pha điều cung chống tạt như cái kiểu này, nó cảm giác dễ dàng như vậy. Hera chỉ cần như vậy thôi. Hera chỉ cần như vậy để có được cái lợi thế về kinh tế. Quá áp đảo. Như vậy là trận này Hera đang trả lễ. Đang trả lễ cho Liereyy. Liereyy 45 dân, Hera 73 dân rồi. Giữ từng đơn vị cùng. Đánh con quyết sớm này. Phương án là như vậy là chuẩn rồi anh. Đánh Tây Ban Nha phương án đấy là chuẩn rồi. Dự kiến là cái lâu đài sẽ khiến cho Hera không công lên được, nhưng mà pha đi móc hay quá. Thêm một cái lâu đài nữa, tức là sẽ một pha công lên rồi mình tìm cách là đặt cái lâu đài thật là đắt để mà gỡ. Rồi bây giờ ngựa súng mới có công và Liereyy hơi phí ngựa súng. Hera 35 ruộng, chuẩn bị tích tiền lên 4 đây. Pha này khá nguy hiểm. Hera phải có tạt thủ. Pha này có thể là pha bản lề trận đầu. Hera muốn lên 4, Hera lại muốn lên 4. Liereyy có một cơ hội thôi. Và Hera tăng một cái lâu đài bảo vệ kinh tế. Lâu đài ở Liereyy phía bên kia. Dân Tây Ban Nha thì nó xây lâu đài nhanh hơn. Mình không nhớ bao nhiêu phần trăm, nhưng mà xây rất nhanh. Hera sẽ tích lên 4. Có lâu đài rồi sẽ tích lên 4. Hera ở nhà phải xây lên được cái lâu đài nữa. Nếu không thì đối phương sẽ tràn quân vào. Và cái kinh tế chính của Hera sẽ bay mất. Dần có bánh C2 rồi. Toàn dân xây lâu đài. Vẫn 106 dân cho Hera thôi. Liereyy là người đếm ngược. Nếu mà Hera để Hera lên 4 thì Liereyy khó. Thế tại sao không chơi từ nổ anh em ạ? Chơi từ nổ với hai tay này khó hiệu quả lắm. Dù sao Hera cũng sẽ cân đối lên 4 thôi. Hera thì là game thủ đánh thiên phòng ngự, có khả năng phòng ngự rất là tốt. Chết 19 dân cho Hera. Và hơi đen cho Liereyy, vẫn không phát hiện ra vị trí xây nhà chính của Hera. Liereyy cũng tăng trình thứ 2 nhưng nghĩ là muộn. Cái cô của Hera thì một chút nữa là sẽ ok. Dân làm thực. Hera 126 dân. Sọc dần cực kỳ đều. Đây là cái lối đánh sở trường của Hera. Nhiều người vì Hera áp đảo quá nên nhiều người không nhận ra là cái sở trường Hera phòng ngự. Sở trường Hera thì không hẳn là công. Đơn giản là Hera áp đảo quá thôi, chứ còn game thủ này sở trường phòng ngự. Ở trong top 4 thì Viper, Yo, Hera đều là game thủ đánh hướng phòng ngự. Chỉ có Liereyy là đánh theo kiểu là đánh công thôi. Nhưng mà đương nhiên là trình độ càng gần nhau là cái phong cách đánh của họ nó càng giống nhau. Tại vì về meta thì nó sẽ tập hợp lại với một điểm. Hera 1800 đá em nghĩ không phải vấn đề lắm. Dôi đá ở trong cái thời điểm bấm lên 4 này thì không phải vấn đề gì to lớn lắm. Đặc biệt là khi mà đối phương có nhiều con Twister này, thêm một vài cái lâu đài bảo vệ cho những cái vị trí ăn vàng thì cái thế đánh của Hera sẽ rất là sáng. Bật quá chuẩn, nhìn thấy ngay con thuyền nổ của đối phương. Đối thủ của những con Twister là chính mình anh em ạ. Bắn mãi không trúng. Hera phải bỏ cuộc. Phải bỏ cuộc trong pha thi đấu vừa rồi. Và Liereyy cũng cố gắng lên 4. Nếu mà lên 4 thì Tây Ban Nha có đại bác. Lên 4 thì nếu thấy đánh lâu dài thì Tây Ban Nha nó hơn. Có đại bác, có thuyền pháo. Nhưng mà Hera lên 4 trước quá xa rồi. Khi mà Liereyy lên xong thì mất lâu đài. Mất lâu đài ở giữa. Gì? Gỡ lại một trận dành cho Hera. Quá xuất sắc. Trận này Hera thi đấu đúng sức của mình. Không phải là một trận quá áp đảo, nhưng mà đúng sức. Liereyy không thành công trong việc thủ những con tạp và Hera tận dụng lợi thế đến từ việc Liereyy đánh con Quistador sớm và sau đó ra những con tạt để mà tăng eco sớm hơn. Đương nhiên là Liereyy đánh tạt thì Liereyy không thể tăng PC được một cách dễ dàng, nhưng con tạt rất là đắt. Hera thì dùng cung chống tạt, những cái điều mà chúng ta thường thấy ở những game top đầu. Và 3-1. Nhiều anh em thì sợ đi ngủ sớm, nhưng mà có vẻ là Hera vẫn chưa hoảng đâu anh em, chưa hoảng đâu. Cơ hội còn nhiều.
He called his bluff. Yeah, he called his bluff. He's like, I know you're not going to upgrade those. I know you're probably going to have some eco back there you want to protect, and this was an important part of the game. If Hera sat back, I think it's much easier for Liereyy to have a lot of economy and to get to the conquistadors a bit faster.
Yeah, and then if we showed the full highlights here, we'd be watching the entire game over again as Hera just managed to push back, what, 7?
Yeah.
Mangonels over the course of the Castle Age here?
Yeah,
in the center area, unbelievable splits from him.
Yeah, and this is where Lierey's like, okay, finally I'll get value, and then Hera runs at it. Now Liereyy was microing his conquistadors a bit, so he did get some value, but it's okay. Like Hera was in a position to lose villagers. When this happened, the villager lead was so significant that Hera always felt like he was going to be okay as long as he played a bit patient. And yeah, it's 3-1, dude. And like you said, before it was 3-0, you said it felt like 50-50. Now it kind of feels like 50-50 because we know the history of Hera coming back against Liereyy.
Liereyy still found value there. Look at how hard Hera had to work to get himself into a decent position in that game against the Conquistadors and the Siege. We are here at the Royal Albert Hall. We are 3-1 ahead for Liereyy, the underdog coming into this set. Hera trying to prove that he is indeed the greatest in the world.
Yeah, $50,000
home map pick for the first time this
Sorry, Dave. I don't think it's been mentioned much. I believe it's $50,000 for first place, something like $30,000 for second place. So we're talking big money here for a game that many people thought was going away years back. We're back, baby. But just wondering now how Lierey's feeling about that loss. Spanish was a very late pick, so similar to what I said when Hera lost with Turks, I don't think he's too bothered by that, especially with how many of the top picks were picked there from Hera. So let's see Lierey's choice now. Will Liereyy go for a really big civilization like Burgundians, Georgians, Franks, his top picks, or will he stay down low on that draft with the Wu Japanese?
Really depends what map we're going to see here.
Yeah.
We've seen Thames, we've seen Glasses, we've seen Dorothea Quarry, Stonefront.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not Loch-Ness, because I don't think you want a Boomy-style game against Hera after Hera just did that.
Vikings in the pool.
Dravidians as well.
Difficult. Rampart?
I like Rampart a lot. Now, he played Cumans on that. He played Mongols on that. Spanish was actually a civ we thought might be played on Rampart because of players like mr.yo and Yo. Might be the map for Huns, Dave. Ended early, lots of scouts, lots of archers. It's a very open map. It's not a map that players typically can wall up very easily. So I know the crowd here probably wants to see the Huns. I was surprised to see everybody applauding once Huns was drafted. You guys are awesome. But maybe it's the Franks as well. People here in England, big fan of the Franks, maybe? Oh no, they're booing.
No, there's some French people here too.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's a couple boos. Wrong civ. Burgundians?
Oh man, what a sight! What a sight!
It's so sick, man. So sick. Everyone's locked in here. Everyone's reacting to every moment in the game. We love you guys. This has been awesome. Is that a Wololo right there?
I think that's Monk. I need a Monk.
No,
30?
Monk I need a Monk is 18.
Oh, true.
You done goofed, bro. You done.
It's been
goofed.
so long.
Yeah. Well, yeah, beautiful sight. I will try. I'll give it a try. Last time I said it more as a question, as a statement. But I'm actually really nervous.
I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Wololo!
Nice. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well played.
We got to get production queued up. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
You caught him off guard last time.
I did. I caught myself off guard as well. I tend to do that. So another map I want to talk about because I feel it's still very relevant in my mind is Hengehold. Hera, he played against Mapuche on Hengehold, and maybe he saw that strat from Viper and said, I like it, but there can be some slight tweaks. I really feel like the unit of choice could be, instead of the Champies, it could be their Cav Archer unit, which
the Bolus Rider.
The Bolus Rider, yes, absolutely. Bolus Rider is typically
Hình như là bản đồ Hencho hay sao? Hencho thì Mapuche đối đầu với Frank.
Well, I just don't expect Hera to go for Kona into the Bolus Rider. I think if you play directly into the Bolus Rider and Cast Age, it could be strong. But the more I think about it, I find the early game is really uncomfortable for Hera. Maybe what you could do is you could play Mapuche on a map where players are closer together. That might be better for the Champy play.
Hoặc là đến giờ ngủ trưa cho Hera chăng? Em mà đến giờ ngủ mà chưa được ngủ là em cũng hay vuốt mũi. Ok anh em, chúng ta bước vào trận thi đấu thứ 5. Trận đấu chung kết giữa Hera và Liereyy. Người nào thắng sẽ vô địch Redbull Wololo Londinium và sẽ nhận về tiền thưởng là 5.000 đô la Mỹ. Và đương nhiên cũng là một cái gọi là một cái danh dự, cái gì phần thưởng rất là lớn. Bởi vì đây là giải đấu lớn nhất của DG2. Và Hera trong trận này sẽ cầm Mapuche, Liereyy sẽ cầm Frank. Một loại quần có lợi thế nhưng ăn quả khác. Quần Frank lợi thế ăn quả nhanh hơn 15%. Và trên bản đồ này có rất nhiều. Hencho là bản đồ được bổ sung cho giải Red Bull lần này. Và bản đồ này cũng có những cái chi tiết liên quan đến Vương quốc Anh. Bản đồ này thì sẽ có những cái cổng đá của Stonehenge, về công trình thời cổ đại của nước Anh. Đến nay vẫn chưa ai biết mục đích của những cổng đá đó là gì. Bản đồ này thì như đã nói có những cái bãi quả vây bên ngoài, do vậy là thường những civil có lợi thế về ăn quả nó sẽ được sử dụng. Với quân Frank thì Liereyy sẽ có những con ngựa được cộng sẵn máu, cộng 20% máu. Ngoài ra, quân Frank sẽ có nâng cấp ruộng miễn phí. Quân Frank cũng có những con ném dìu nếu mà muốn cao tờ như đơn vị lính bộ binh đối phương. Rồi lại bên kia Mapuche thì sẽ có ăn quả này, gọi là đem về thêm 20% thực. Sẽ có những cái trại thay thế cho nhà chặt gỗ, đào vàng, đào đá và thu hoạch thực. Và đặt ruộng bên xung quanh những cái trại đó thì nó rất là đẹp, nó không bị thiếu như là những cái cối xay gió hay là những cái nhà chính. Đối với Mapuche thì những cái trại nếu em không nhầm nó còn ra được giáo và lao. Quân Mapuche là quân ra ngựa đúng không nhỉ? Quân cũng có ngựa Kona. Cái này em không có phao nên em thông cảm nhé. Những cái quân Mapuche Muisca với cả Tupi em chưa thuộc, nhưng nếu em không nhầm là quân này có Kona ở trong lâu đài và có những con bola, những con ngựa ném bola, những loại ngựa giống như ngựa cung, sinh ra nhà cung. Quân Mapuche là loại quân châu Mỹ duy nhất có ngựa. Thế ra nói hắn thích con thằng Kona như chê thích con Bola Rider như Kona yếu à. Nhưng mà có ngựa để mà quản lao đối phương là tốt rồi. Tại vì bản chất là con Kona thì cái hướng của nó cảm giác như là hướng để quản lao. Và Liereyy bó kín nhà bên này thì những con Champi Runner đang chạy vào. Hera bó kín nhà cả hai đều lên 3. Rồi có Vương Miện Bạc. Vương Miện Bạc thì sẽ đánh xuyên. Nếu không nhầm là những con lính đằng sau nó nhận về thêm 30% đam. Con này như cũng có thêm cái con này không phải là lính IP đúng không? Con lính IP Muisca mà còn lính IP. Còn con lính đặc biệt của Mapuche là Muisca, là Kona và Bola. Ngoài ra thì các loại quân Nam Mỹ thì đều có những con quẩy đá. Những con quẩy đá nó sẽ cao tờ lại những xe công thành cũng như là những con lính bộ binh của đối phương. Bây giờ thì những con quẩy đá nó sẽ giảm đam bonus nhưng mà sẽ rẻ hơn so với những con quẩy đá hồi xưa. Bản đồ này thực sự rất khó cho Hera. Em nghĩ là cân kèo. Em nghĩ là Mapuche cân kèo với Frank trên bản đồ này. Mapuche nó cũng có nhiều công cụ. Đương nhiên để xem là cái phương án triển khai Frank của Liereyy như thế nào nữa. Lên đời sẽ đánh cái gì? Lúc nữa chúng ta nhìn thấy. Công ca ngay lập tức. Hera là ca thủ. Và những con bola. Những con lính ném bola. Những con lính này đặc trưng là nếu mà ném vào lính đối phương sẽ bị đi chậm lại. Tiếp tục là những pha cổng rất là rát. Nhà trình thứ hai cho Hera sẽ là phương án thủ ít quân để đánh với nhiều quân. Em cảm giác là sau trận thắng vừa rồi Hera đang lấy lại được sự tự tin. Liereyy thì vẫn sẽ là quân cung cơ sở trường, nhưng mà bola cái tính cơ động nó cao hơn. Có thêm ngựa của Frank. Liereyy chưa cơ cấu bắn chính xác. Và quan trọng hơn là chưa có nhà chính thứ hai. Liereyy thì phải bán cả toàn bộ đá lên đời. Thế trận này là rất sáng cho Hera. Hera dần dần vượt lên với số lượng dân. Còn Mapuche này nếu ăn nhanh hơn 20%, còn Frank chỉ ăn nhanh hơn 15% thôi. Có thể đấy cũng là một cái khác biệt. Không có bắn chính xác, do vậy khi mà bắn những đơn vị lính có tốc độ di chuyển cao sẽ không đem lại nhiều lợi thế. Tuy vậy Liereyy đang tận dụng cái quyền kiểm soát bản đồ để nhặt về những cái thành tích. Thế này thấy nhà chính thứ hai đối phương rồi. Liereyy đã nhìn thấy nhà chính thứ hai đối phương ở nhà đang bị đối phương công vào với những con bola. Mà Hera thì có vẻ là chưa nhận ra, Hera đang mải vào trong nhà đối thủ và chính Hera sẽ là người chết trước. Bay bãi gỗ, bay bãi gỗ, bay bãi quả. Bên này có những con hụt và tạt. Bola đang phải chạy về một pha tạt rất là đẹp. Thế là điều tốt quá. Liereyy cũng đang tận dụng thời gian đó để cân đối lại eco. Liereyy cũng đã tăng nhà chính thứ hai rồi. Đương nhiên là Hera với lợi thế tăng nhà chính thứ hai trước thì sẽ có nhiều thời gian hơn để tăng dân. Đã hơn 10 dân rồi cho Hera. Những con lính bola này ok quá nhỉ. Những con bola rất là ok. Nâng cấp bắn chính xác. Vẫn sẽ cần bắn chính xác. Cửa 43 vẫn cao lắm à. Em mệt phết rồi mà các ông này đánh như thế em toang mất, nhưng mà thôi sẽ cố gắng. Tưởng tượng kéo đến tận trận 9 nhỉ. Chúng ta mới đi được nửa quãng đường thôi, đừng nói về tổng số trận. Và một pha chỉ cần một pha lơ là thôi là Liereyy bắt phải trả giá ngay. Nó đang đuổi về dân rồi. Cách nhau còn có 7 dân thôi. Múa rất là khéo. Quá tốt. Mang một dân ra có đủ không? Ngựa vào quả. Tốt quá. Thì điều tốt quá. Số lượng ít quân hơn, nhưng mà sẽ tăng nhà chính thứ 3. Bên kia Hera 65 dân. Cái này của Hera vẫn ổn. Vẫn cách nhau ở 5 dân. May cho Hera đứng trên đồi. May cho Hera đứng trên đồi. Toàn Liereyy hơi tham. Bây giờ mất con tạp, không có gì đỡ nhà. Con tạp đấy phải giữ. Nãy giờ Hera là nể không dám lao vào thôi. Bây giờ thì nhà có gì mà đánh. Lao cũng được, nhưng mà thật sự là con Kona này con Bola này nó chơi cả lao. Tăng vào cả nhà Hera lên 4. Hera lên 4 sớm. Phải tham chứ, thế thua phải tham chứ anh ấy. Người ta không phải tham vì người ta bất cẩn đâu, người ta tham vì người ta ở thế thua. Cái thế đấy nếu mà muốn cân lại eco mà bằng được cái thằng kia thì mình phải ra ít quân thôi. Mình ra quân thì mình không ra dân. Mình ra dân mà không ra quân. Tại vì tài nguyên có giới hạn mà. Nên là phải tham. Nếu muốn lật. Nhưng mà Hera vẫn kiểm soát trận đấu. Cấp xe rùa. Điều quá hay. Hai bên điều quá hay anh em ạ. Mà quan trọng là ở nhà eco của nó vẫn mạnh. Ồ, hay quá. Quá hay, điều quá hay, nhưng mà và đấy mãi điều xe bị đối phương tạt chết mất đám lao rồi. Không có lực để sửa. Hera cầm chính bài của Liereyy, điều chết Liereyy. GG. Hết cửa cho Liereyy. Thật sự là đỉnh cao anh em ạ. Thật sự là những pha đấu đỉnh cao. Hai người số 1 và số 2 thế giới trình diễn cho mọi người xem cái sức đánh của số 1 và số 2 thế giới.
With these two, it almost takes me back to 2021 when they faced in one of the online finals. Sometimes it's like who can gain the initiative, and they're both so good, they don't lose the initiative.
Thì có 3 trận đầu tiên có lẽ là ngợp, tại vì phải đấu quân với Liereyy nhiều để nghe thấy sự căng thẳng của Hera.
He's got to be feeling very good, especially using a civilization like that. Mapuche was the one that we really looked at, and even Membenili mentioned. We weren't sure what we were going to see from that, but it looks very convincing.
He made the Bolus Riders look really, really good, and I love the strategy to try and go for them. Liereyy, with the crossbows, maybe caught him off guard at the beginning of Castle Age, but it didn't matter. The crossbows got in, and Hera managed that so well. He pulled the villagers immediately, he went for the quick walls, and then he pulled his army back to clear it up, and Liereyy never got another opportunity.
I think for Liereyy, he will regret diving with that army. If he holds the hill with the siege, his siege workshop always has the opportunity to produce more. He can reinforce it with monks. A lot of that fight is taken right in the front of Hera's base, but he saw an opportunity, just like we did, He thought you could get max damage from that, but there was no damage to be found, really, because of the excellent defense.
Yeah, I'd actually like to hear from Nilly and Mem right now, if we can hear it for them. They're going to analyze what they've seen over these first 5 games.
Well, guys, Nilly, we have 2 finals. The first 3 games with a great domination by Liereyy. But Hera want to make it the most complicated yet, right?
Em đi ăn tí anh em nhé, để em nhặt gì để em ăn, hơi đói. Anh em chúng ta đợi trận thứ 6.
Well, what's the key in those first 2 games, for example, in the first games from Liereyy that you have seen that he has dominated? Quite clear.
Well, we have prepared some highlights and I will try to work you through what I think happened here. In game number 1, it was that Hera walked into the wrong direction. You have a pathway between 2 players. Hera sent all his army towards the bottom, while Liereyy knew that the distance was at the top. And therefore, Liereyy could attack Hera with the armies in the wrong direction and couldn't weather the storm. Nice skirmisher micro here.
As you can see here, I mean, in this game, he was attacking constantly. He never let Hera to breathe. I don't think Hera did a single counterattack to his opponent.
Yeah, and now
only with 1 tile there.
Yeah, and the faster production, right? Splitting off the skirmishers here, dodging all the ballistics, CA. And then we are going into game number 2. This was a really nice engagement for both of them. Hera cleared up the army, did not play the market, so he had 200 stone and still didn't build the tower. That's a big question mark for me. He had no army for the defense, and then Liereyy came in, pushed him away from the gold and got a crazy crossbow timing. This was really nice micro, but the decision making after that, a bit on the questionable side. Here we see all the villagers idle, 0 villagers on gold.
Yeah, I also remember that I think in this game there was another second key now. He was going to send some unit, not so many. After this engagement, he's going to send behind this. Look at that.
The 4 crossbows that are coming in.
Those 4 crossbows was basically the game here.
Yeah.
It was snowballing so badly from here.
Yeah. He also could have had those 4 crossbowmen together with the main army, right? And that might have been tricky as well. And here Hera, it felt like he was slipping a bit, but against 2 Mangonauts, all the crossbowmen, low HP CA, it was tricky. Maybe the hand's still a bit cold. Also, the unfortunate pause for him there.
Everyone remembered this battle, you know, because we played here several times. He never found those villages in the corner. So Hera got lucky. A little bit lucky, you know.
Now we're jumping into game 3.
Yeah, in the game 3 was the typical command, but even to the next level. He makes siege workshop with 1 ram. He killed all the buildings to his opponent. It was massive efficiency and was doing all the aggression with the advantage that Kumans here got the bloodlines. He was going all the upwards as well, Hera, but Kumans with bloodlines and the ram and Liereyy. When he get the initiative, never stop pushing.
Yeah, and archers alone couldn't do the job, right? So many skirmishes out here by our human player. Now the big engagement, but as you said, bloodlines against no bloodlines, more HP on those scouts.
Yeah, look, he did like 4 or 5 archery range. So Hera was trying everything, but you can see here the population. But the thing here is really 3-0. And then Liereyy go with a 3-0 Spanish in this map. I mean, he's
pick number 10.
Yes, the last pick. So he's trying to go probably for the conks, obviously, and maybe for the late game. But here I read this perfectly. Come with his archers and his micro. He take everything from the start.
Archers did a lot of damage, and then the follow-up with all the skirmishers against the Conquistadors were really great. Were you a bit scared at one point when the Mangonauts were hitting?
Nah, no, not really, because he got a big advantage so early, and then he did 1 castle in this area, and as soon as he was going to try to dive into his base, he made a 2nd castle at home. When you have 2 castles in those 2 areas, you know that you are going to be fine. I mean, there was some kill. The KD was insane in favor to Liereyy, but even like that, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, probably the KD might have been in Lierey's favor, but the army value killed. Probably in Hera's favor there, because Conquistadors really cost in comparison to the skirmishers.
Yeah, and then at this point the game more or less was over. You will see that he would have the castle soon.
Nice defensive castle here. Hera realizing that's the only way how he could lose the game.
He got it there. And he got that back. He was doing a great micro, but I think we were just waiting to see in case that he wasn't going to go up to Imperial.
Yeah. And then we are going into game number 5, right?
DLC! Buy the DLC, Liereyy! Buy the DLC! You need the DLC!
Where we have to ask ourselves, like Liereyy typically banning Mapuche, Murska, and 2P. Ask himself 2P or not 2P. And now he actually allowed Mapuche on there. Why? We don't know.
Why?
It might actually be the case that he has never played against the strategy.
Well, as you have seen, he did everything. Crossbows, skirmishes, with ballistic on Lierey's hand. And they did nothing to the Bolas Riders.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Some good Mangalo shots there from time to time, but I don't know. I would be surprised if Liereyy played more than 3 games against Wolos Riders, because he didn't play against them in this tournament.
He's not going to play more. He's not going to play more against them. And then what we can see here now from Liereyy, what it is, because being 3-0 ahead, now 3-2, what we can expect?
Well, I'm really happy that Hera found his ground, right? At one point I felt like, okay, we wanted a close final. Some people are cheering for Liereyy, but no one wanted a 5-0. So I'm super excited, and I think both will play the best.
And we go with Tristan and Dave.
All right, we're back here. Thank you, Nilly and Mem. We are in game number 6.
Trận thi đấu thứ 6. Trận thi đấu thật sự đẳng cấp giữa Liereyy và Hera. Chúng ta được chứng kiến những pha đấu quân mãn nhãn. Trong 3 trận đầu, Liereyy áp đảo, buộc Hera phải đấu quân. Nhưng như anh em thấy là khi mà Hera có cái phương án khác, cái phương án nó liên quan đến chất quân, cái phương án liên quan đến gọi là lợi thế hơn, tránh được những pha đấu quân, thì Hera sẽ tạo ra lợi thế với cái tư duy chiến thuật. Em biết có phần nào nhỉnh hơn của Hera. Hera trong trận này cầm Byzantine và Liereyy cầm Georgian. Bản đồ là Puntai. Bản đồ này cũng là một bản đồ được bổ sung cho Redbull Wololo. Và ở giữa nó sẽ có một công trình liên quan đến nơi tổ chức trận đấu này. Đó là tháp London. Tháp London nếu ai chiếm được thì sẽ có sinh ra thêm cho người đó gỗ, thực và vàng. Với Georgian thì Liereyy sẽ một pha đi công vào Liereyy, và đi công vào rất tốt. Còn được dân của Hera không? Dù sao cũng khiến cho bãi gỗ của Hera bị chậm lại. Hera có phần là bị động trong pha phòng ngự này. Người đã có cung rồi, sẽ chậm bãi gỗ một chút. Với con Georgian, Liereyy sẽ có ngựa hồi máu, sẽ được giảm 15% đam nếu đứng trên điểm cao. Sẽ có những con Monaspa cho lâu đài, thì 7 con với nhau cộng thêm một công. Công tối đa là 14+8. Ngoài ra sẽ có những cái nhà phù có thể cho dân trốn vào được. Và nếu để cạnh dân đang làm việc thì dân làm việc nhanh hơn 10%. Có tháp khỏe để đánh lết. Có những cái tháp nếu nâng cấp vương miện vàng và vương miện bạc thì sẽ bắn xuyên. Quân này nếu nâng cấp vương miện vàng thì những con ngựa sẽ thực tính giảm 15% pop, giảm 15% xuất dân. Bên phía bên kia thì Byzantine sẽ là loại quân có thể nói là toàn diện hơn, đúng không? Toàn diện, hoặc là loại quân thiên về đánh lâu dài hơn. Quân này có lao giáo, lạc đà giảm giá 25%, lên đời 4 rẻ hơn 33%. Sẽ có những cái công trình được cộng 10% máu mỗi đời và nâng cấp tầm nhìn cho công trình được miễn phí. Và vẫn là một bài đi công móc ấy để có macro lên đời sớm dành cho Liereyy. Quả thật là một cái phương án chúng ta đã nhìn thấy cả giải này rồi, nhưng chính Hera cũng không thể quản được. Hera thì cảm tưởng là anh em thấy không, Hera bắt đầu nể Liereyy quá rồi. Hera bắt đầu nể Liereyy ở chỗ ấy là Hera phải ra nhiều quân. Hera không dám ra ít quân, và nếu mà ra nhiều quân thì đơn giản thôi là anh sẽ phải lên 13 chậm hơn. Nó không có cái gì khác. Hai game thủ này đều là hai người macro là hoàn hảo, do vậy là không phải có chuyện họ ép lời trượt. Nó chỉ đơn giản là Hera bây giờ là không dám đánh ít quân với Liereyy nữa, và lúc nào cũng sẽ phải có quân counter. Và lần nãy anh em hỏi là tại sao không ra lao, thì mình nhìn thấy đấy, ra lao cái là sẽ trượt so với đối thủ khoảng 1 phút đến 1 phút rưỡi lên đời. Sẽ chậm hơn Liereyy là 1 phút rưỡi dành cho Hera. Nâng cấp ngựa. Quân Byzantine sẽ nâng cấp những con ngựa thịt để quản những đơn vị lao đối phương. Bên này Liereyy có pha đi móc. Ở trên bản đồ này thì ở vị trí góc 10 giờ và góc 4 giờ sẽ có những con cáo. Đây là một loại tài nguyên mới nếu anh em nào không biết. Những con cáo này thì ăn trực tiếp sinh ra vàng, không cần phải trả về. Đây em để tiếng hơi to mà bắt quân, anh em thấy không? Giờ Hera phương án này, đấu đông quân thôi. Đấu đông quân. Không dám là đi đánh ít quân với cái thằng Liereyy nữa, đánh ít quân nó phang cho. Cứ phải đồng quân hoặc là chất quân nó phải hơn. Rồi bây giờ lên thì em nghĩ là phương án sẽ tăng 2 TC ngay. Nhưng mà Liereyy cũng đoán bài đấy. Đoán bài đấy nên là tăng 2 TC trước, không thèm ra quân. Cái phong cách của Hera như vậy, Liereyy hiểu rất là rõ đối thủ của mình. Nhưng con ngựa của Liereyy thì chưa có giáp, chưa có máu. Nó không phải đối thủ của những loại con đời 2 nữa, đừng nói đời 3. Liereyy bắt đầu vượt lên về số dân. Hera thì phải hoàn thành xong những cái TC này. Những cái TC phải nói có phần cực kỳ cẩn thận anh em ạ. TC phải nói cực kỳ cẩn thận, nó hơi xấu. Đừng nói là cẩn thận. Liereyy không để ý pha lọt giò. Hera thì sẽ nhìn thấy đối phương đã có 3 TC sớm. Điều đấy có nghĩa là bây giờ có thể đi công. Khi mà nhìn thấy đối phương còn tăng 3 TC sớm thì biết là đối phương không ra quân. Số lượng quân của Hera đang gấp đôi so với Liereyy. Một pha bắt không kịp. Rồi đâm nó. Ngựa cung là lựa chọn của Liereyy. Những con ngựa cung Georgian thiếu mất tay cầm. Thiếu mất tay cầm nghĩa là thiếu mất cái tốc độ bắn, cũng như là bắn sẽ bị trượt. Ở trong đề tra thì có 2 công nghệ liên quan đến cái đường đi của mũi tên. Công nghệ tay cầm, hay còn nói ban chỉ trong nhà cung, và công nghệ bắn ballistic, bắn gọi là bắn chặn đi ở trong nhà đại học. Thì con Georgian này, ngựa cung của nó hồi máu, được giảm đam khi mà đứng trên đồi, nhưng mà sẽ không có tay cầm.
Ein.
63 dân cho Liereyy, 58 dân cho Hera. Hera sẽ tận dụng cái thế thủ của Liereyy để đi nhặt những thành tích về. Liereyy cũng đã tăng phù rồi. Byzantine thì còn một cái quên nói là phù của nó hình như hồi máu nhanh hơn 100% gì đó. Hồi máu rất là nhanh. Đánh thế Byzantine, thế Byzantine có lạc đà Georgian lên. Bản đồ này không thực sự đẩy được tháp. Quân Georgian thực ra thì có Monaspa, nếu mà Monaspa đủ đông thì em nghĩ lạc đà không phải vấn đề. Tại vì đặc biệt là lạc đà của quân Byzantine thì nó là lạc đà bị thiếu máu. Lạc đà này thì hồi bé là không uống sắt nên là bị thiếu máu. Còn lạc đà nó thiếu đi máu thì đánh với những con lính có công cao nó rất là khó. Hera bảo là để bắt à? Để anh show cho nên là bắt này. Liereyy vào đổi dân thôi. Thực ra Liereyy chả có mấy quân. Ngựa cung đánh Byzantine ổn không? Ngựa cung của Georgian đánh Byzantine anh em. Nói chung là anh em cũng không cần phải đề cập đến đế chế 1 nhiều quá, tại vì đây đang là xem đế chế 2. Em bản thân cũng là người chơi đế chế 1 và xem đế chế 1. Hai bên nó kiểu như là gà nhà cắn nhau, đều là game đế chế, đi cắn hoặc là đi cãi nhau. Hai game thì cũng không phải là còn quá nhiều người chơi. Nếu mà cả hai game cùng phát triển thì tốt hơn, là cạnh tranh với nhau. Rất đông phủ. Bên này thì có... Hera nhìn ra không? Hơi đen, Hera không nhìn ra pha đó. Trần mệnh thiên tử quá. Hera nó mãi nó không phù được của Hera. Rồi giờ bò lại. Tiếp tục pha tạp tốt. Liereyy thủ hay thật, thủ hay quá. Pha đấy tưởng nó để cho đạo lao nó vào được dễ dàng là toang rồi. Hera nhìn thấy đối phương xây lâu đài xong là sẽ hoảng hốt lên 4 đây. Macro điên cuồng lên 4. Anh em sẽ nhìn thấy Hera macro lên 4 này. Quân Byzantine thì bây giờ lên 4 được rồi, tại vì nó giảm giá lên 4 30%. Cái nhà chính lẻ của Liereyy, nhà chính lén lén ra ngoài thì đối phương sẽ quản mất. Ở đây sẽ có lao quản cung. Liereyy 101 dân. Sẽ bấm 4 với cái eco tốt hơn và có đủ đá để xây thêm lâu đài nữa. Em nghĩ lựa chọn sẽ là Monaspa. Phương án đánh Monaspa nghĩ là hợp lý nhất. Liereyy chạy bén rồi. Bỏ luôn cái TC. 33 ấy. Thế này thì thế em đang nghiêng về Liereyy anh em. Em đang nghiêng về Liereyy. Phương án của Monaspa nó... Nếu đánh lâu dài với Byzantine thì khó, nhưng mà Monaspa nó có nhiều công cụ lắm. Monaspa có lý do mà người ta chọn nó nhiều. Vấn đề Liereyy phải lên 4 trước. Thì là lên 4 sớm hơn nữa. Bấm 4 rồi, ok. Bấm 4 2 lâu đài. Quản bản đồ. Bên kia Hera mà phát hiện ra lâu đài thì toang. Mà rất may vì lâu đài nó cũng hơi check. Mang con Sela ra dụ đối phương ra chỗ khác. Liereyy phải hy sinh con Sela. Còn Byzantine thì được giảm giá lên 4-33%. Cái chi phí lên 4 nó chỉ bằng 2/3 so với các loại quân khác. Cái điểm đặc biệt loại quân này. Nhưng mà đổi lại thì quân Byzantine sẽ không có bất kỳ cái lợi thế gì về kinh tế. Monaspa chưa giáp không đánh được. Đời 4 như vậy là này đang kéo về xây thêm một cái TC nữa. Thì là có lẽ cũng sẽ tí nghĩ đến kéo một cái lâu đài vào vị trí ăn vàng của Liereyy chăng. Hai bên đều đang cố gắng quản vàng của nhau. Monaspa đương nhiên là lựa chọn quen thuộc với quân Georgian, và Georgian thì nó sẽ lên cái combo là tháp và Monaspa. Và kẹp thêm một quân nữa thôi. Monaspa cứ 7 con đi với nhau để cộng 1 công. Công rất là cao. Và đánh với lạc đà thì không biết là có cần phải thực sự. Có đấy. Con này một điểm mà nhiều người sẽ không để ý nữa. Đấy là con này nó ra rất nhanh anh em ạ. Con Monaspa này nó ra rất là nhanh. Một trong cái quân ngựa mà nó có cái tốc độ ra quân nhanh nhất. Và spam thì Monaspa kẹp giáo đấy thì còn được lạc đà. Hợp lý. Nâng cấp thêm sau này thì kẹp thêm tháp nữa. Bản đồ này đánh 2 đường để mà đẩy chết Liereyy cũng sẽ mất khá nhiều thời gian. Liereyy vẫn còn 2 phút nữa mới lên 4 sao. 120 dân cho Hera. Và bây giờ thả ngựa với Echo. Thì sức mạnh của con Monaspa, sức mạnh của loại quân này, lạc đà nó không đứt dân được tốt như là con Monaspa anh em. Quân nào cũng có phương án chiến thắng nhé. Quân nào phương án chiến thắng. Với quân Byzantine là kéo trận đấu về thế chết. Con Byzantine với những con lao giáo rẻ hơn thì nó sẽ kéo về thế chết. Còn con Georgian này thì có ngựa tuyển. Và nó tận dụng cái lợi thế để mà lao vào phá eco đối phương. Một pha công lên bây giờ đã có giáo rồi. Giáo quản lạc đà. Monaspa như đã nói được cái nó giá rất là nhanh. Đây là một cái thế trận quen thuộc khi đối đầu với Byzantine, để Byzantine lên 4 trước là chuyện bình thường. Đấy là tại sao loại quân này nó luôn luôn nằm trong top meta. Lên 4 trước là một cái lợi thế cực kỳ lớn. Hợp lý. Và thi đấu hợp lý. Bản đồ này rộng lắm anh em. Cái trận này chưa hết đâu. Bản đồ này rất rộng. Và lâu đài đã có. Và thủ có lẽ là sẽ thành công. Cái lâu đài nó không được đẹp lắm dành cho Liereyy. Tại vì Liereyy muốn cái lâu đài nằm trên đồi thì giảm 15% đam nhận về. Monaspa Elite 3 lâu đài. Nâng cấp coinage à? Ấn nhầm. Vẫn thiếu máu ngựa. Liereyy quên máu ngựa. Quên máu ngựa mới tai hại. Nâng cấp giáo. Là tấn công lớn nhất rồi bây giờ. Không cần máu ngựa nữa. Pha này nếu mà giao tranh thua vì không có máu ngựa. Như cái lâu đài của Hera, của Liereyy nó vẫn nằm trên đồi một tí. Nó vẫn chớm vào một cái mấu đồi hay sao. Khó tan chảy chứ còn lạc đà của Byzantine là Byzantine đông quá. Giờ nó cấp giáp 1 cho giáo. GG. 3 đều. Bình tĩnh đúng không anh em? Bình tĩnh thôi, trận đấu nó sẽ đến.
Just insert the same thing for Liereyy.
Liereyy needs it.
Yeah, he needs a reset big time. And part of what we said with Hera was find a map where it's not as dominant with the aggression early. So I think that's part of it for Liereyy, but in reverse, try and get back to your civs that can apply early pressure, but also the maps. But like, that's gotta hurt. We've all lost our imp TCs again before. The upgrades being missed, the army being lost. Fatigue starting to set in maybe. This is a marathon, not a sprint, and a best of 9 is very, very long.
Hera's got that stamina. We've said it before. Hera loves these long sets. He loves the long games. He plays towards them. He played towards it here. He found himself actually in a position where he could be the aggressor.
Yep.
And he took the reins here. Liereyy struggling to defend. I think he thought he had ballistics.
Yeah,
really do.
I mean, so think about your typical timing.
Oh, God, don't show me this.
Yeah, that was sad, obviously. But think about your typical timing when you're Liereyy. You go for the army early, you go for ballistics early, you ease into the town centers. That was very un-Liereyy-like to add the TCs, and so the typical timing's out the window, and so you think you have a few things. I think that's what that was. I'm not really sure if ballistics changes the game much. I just think that Byzantines, you need to pressure Byzantines more, and he felt like he simply didn't have the option anymore after he lost that feudal engagement. The feudal engagement was the biggest thing here. Look at that shot, dude. Look at that shot. 3-3.
Wololo Londinium. 3-3 in our best of 9 grand final. You can feel the tension here. 3 wins in a row for Liereyy, 3 wins in a row for Hera. Who's going to take the next one? I think that'll swing the set heavily.
Yeah, Liereyy just going to grab a snack here, making me a little hungry, but not as hungry as the guy sitting right next to us.
With a pizza?
The multiple of you guys have a pizza right next to us. Now, thank you. That's very nice, though. I don't think I can eat in cast. They'd probably not bring me back. Oh, man, we got some merch out there. We've got the Age of Empires copies. We've been able to sign some of that this week. Crowd getting hyped here. Liereyy the Legend, let's go.
Em cũng đang phải ăn một tí. Nên anh em cứ nghe caster phương Tây nhé.
Should we do a poll right now on maybe who they think's going to take this final, Dave?
I think the results would have been very different after the 3rd game versus the 6th game.
We should have done it after every game and seen how the percentages change with the sounds here.
Oh man. Boy. Well, let's see what we caught up with Hera earlier in the week, so let's see what he had to say before we get into game number 7 here.
I think when it comes to me versus the rest of the competition, I just feel like I'm the player with the most complete package. With that being said, there's a lot of killers out there, and that could definitely cost me in the right moments. The 2 new maps make it so you have some kind of element of surprise. A lot of the other maps have been played and we know a lot of the strategies there, but the 2 new maps lets you kind of come up with something completely different, which I think is nice. Expect some surprises there.
We've got one of those maps remaining in the draft.
Yeah, we do.
We
actually,
have Blue Wells.
I think we have both. Actually, I think Loch Ness has yet to be played. I think we will see that
Loch Ness
at some point.
Not
but
a new map, though.
Yeah, that's true. And then Loch Ness is like new, I think, for this for the
this
ladder
tournament.
qualifier or this tournament. Yeah. And Stonefront, not a map I thought would be played too heavily this tournament. I have seen it a couple times.
Hera getting ready. Liereyy trying to reset. There's got to be an incredibly frustrating moment there when he realized that he lost his MTC. We could see it in his reaction. And he's been here so many times.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Similar situations.
That's the thing. Like, I almost don't want to repeat the numbers of how many times he was ahead, how many times it was close.
It's almost a curse at this point.
Yeah.
We need to break it.
Liereyy, he's got to come back to where he was the first 3 games. This best of 9 has become a best of 3, and the crowd heating it up here. There's no better time. Best of 3 for the championship.
Can Liereyy break the curse? Can Hera continue his reign at the top as Redbull Wololo champion again?
I'd like to see the draft. I'd really like to see the draft again here. We don't know the map yet. We'll find out soon, but I'd like to speculate a little bit. I know Hera's got a top pick of Dravidians. I would assume at this point that is going to be for Loch Ness just because of how water dominant that is. Hera hasn't had a lot of expression on his face throughout these finals, but I'm seeing a little bit more confidence now than I was after the first 3 games.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
What a comeback for him. What an accomplishment. Down 3-0 against Liereyy, you're getting absolutely smothered every single game, and then you manage to pull out 1 win, 2 wins, and then that one right there. You make your own luck, right? He was the one trepping that TC, or killing it with the castle, rather.
Yeah, so kind of crazy that we're down to the final 3, and 2 of the 3 water maps are going to be featured. Rampart is the one that's excluded from that. Rampart is like full-on land pressure, full-on send it. I'm going to save that one for now. But like Blue Wells, I could see Japanese. I could see Well, we've got Rampart here. So we know the final 2 games will incorporate some water. Here, though, it's going to be the Flemish militia from the Burgundians of Liereyy, hoping to move out here.
90 mới thấy bản đồ lần này lại đúng không? Có một lần bản đồ này vào trong cái vòng chung kết này rất ít được chọn, hầu như bị cấm, có lẽ là hơi khó chịu. Nhưng có lẽ là bản đồ này sẽ là bản đồ sở trường đối với Liereyy khi mà nó hai bên rất là gần nhau, có cơ hội để tạo ra lợi thế sớm. Thế ra pha vừa rồi có lẽ phương án đánh cẩn thận. Quân Burundi lợi thế là có nâng cấp công kinh tế sớm hơn một đời. Ngoài ra công kinh tế được giảm giá 30% thực. Burundi có nâng cấp ngựa rẻ hơn một nửa. và có những con ngựa Cavalier trong đời 3, những con ngựa đời 4 trong đời 3. Bundi quan trọng hơn là nó có những con lính dân binh Hà Lan, tỷ số rất là tốt cho một đơn vị lính đời 2 như thế này. Bundi có con thuốc súng được cộng thêm 20% đam nữa, 25 hay 20% đam nữa, và có Fustilia là con trong lâu đài, có công nghệ để làm ruộng ra vàng. Còn Bundi nếu mang thành tích về thì sẽ được cộng 1/3 cái vàng chia thành tích, nó sẽ cộng thêm thành thực. Cái phía bên kia Viking thì lợi thế của nó là nó sẽ có cái xe rùa sắt. Quân này được nâng cấp xe rùa sẽ để miễn phí. Các cái đơn vị bộ binh thì sẽ được cộng thêm 20% máu. Quân này cung phun công nghệ, và nếu mà nâng cấp cung nhận vàng thì cung nó được cộng thêm 1 công. Viking thì cũng có những con berserker ở trong lâu đài. Con lính này hồi máu, và nếu nâng cấp cho nó thì nó sẽ cộng thêm công khi mà đánh ngựa đối phương, cũng như là giết dân, xe chở hàng, cũng như là phù thì sẽ được sinh ra vàng.
Davis. C.
Liereyy macro quần rất là đông, nhưng mà macro khá là ok. Bên này Hera phải ra ngựa thịt. Quân dân binh Hà Lan chắc là nó cũng rẻ đó. Chưa bao giờ thực sự chơi dân binh Hà Lan nên là cũng không biết, nhưng mà Hera sẽ gặp khó khăn trong pha này. Dân binh Hà Lan và bản đồ nó gần quá. Thế tại sao mà quân này nó top meta trên Rampart. Con dân binh Hà Lan này nó còn được cộng đam khi đánh ngựa nữa. Hera buộc phải giao tranh. Hera buộc phải giao tranh pha này. Bên kia thì Liereyy công vào nhà rồi. Công vào nhà tiếp tục với những con dân binh Hà Lan. Lao cũng đang giết những đơn vị lính của đối phương. Và các bên đang giao tranh ở 3 địa điểm. Và thêm một nhà ngựa cho Hera. Hera buộc phải thêm một nhà ngựa. Thế trận khá là giống với thế trận thứ 3. Đây là sức ép cực kỳ lớn đến từ Liereyy. Liereyy bấm 3. Hera còn cách đời 3 rất là xa, và thậm chí còn định tăng thêm một nhà ngựa nữa thì bao giờ bên 3 được phải phá bãi vàng chạy. Bây giờ dân binh Hà Lan sẽ vào. Không thèm giết những con dân xây nhà ngựa luôn, tại vì Liereyy muốn đối phương xây nhà ngựa ấy chứ. Cái xe rùa của quân Viking có vẻ không giúp gì, và Hera đành phải đi counter thôi. Để xem là phản ứng của Liereyy như nào. Từ đầu đến giờ thì phản ứng của Liereyy vẫn là rất tốt và rất nhanh. Lập tức là có những cái nhà dân để chắn đường, không cho đối phương vào dễ dàng. Phải cho dân vào nhà. Có lao ở nhà thủ dành cho Liereyy. Liereyy lao đã có giáp rồi. Tiếng tàu hỏa, tiếng mèo kêu ấy à? Chắc là để em đặt mic sát hơn. Cái mic này nếu mà nó thu hơi nhiều, đúng rồi, nó có tàu hỏa. Nhà em thì nó trên mặt đường quốc lộ. Chơi lên 3 xong thì Hera mới bấm 3. Nâng cấp cho Lào. Những con dân binh thì đã chết hết rồi thì phải. Để tạm thời thủ nhà dành cho Liereyy. Hera đang muốn kéo đối phương ở nhà càng lâu càng tốt. Hera số lượng dân thì bị ăn mất là thua 3 dân. Và hai bên chậm dân cùng giống nhau. Cái thời gian chậm dân là giống nhau. Ngựa của Hera cũng gần hết máu rồi. Nó sẽ không làm được gì nhiều trước khi Liereyy. Dân mình Hà Lan kéo về thủ và Hera thì không nhìn thấy pha đó. Nhưng con ngựa bây giờ là ngàn cân treo sợi tóc, thổi phát là bay. Vẫn ăn được một dân, coi như là giá trị rồi. Cùng móc đi móc lại. Nhưng mà lao cộng nó sẽ lên và những con dân mình Hà Lan bây giờ nó cộng chỉ số 55 máu, công từ 5 lên 8 thì đúng không? Công từ 5 lên 8, máu từ 45 lên 55. Phải nói là mấy loại quân nó được bổ sung về sau nó ảo ma. Nó cứ lên đời nó được cộng chỉ số. Hồi xưa thì có con giò với cả con eagle thì không nói, tại vì nó là lính giò. Bây giờ để bổ sung thêm một loạt lính là cộng cái chỉ số cực kỳ đẹp. Xong rồi tự cộng chỉ số khi lên đời. Không cần phải nâng cấp. Và rất khó, thế là bây giờ lên 3 xong không có quân gì ở đỡ nhà. Rất may là pha vừa rồi nhưng chưa mất thêm dân nào. Cung của Hera đang móc vào phía sau nhà của Liereyy. Nhưng mà đã có những con dân mình Hà Lan đuổi theo dân mình Hà Lan này thì đã là dân mình Hà Lan đời 3. Ruộng của Hera đang không làm việc được. Nâng cấp giáp cho ngựa. Và đi móc của Hera chưa đem lại nhiều hiệu quả. Và quan trọng hơn là Hera đang dôi vàng rất nhiều. Để mang ra những con ngựa Viking không máu, những con ngựa thiếu máu. Mất thêm 2 dân. Bên này thì cung đang bị đối phương quản. Khó quá. Giáp ngựa 2. Giờ phải lên Cavalier thì sao? Chắc chưa có lực lên Cavalier. 17 ruộng, hơi ít ruộng dành cho Liereyy. Liereyy cũng đang phải tập trung điều quân. Ngựa đợi giáp 2. Dần chạy về. Cung của Hera chưa có bắn đuổi. Bản đồ này đánh ta sử dụng con mắt đầu tiên. Nhưng mà ta đánh cung à? Ta đánh cung cũng được, nhưng mà lỡ dùng rồi. Nên nếu có thì được đánh ta cả hai bản đồ tốt quá. Bản đồ này vừa gần lại còn thế đồi núi. Nhưng mà lựa chọn bản đồ này cho Taka thì nó hơi phí. Để Dorothea Query thì quan trọng là nó xa. Hai nhà xa nhau nên là cầm quân có tính cơ động cao nó dễ hơn. Và đúng là Cavalier đã có giáp 2 tốc chạy, chuẩn bị sẽ làm những con ngựa đời 4 trong đời 3. Bây giờ Hera phải giao tranh ngay. Hera giao tranh ngay, có phụt. Quay về, có phù. Có phù. Có phụt. Có dân sửa. Bên phía mặt kia vẫn có những con dân mình Hà Lan đang bảo vệ cho dân làm gỗ. Hera đang chưa tìm được đường vào nhà của Liereyy. Ở đây thì đen những con ngựa đi để không tặng free cho Hera. Rồi Cavalier rồi. Hera sẽ tìm phương án nào để lật ngược thế cờ. Tăng nhà chính. Vẫn là Hera. Vẫn sẽ là tăng nhà chính. Đúng rồi, Takta không nhất thiết phải đánh ngựa cung. Đời 2 mà cung Takta nó đánh đồi nó bắn là cũng rất là đau. Nhưng nó không cơ động. Con ngựa cung mà đánh ở cái thế đồi nó lợi hơn ở chỗ là nó chạy được lên đồi trước của đối phương. Con cung thì nhiều khi không có cái cơ hội đấy. Và càn. Em nghĩ là càn thôi, ngựa giáp 2 rồi. Ngựa giáp 2 ngựa đời 4 rồi. Liereyy đánh có cái thế nó bị nể Hera trong cái pha đấy nhỉ. Luôn luôn có cái thế đánh bị nể Hera. Đến cái thế mà nó để nó tụ quân nó đông rồi nó bắt đầu có công cụ để phòng ngự. Rồi lại nhìn thấy bài Hera mấy nhà chính. ...49 dân. Dù sao thì Hera vẫn bị chết quá nhiều dân. Vẫn là Hera thôi. Bây giờ thả vào eco cho nó chạy. Nói thật là cho nó chạy. Nó bao nhiêu con phù? Thằng kia có bao nhiêu phù? 2 con. 2 con phù nó thật em nó vào chém luôn. Nhiều khi ông này ông cứ nể quá. Đúng không? Ông Liereyy ông cứ nể quá, ông nhìn điểm mà ông ấy đánh. Trong khi thực tế là ông ấy hơn dân. Hera này ông chân bị thêm tử vãi đấy. Cứ như đánh cái thằng Hera này nó cứ thả vào làm gì này, làm gì nhau. Cho phù 1-2 con. Cứ thả vào cho nó chạy. Cho phù đi chứ. Mua cái gì mà mua. Cùng tiếc bắn hết, chém hết, ngựa đời 4 mà. Chém hết, ngựa 4 giáp 2. Thiếu mất máu thôi, chứ còn nó có máu thì thôi. Tòa tan hoang cửa nhà. Nó chạy qua chạy lại nhức cái cả đầu. Con phù chạy vào mà chém mệt không qua. Không phải nhiều khi ông Liereyy này ông ấy thua vì thế mà. Hera nó cứ đánh thế rồi nó cứ dứ rồi cuối cùng là cái eco nó hơn. Nó cất lại eco này. Chạy vào mà chém. 3 cái con cung. Đấy, có kháng phù ở đây anh em. Có kháng phù ở đấy. Chạy vào cứ thả vào mất công rồi là. Flop thì không có trình, nhưng mà Suneo thì có trình ấy, không dám thi đấu. Đúng không Suneo? Chúng ta có tài năng trẻ, Niềm với Suneo, nhưng mà được cái thì chém gió hay mà không bao giờ đánh giải. Thế mới hay. Mà cũng không cast. Cũng hay. Đây là 76 dân. Giờ chỉ thích vào game đi cắm trụ xong 15 phút GG. Giờ cần gì lên 3 thì lên cô xúc đều Cavalier trà. Ông cứ thả mẹ cựa vào đi, ông vẫn bị phù như thế mà, khác cho gì nhau mà thật sự luôn đấy. Bây giờ để eco nó khỏe rồi đánh nó khó. Lúc eco nó không có thì ông không vào. Được thôi, chắc là vẫn được. Nó cắm cho cái lâu đài vào giữa. Bí rồi, hay ra bí rồi. Cái eco của Liereyy bắt đầu hình như vẫn đang 2 nhà ngựa sóc đúng không? Hera phải đi cắm lâu đài. Lâu đài của Hera chắc lên thôi, dân đông quá. Đấy. Ngựa nó chạy vào. Ngựa này chạy lấy gì đỡ. Hera còn 69 dân. Giờ đi còn 79. Castle để gỡ đấy chứ anh em. Castle đấy quá đắt còn gì nữa. Nâng lên là nó bắn 2 TC. Nó phá cái eco chính của Liereyy. Liereyy bây giờ kiểu eco bằng nhau thôi. Nâng kháng phù như không. Thật sự ông Hera ông chân mệnh trên tử kinh. Pha này đánh thả ngựa thôi kệ bố. Không dân làm gỗ cho Hera. Như cái cameraman của giải bây giờ không biết chiếu vào đâu này anh em ạ. 17 dân đang đứng cho lâu đài. Không ra được. Thực ra thì cũng phải nói cho đúng đấy là Liereyy không nhìn được trong nhà Hera có cái gì và không biết đối phương có bao nhiêu con phù. Mình nhìn đây mình biết là đối phương có 1-2 con phù, nhưng mà kiểu như khi mà đúng là cái tâm lý của Liereyy sẽ kiểu hơi rén ấy, vào mà để đối phương cúng cho đối phương khoảng 5-6 con Cavalier là toang ngay. Nên nhiều khi nó là cái phản ứng mà hơn nữa game thủ chuyên nghiệp họ chui rèn cái chuyện đấy rồi, đấy là họ nghe tiếng phù phát là họ kiểu rút quân ấy. Tại vì mình đề trai này nhìn là bản đồ mở mà. Bản đồ mở hết khi mà xem cast. Chứ còn thực tế cho các game thủ chơi trong game thì họ sẽ không nhìn thấy đối phương có cái gì. Và anh em biết là cái con kỵ sĩ này cái tầm nhìn nó rất khá là nhỏ. Thì cái kiểu cái rất khó nhìn. Vào mà kiểu đối phương nó giữ khoảng 6 con phù trong đấy, nó ra nó phù mất nửa đạo ngựa, xong nó chạy vào chạy ngược lại thì toàn. Tại Ly đánh mạn giữa thấy TC cánh phải trả cả về tạ TC à? Em không biết đấy. Rồi giờ sẽ là Berserker chạy. Thêm một cái lâu đài nữa. Nhưng mà Liereyy 40 mấy ruộng rồi. Liereyy 40 ruộng rồi. Rồi lại thả Cavalier thế thôi. Anh em mình cứ thế thôi, hẹ. Thích làm gì làm. Nhiều khi đánh kiểu mất não nó cũng hiệu quả anh em. Đập bài đánh ngựa, nói chung con kỵ sĩ nó vẫn hiệu quả. Đấy là tại sao Liereyy đã giết đến 66 dân của Hera rồi. Hera một đời đẻ dân. Thôi ông Liereyy ông có thể chuyển lại chế độ $35 ruộng. Kiểu cái chuyện kéo cái đám ngựa về xong rồi mang phù ra hồi máu nó thành bản năng của đội này đấy. Ăn đá tiếp, Hera ăn đá tiếp. Chuyên đi đẩy đấy. Bây giờ là đập đá. Búa nhiều làm gì anh. Hera 8 cung. Eco là 51 dân làm gỗ, 24 dân làm thực. Thêm nhà chính nữa. Hera tăng 2 nhà chính nữa. Dân, 46 ruộng. Hera vẫn có eco viking, vẫn có bên này Liereyy tăng ruộng nhưng lại không có cái nâng cấp ruộng. Hera thì cũng thế thôi, bây giờ khó, cơ cấu khó lắm. Kinh thật, trải ruộng kinh thật. Giờ mới nâng cấp được ruộng 1. Hera đã bấm 4. Okay. 2 lâu đài được bấm 4 trước. Liereyy thì vẫn lên được thôi, nhưng mà eco nếu mà Hera bổ sung thêm được giáo thì Liereyy toang, còn nếu không có giáo thì không sợ lắm, tại vì bản chất eco của Liereyy nó không nằm ở đấy. Ngựa của Burgundy đời 3 đánh được, đời 4 là thiếu máu. Anh em thông cảm tại sao em bực, tại vì em xem quá nhiều trận Liereyy đánh như này rồi, đánh như này trước Hera nên là kiểu em quen ấy, em rất quen cái thế này rồi, cái thế đánh của Liereyy. Hera vấn đề có lẽ là vàng đúng không? Vấn đề có lẽ là vàng, và dù sao Hera vẫn không có quyền kiểm soát bản đồ. 28 con ngựa rồi, bây giờ lên 28 con ngựa. Quân Viking có nâng cấp công nghệ vương miện bạc không? Vương miện bạc thì con Berserk nó được cộng lên 4 công. Tin vào những con cung, nhưng mà cung 21 con, cung đi hơi chậm. Dù sao thì ngựa này không máu, cung đời 4 nó chém chết hết. Đợi giáp 3. Đợi giáp 3 lâu đài cho Liereyy. Nhưng mà quan trọng hơn có lẽ Paladin. Đấy anh em nhìn thấy không? Anh em nhìn thấy là con ngựa đấy, cái tầm nhìn nó rất là nhỏ. Nó nhỏ nên là kiểu khi mà Liereyy lướt qua con phù các thứ không nhìn thấy. Đánh thắng hơi muộn. Đợi Paladin thì hay hơn, quay về chém. Tại vì Paladin nâng cấp của con Bully được giảm một nửa. Vương miện vàng. Liên hoan rồi. Liên hoan kèo này thơm. Hera hết vàng rồi. Hera hết vàng. Chém đi, cho nó con Paladin. Cho nó một con, cho nó 2 con luôn. Nhưng hay là nó cuối cùng hay quá. Biết tại sao mà Liereyy hay rén đấy. Rồi cắm lại. Rồi bo đi. Tay đâu mà bo, ngựa thì nó cứ thả thôi. Hết vàng, hết tiền, GG. Hết tiền hết tình mà. Như là tụt pop khủng khiếp. Vẫn đấu thôi đúng không? Thế ra có 6, nó có 6 thành tích. Bây giờ ông ấy đi chém 6 thành tích của nó thì nó mới quit. Oh. Get out my game. Bắt đầu có con cầu. Hơi đen cho Liereyy không nhìn thấy những cái lâu đài. Nhìn thấy giáo rồi. Giáo tầm này thực bản chất là Liereyy đang hơi nhiều dân. Thế là không còn gì để đánh hết, không còn gì để đánh. Thế là đang cố ra cầu. Cầu xuống phía dưới à? Có. Em nghĩ là khả năng sẽ làm 2 match point cho Liereyy. 2 set point. Bổ sung thêm lao nữa. Hera dành cả đời ra dân. 6 thành tích lợi hại quá. 6 thành tích này sóc cung vẫn được. Thỉnh thoảng vẫn sóc được tơn cung. Ra súng. Tiền mình nhiều mình ra súng. Ngựa thịt thả với cô nữa. Đúng là Hera đánh như một cái máy. Dù rằng thế thua, em rất thích cái tính này của Hera. Nó tức là em rất thích, phải nói thật là em thích cái tính này của Hera. Mình nếu mà bao giờ mình phải kiểu tiếp xúc với nó chắc mình sẽ ghét, nhưng mà khi mà nhìn kiểu nó đánh, nó nỗ lực như thế, nó chiến thắng, nó xứng đáng đúng không? Em nghĩ trận này khó. Bờ rớt này nếu mà nâng cấp vương miện bạc rồi thì nó còn sinh ra vàng nữa cơ. Sinh ra thêm vàng nữa. Quả nhà thờ cắm giữa hai lâu đài bù 6 relic. Chắc là đi tìm mãi chứ không thấy cái chỗ thánh tích ở đâu. Không mà sức vào điều. Sáu cầu đi càn. Trần Mệnh thì tử vãi. Ông Hera này ông ấy cứ kiểu đánh hên nhỉ. Rồi lao nó công lên. Vị trí đấy không còn vàng nữa nên là em không chắc là vị trí đấy thực sự cần thiết đối với Liereyy. Vương miện bạc. Bây giờ mới nó cấp bật chính xác. Hera hết gỗ. Bắn chính xác. Quân Burundi thiếu mất đi cái giáp cung cuối. Ustilier. Cavalier vẫn là Cavalier đúng không? À Paladin vẫn là Paladin nữa. Không có nào nhận ra còn một bãi vàng. Nhưng mà vẫn ăn được bãi vàng bên kia. Thế ra không nhìn thấy à? Xây cái lâu đài đấy làm gì nhỉ? Xây lâu đài ở chỗ ruộng chính này phải hay hơn không? Nếu có xây. Cùng Viking cộng một công bắn mấy con ngựa này như tờ giấy. Vẫn cần đại bác. Không nếu vẫn cần đại bác. Đánh tính điểm không? Đánh tính điểm. Còn 15 phút đâu mình đang nghĩ đến đánh tính điểm. Không dám vào. Bây giờ mất cái Paladin cho những con giáo là mất điểm. Thế tại sao nãy giờ rén? Bây giờ rén thì hợp lý. Nhưng mà nếu mà để mất lâu đài là mất điểm đấy nhá. Không đại bác đi. Đại bác phá một vài cái cầu. Rồi. Thế thua điểm. Mất một cái lâu đài mà thua điểm. Đại bác đâu? Những con lao giấy này. Stack Patron. Rồi lật điểm. Ăn hết 4 cái cẩu này thì lật điểm. Đó. Stand Ground Patron. Thêm một cái lâu đài nữa, lâu đài thì không ý nghĩa lắm. Giờ Liereyy xây được nhà phù thôi. Xây nhà phù đi, nâng cấp phương nguyện vàng, phương nguyện bạc lên đi. Thôi cẩu cứ giữ đấy. Để nó ăn mất hai cẩu đấy thì lại lật điểm. Hera chịu rồi. Rồi nâng cấp hết công nghệ lên. Cái gì nâng hết lên. Hera hình như nâng hết rồi, nó nâng không còn gì rồi. Ôi, ông Liereyy tự thua rồi. Ông Liereyy tự thua. Ông ấy đổi ngựa lấy giáo là ông ấy tự thua rồi. Ông nghĩ gì vậy ông Liereyy? Sao ông lại đổi ngựa lấy giáo? Ông nghĩ gì vậy? What the hell? Trần đời ai đổi ngựa lấy giáo không? Rồi cứ để nó lên đấy. Cứ để lên đấy chứ cho nó thí quân vào chân lâu đài thì ông thắng. Phải thí quân chân lâu đài cơ. Rồi xây nhà phù lên. Trong vòng 5 phút mà Hera nó cẩu xong cái lâu đài thì ông này thua. Ông quên luôn han cẩu. Cách nhau 300 điểm. Mất quân Hera, mất quân free là Hera toang đấy nhé. Hera không được mất quân free cơ. Bây giờ ông đi ông nhớ ra ông ấy có cái hái cẩu để ông thắng. Mất lâu này là điểm này. Lâu này nó tầm 200 điểm nhỉ? 200 điểm. À rồi thả ngựa với cô hợp lý. Thả ngựa ăn dân. $200 điểm nhưng mà ăn dân tốt quá. Mất TC đặt điểm. Mất TC đặt điểm. Mất TC đặt điểm. Mất TC lật điểm. GG. Một phút. 1 phút cách nhau 1.000 điểm. Người ta giữ tài nguyên, tại vì giữ tài nguyên thì cộng điểm anh em nhé. Giữ tài nguyên cộng điểm, thế là không tiêu tài nguyên. Pha đổi ngựa phế quá. Pha đổi ngựa không hiểu nghĩ gì, chắc là pha đấy trượt tay. Pha đấy trượt tay gì đấy em nghĩ không phải là cố tình đổi ngựa. Để ngựa ở chế độ attack, GG. Không nhiên đấy, các anh em lại bảo ngủ. Thực ra thì đánh thế nó đúng bài thôi. Đánh giữ ngựa. Năm nào kiểu những giải S gần đây, giải nào cũng phải nói câu chuyện Liereyy giữ ngựa, giữ rất nhiều ngựa.
It's another map that has water. Deep
Blue
wells, blue wells. Yeah, exactly. We've got Wu in Japanese and Huns for Liereyy. I really like those civilizations for the fishing and like lands combination. For Hera, he's got like one civ. Sorry, two civs, which I think would make sense. So Dravidians and Armenians, but he just needs one win now.
Let's get some energy going for these players, especially for Liereyy. 4 wins in a row for Hera. Let's hear it from the crowd. Let's get pumped up here before game number 8 in our best of 9 final. Hopefully we can go the distance. It will be either Blue Wells or Loch Ness.
Liereyy picked Loch Ness. I think he picked it because Hera lost a lot of games there. I say a lot, I think it was 1, but I guess that's a lot. I kind of like Blue Wells because Hera's just been like booming and defending, and I don't think Blue Wells really allows you to do that. And then you get the big momentum swing, and then you take it into Loch Ness where you're feeling comfortable. That's my feeling. But obviously, he might have a trick up his sleeve for Loch Ness here, Dave.
I mean, you're looking at the civilizations. He's got Armenians. He's got Britons.
Yeah,
Dravidians?
My
Dravidians
guess
is probably it.
My guess is Britons was probably a backup for one of these maps,
or a fan service as well.
It's true. Yeah, at least it's up there. Sorry guys, but I don't think it's going to be picked here in London. I could be wrong, but if there's one thing I learned, if Hera does play with Britons, Britons will be very energetic, very supportive, very loud in a good way. Crowd. Okay, I got like one person laughing.
Could be Huns as well.
Yeah.
For Liereyy, if we're going Loch Ness. I'm not certain what the map is. I think they're in right now.
Trận thi đấu thứ 8 anh em. Trận thứ 8 bản đồ Honest. Bản đồ này thôi không cần phải giới thiệu lại nữa. Đây trận chung kết rồi. Rất căng. Và Liereyy là người điều tốt hơn. Mất giò như Hera, một cái bất lợi rất là lớn. Điều đấy có nghĩa là Hera sẽ không nhìn thấy vị trí của đắp, không nhìn thấy vị trí tài nguyên đối phương. Chơi rất sớm và Liereyy có vẻ là căng thẳng, có vẻ quá căng thẳng cho cả hai bên. Chúng ta thường không nhìn thấy những pha đi như vậy đến từ các game thủ top đầu. Nhưng anh em có thể thấy sự căng thẳng ở cái game thứ 8 và thứ 9. Nếu có Armenia Hera. Ngô dành cho Liereyy. Quân Ngô lợi thế là xây nhà thuyền, xây bến thuyền, xây các công ty quân sự sẽ được cộng 55 thực. Ngoài ra thì lính bộ binh hồi máu, có kiếm sĩ trong đời 3. Như vậy là nhìn ra đắp của Hera rồi. Hera lên đắp muộn hơn đúng không? Hera lên đắp muộn hơn, không cần phải làm gì có quá nhiều dành cho Liereyy. Quân Ngô còn có những con cổ phục pháo cấp, nó là con hùng pháo tốt nhất trong 3 quân Tam Quốc. Có hắc quang kỵ, kiếm sĩ, lên đến 4 cộng thêm 2 công. Có gì nữa không nhỉ? Có công nghệ, giáp, thuyền miễn phí. Bên phía bên kia thì Armenia của Hera sẽ có lính chém, lính giáo được nâng cấp sớm đời. Trong đời 2 có quân đời 3, trong đời 3 quân đời 4. Ngoài ra thì Armenia sẽ có những cái nhà phù dần trốn vào được. Nhà phù này xây cái đầu tiên được cộng 1 thánh tích. Quân Armenia còn có những con cung bắn xuyên giáp, nên là nếu mà phương án của Hera là đánh cung xuyên giáp, tôi nghĩ cũng không phải là phương án tốt. Trận này Liereyy rất là cẩn thận, bỏ luôn, không cho nó xa. Những thuyền rất đông, sẵn sàng hy sinh một dân. Và bây giờ tôi không chạy đâu. Như vậy pha đi công không thành công của Hera. Pha đi công của Hera không thành công và Liereyy sẽ bấm bài. Vẫn là một pha macro hoàn hảo đến từ số 2 thế giới. Trận này quá căng, bây giờ em không ngồi em diễn thuyết được những cái chi tiết ngoài lề anh em. Giờ mình tập trung vào trận đấu thôi. Bước khởi đầu tốt cho Liereyy trên bản đồ này. Quân Ngô để thấy đời 3 nó khá lớn. Đến thuyền cung, thuyền móc là đơn vị mới bổ sung. Còn thuyền móc này thì công nó công cận chiến, thường nâng cấp công cận chiến. Còn thì thuyền cung nó sẽ cao từ thuyền móc. Thuyền lửa mình sẽ cao từ thuyền cung. Và trong số 3 con thì con thuyền lửa là có cái công lên các công trình là lớn nhất. Và có thể là ngàn cân treo sợi tóc quyết định trận đầu. Và Hera thì cũng ăn được dân đó đúng không? Sẵn sàng hy sinh dân. Ok, đặt cái mic lên áo nên là nó bây giờ cầm cái mic đây. Cái này chắc kẹp nó vào một cái que để cầm những cái microphone thật. Bên 3 số lượng thuyền khá lớn. Bên 3 có rút đâu. Bên 3 rút về. Bên 3 không biết là con này là chưa xây nhà đại học, chắc nó vẫn có Carolyn Dry Dock đúng không? Rồi, nâng cấp thuyền chiến, nâng cấp công 2. Ở đầu trên thuyền, Liereyy cho có đi ra cánh để mà xây một cái nhà phù không? Đang xây nhà dân. Quân Ngô nó còn xây nhà dân như gấp đôi. Muốn dọn trước khi những con thuyền này của Hera kịp nâng cấp. Rồi, quay lại phá nhà thuyền đối phương ngay, nâng cấp nhà phù và kiếm sĩ sẽ chạy sang. Phù Hera kịp ra trước khi con kiếm sĩ chạy vào. Một cung đi lẻ nhưng mà bên này đã bó kín. Trận này Trận này như Liereyy xem trận Viper Hera ở set trước thì vậy. Hera phải bỏ nhỏ. Kiếm sĩ không lọt được vào nhà. Và thủy quái hồ lốc, thủy cái hồ nest hiện lên. Số lượng quân của Liereyy là lớn hơn. Càng là những pha giao tranh chiến thắng cho Liereyy. Thì là 7 quân. Nó sẽ bất biệt. Thì là tăng TC ngay. Bây giờ Liereyy như đọc rồi, Liereyy đọc hết rồi. Sẽ tăng TC ngay các thứ. Nhìn thấy phù đối phương sang nhà thành tích. Hai nhà chính. Liereyy sẽ tăng cá đó. Không cần phải tăng nhà chính mà sẽ tăng cá. Thế ra phải bỏ biển. Thế là cố gắng nhặt thành tích về. TC thứ 3 cho Liereyy. Vẫn dọn xong biển và nâng cấp đánh cá. Mãi miết nhặt thành tích về. Liereyy thì không tăng phù. Không có niềm tin với những cái thành tích. Giờ tăng cá thôi. Hera tăng ruộng nhanh hơn. Nhìn chung thì vẫn cần phải cân đối ruộng nữa. Hera 3 thành tích nhặt về. Liereyy vẫn chưa tăng nhà phủ. 4 cái nhà ông muốn lên 4 trước. Liereyy phải đánh rừng đen nhiều hơn. 26 rồi. Được cái là tăng cá thì nó lợi hơn ruộng. Nâng cấp dụng 1, chưa có bánh xe. Rồi đã có bánh xe. Phủ chiến nhà thành tích về. Thì lại kéo cái thế trận về thôi đánh muộn. Em nghĩ là Liereyy lên thẳng 4. Liereyy không quan tâm lên thẳng 4. Kệ thành tích. Sang lên 4 thậm chí. Nói thật là Liereyy không cần phải quan tâm quá đến cái lâu đài. Có cái lâu đài cũng được, lâu đài tông thẳng vào cái eco thôi. Nhưng mà quan trọng nhất là hổ phủ pháo. Cái quan trọng nhất là hổ phủ pháo. Quá là tỉ mỉ. Mấy tay này hắn quá là tỉ mỉ. Rồi sang cắm lâu đài đây. Có chở không? Hết rồi, giờ không còn gì nữa người anh em. Như bằng 4 trước. Không thèm cạnh tranh nhặt. Tại vì phải ra phù mà. Ra phù thì không có eco như vậy được. Một phương án. Đấy là một phương án. Không ra phù thì tiết kiệm được rất nhiều vàng. Để bấm 4 trước vượt trội so với đối thủ. Nhưng mà đổi đồ trượt. Ông Liereyy đổi đồ trượt ạ. Bạn ơi, Liereyy cuống rồi, bấm nhầm. Bấm nhầm, đang đưa đủ vàng thành thiếu vàng. Bạn ơi. Ôi bạn ơi. Bạn ơi, bấm trước bạn ấy bấm sau. Trời ơi. Dịch vụ khóc thế giá nhiều không? Đắt đấy. Hera đi cắm cọc rồi. Giờ nếu mà Hera có thắng thì cũng xứng đáng thôi. Liereyy thua cái trận thứ 7 kia là đáng phải. Nâng cấp bắn chính xác. Không đủ. Để xem thế trận đánh lết của cái này thế nào. Tại vì một thằng có biển thằng không có biển thì Hera không thể thắng. Hera không thể thắng bằng điểm được đâu. Nếu mà Hera không lấy lại được biển thì Hera không thể thắng bằng điểm được. Như vậy kiếm sĩ à? Kiếm sĩ. Không phải kiếm sĩ mà ý là cái chém Armenia. Chưa vẫn chính xác à? Nhìn thấy chém của họ rồi. Sẽ đi quản vàng. Chưa có vương miện bạc. Nếu mà đánh cung lửa thì phải đánh vương miện bạc. Rồi đi bo. Hợp lý quá. Không biết bo kịp không thì cứ đi bo đã. Để đối phương bắt đầu sinh kiếm rồi. Hợp lý. Giờ nâng cấp lâu lắm. Mấy con kiếm này mới là kiếm 13 thôi. Nhưng cung này chưa vương miện bạc. Thế nào phải bắn vương miện vàng để bắn bao giờ nhỉ? Rồi nhìn thấy kiếm nó chạy vào rồi, phải sớm hơn. Chắc là một lâu đài ở nhà. Nhờ lâu đài ở nhà nữa. Không đủ hay lít. Không đánh được. Không còn kiếm ngô không thể đánh được. À, bo. À, bo. Hai. Phải có những pha như thế. Ở trước nhà làm gì nữa. Ui dồi ôi, tích tắc. Hay quá. Bên này là làm lại cái lâu đài. Cung của Ngô vẫn chưa vương miện bạc. Bên kia thì kiếm nó sẽ bắt đầu có. Nhưng mà cung lên elite rồi. Nâng cấp tháp. Vẫn cần hồ một pháo. Lâu thuyền. Hợp lý. Lâu thuyền cũng được. Bắn gì vậy? Thế thì chắc cần phải thêm lâu đài nữa hợp lý. Nhưng mà bo nó lại luôn đúng không? Bo lại luôn. Thực ra vẫn ra được nhưng mà điều này cũng khiến cho cái vị trí này nó khó giữ hơn. Chứ cung lửa không nâng vương miện bạc à? Cung lửa cứ phải vương miện bạc vào. Công nghệ vương miện bạc của con người cũng là công nghệ xích bích. Cung lửa nó sẽ tạo ra đám cháy ở dưới chân và nó đốt rất là nhanh. Đặc biệt là với công trình và những cái loại quân mà đi chậm. Vâng, xích bích với cả hầu phục pháo. Combo elite rồi. Hera thì để rồi, xích bích đến. Này nghe thấy không? Nó dọn cung rất là nhanh. Không kịp, Hera tụ đúng đủ số lượng cẩu nó ra. Thì Hera cũng quên. Trận này Liereyy thủ tốt hơn Viper nhiều, Eco thì khỏe. Quản hầu hết vàng như bản đồ. Cho nên là Hera sẽ phải hết vàng. Hera thế rất là, tức là kiểu gỡ được cái thế nhưng mà sẽ phải hết vàng. Nhưng mà quan trọng là hổ phục pháo đâu cơ. Không có hổ phục pháo sao ông ấy đánh mình. Ông này lần nào cũng không bỏ không chơi ấy nhỉ. Tài nguyên nhiều vãi. Đâu có hổ phục pháo nhỉ? Hắc quang kỵ à? Vai hổ phục pháo cũng được hay sao nhỉ? Hắc quang kỵ không phải phương án tồi. Ý là Liereyy thì cũng full top thôi, full top, full eco nên là cũng chả có vấn đề gì. Ông này còn phủ được cả đấy, cũng cho họ thôi. Thường thì mình không dùng. Nhìn thấy mùi mùi. Hắc quang kỵ cũng được, khóa bài. Nếu mà ra hắc quang kỵ em không nghĩ là bên kia có cái gì đánh. Hắc quang kỵ giáp của nó cao quá. Bất kỳ loại quân nào đứng với con cung đứng với con cung lửa này thì đều toan. Sao không hổ phục pháo nhỉ? Tại sao lại trận trước thì không có đại bác, trận này không hổ phục pháo nhỉ? Em không hiểu ấy. Vẫn giữ à? Giữ lại công 2. Không cho chạy nữa. Nếu không hộp vào đâu này ông đẩy lại kiểu gì nhỉ? Cái cô ông ấy thì thừa vãi. Phương án của Liereyy là gì nhỉ? Được nhưng mà chắc là định dùng cung lửa. Định dùng cung lửa với cả thuyền lầu. Cung lửa nó cũng hạ được nếu mà đủ đông. Nhưng mà em nghĩ là một vài hộp phục pháo để quản những con lao của đối phương thì vẫn tốt hơn chứ. Hắc quang kỳ cộng 2 công đánh rất là khỏe. Bản chất công nó cũng cao rồi. Rồi như này có hắc quang sang hợp lý. Hắc quang là bên kia không có gì đánh mà. Thì đã mất ngày đau quá. Đấy. Giờ mới có. Kiểu bây giờ mình nhớ ra ấy. Ở what the heck thì quân này có cái gì đánh ấy. Ông này em nghĩ là Liereyy không chơi quân Ngô này. Không biết là có đúng không nhưng cảm giác là Liereyy không chơi quân Ngô này. Có hoặc là đơn giản là lúc đấy không nghĩ rồi, không chơi, không muốn ra thôi. Phương án đánh là phương án dùng cung lửa thôi. Cũng chả biết rồi. Hộp phục pháo này nó ném cho mấy phát là cái đàn lao này chết luôn rồi. Khoảng 4 cái hộp phục pháo nó ném một lượt là cái lao đấy chết hết. Tại vì con hộp phục pháo của con Ngô này nó như con tạc vậy. Nâng cấp vương miện vàng xong là nó như con tạc. Không có cửa gây ra. Thì là rồi không sớm được muộn hết vàng. Chết trên 7 thành tích. Đấy bắt đầu hộp pháo rồi, cửa rất sáng anh em. Ngựa này nó vào cái cô nữa thì con ngựa này chém không nổi anh em ạ. Giáp cao quá, giáp cao. Đấy. Nó quăng vào. Quay lại cho nó phát nữa. Con thuyền lâu thuyền nó vãi đạn ra nữa. Đấy, cẩn thận nha. Sao ném lao nhỉ? Liereyy đang bận ở bên phía góc 3 giờ. Hera đang bận. Rồi, dọn xong lâu đài bên cạnh đấy. Giờ không có gì bảo vệ. nào elite này. Thuyền lầu của ông này ông ấy đi đâu ấy nhỉ? Chắc là sang bên này từ. Mải mê điều. Hera cũng thế. Hera mải mê điều. Mất cẩu rồi. Ô, đang bắn cẩu mà. Đang bắn cẩu nó đổi target. Quang này giáp công cao lắm, nó dọn lao rất là nhanh. Không mất thời gian chuyển lao quá. Thế ra thì đánh lỗi đúng không? Điểm này hay là không bao giờ là được. Lướt làm gì, không lên đi. Không cung lửa thì khó. zzzz. Xa 800 vàng. Bây giờ phải đợi đánh đến nữa cơ. Năm 52 ruộng. Đúng rồi. Bây giờ Hera chỉ cần lấy lại biển là xong, kết thúc trận đấu. Ông Liereyy ông mất quá nhiều thời gian dọn cái lâu đài bên phía bên kia. Với cả khung lửa nó Bây giờ đến lượt Liereyy phải kéo trận này về. Liereyy còn không còn một con hổ pháo nào đúng không? Rồi đúng rồi. Hai. Té thôi. Giờ Hera mới phải người phải gỡ. Nhưng nếu Hera gỡ được biển thì gỡ biển nhanh lắm, gỡ biển nó đập nhanh lắm. Hera hết vàng. Hera có 9 dân ăn vàng, các Hera còn nhiều vàng. Hay đấy, ông điều hay đấy. Bây giờ phải chụp điều nhựa rồi thì hay. Nó mà gần cẩu như này thì Hera kiểu công gỡ biển lại không được. Phát phai nâng cấp của công nghệ. Úi rồi để đừng ăn nhiều thuyền này. Nghìn 500 điểm. Hera có 2 trận thắng bằng điểm. Để đi hết gỗ. Pha vừa giờ ông ấy để mất nhiều cung đường quá. Em nghĩ hắc quang kỵ là hơi sai. Nếu mà đã rơi cung lửa ra cung lửa. Xem Hera có hết gỗ không? Hera điều quân lỗi. Mất con cẩu. Hera cứ mất con cẩu là lại khó, mọi thứ đều khó. Hera có bao nhiêu gỗ? 7T. Ăn những cẩu này nó cứu cho ông Liereyy. Liereyy không được để mất quân. Đánh dưới chân nhà chính may ra. Mất nhà chính cũng là một vấn đề. Còn cái gì? Cái này nó còn pick từ con cung lửa một. Nó biết là vấn đề là cung lửa mà. $1.000 điểm. 15 phút. Hay là vẫn để như được. $700 điểm. Bây giờ ăn thêm 2 con cẩu kia thì may ra. Bây giờ phải tìm cách nào lén lén đã ăn 2 con cẩu. Đúng rồi, ra ăn 2 con cẩu. 2 con cẩu, mỗi con cẩu 200 điểm. 150 hay 200 gì đấy. Ra ăn 2 con cẩu. Đúng rồi, ăn cẩu. Cứ ăn cẩu thôi. Cứ ăn cẩu là vượt điểm. Đúng rồi. Cứ làm thế thôi. Đơn vị là càng nhiều tài nguyên thì điểm càng cao. Bằng điểm rồi. Hoặc là dân dân ăn con cẩu này cứu được cái điểm. Ăn cẩu để xem điểm bao nhiêu điểm. Ố rồi, lật lại được tí. Liereyy cái ra xứng đáng thôi. Trận này Liereyy không biết dùng ngô đúng không? Liereyy không biết dùng ngô. Ra hắc quang kỵ cũng được, nhưng mà nó là chất quân vàng quá đúng không? Sao từ đầu đây làm phát cuối xong rồi hít đấy. Chúc mừng Hera, chiến thắng xứng đáng của Hera. Liereyy Hera nó đánh nó không được đấu với Liereyy là được. Nó chỉ cần không để Liereyy đấu với mình là được đúng không? Đấu quân thì Hera vẫn có thể thua, nhưng mà đấu trí thì Hera thắng. Trận vừa rồi Hera thắng trận chung kết đầu tiên trước Liereyy tại Redbull Wololo và cân bằng số lần
Ladies
vô
and
địch.
gentlemen, your Age of Empires 2 champion, it is Hera once again. There, they get the crowd as a backdrop. The backdrop. Hera, this was insanity. You managed to claw your way back into this. You went down 0-3. For you to have
Trận mà đã thả thành tích như vậy thì phải công được đối phương cơ lại vào thế thủ và phải hơi tiếc cho Liereyy pha bo nó hơi chậm. Ý tưởng là đúng, nhưng mà em nghĩ là đáng lẽ là phải ưu tiên bo trước. Nhưng mà đương nhiên là bây giờ làm nhiều thứ mà lúc thế thì nó không thể hoàn hảo được. Chúc mừng Hera.
Seriously, thank you so much, everyone here. Obviously, we have to start by saying GG, well played to Liereyy. I think he showed up great today. And I always talk about how Liereyy is so dangerous. And the first 3 games, I made a few missteps and I got hard punished. It was so just deadly pressure from him. Definitely took a lot of mental reset on my end to come back and try to turn things around. I'm so happy I did.
Yeah, Hera, little mistakes from both sides were punished immediately. Can you walk me through your internal monologue when you're finding yourself on a back foot? How do you find it in yourself to come back and claw your way back into games like map 7, map 8? We thought all hope is lost, but somehow, some way you ended up on top, hitting the timer at the very end there. What's going on in your mental, in your head?
Yeah, those last 2 games were absolutely epic. I love games like that really push you to the distance and push you to the limits. I think it's just a matter of keep your head down, try to do the best play possible, and that's it.
Right on. You make it look and sound easy some days, but today they made you work for it. Overall, looking back at your journey at Redbull Wololo Londinium, what's your big takeaway?
Thích như game dài.
I absolutely love this event. The last Red Bull was my favorite event. This one is now my new favorite event.
That's how they do it here at Redbull Wololo. Hera, this is your moment. I'm taking this for you. This is your stage, your crowd, your winner.
Sau chương trình này thì cái chương trình này nó là chương trình yêu thích nhất của tôi. Và chúc mừng Hera. Cực kỳ hoành tráng. Có lẽ đây là vô địch ý nghĩa nhất từ số một thế giới. Anh em toàn cảnh. Vì trước là hơn 3.000 khán giả tại khu Hoàng gia nhất. Và đây là vô địch Redbull Wololo.
What a thrilling end to a thrilling tournament. As I invite the entire broadcast team on the stage with us here. Hera, if you want to stay with us for a second, mate, you can. My friends, thank you so much for contributing to the incredible success of this event, Redbull Wololo Londinium. Let's hear it one more time. Thank you so much to the London Contemporary Orchestra. Thank you to our sponsors, Aegon by AOC, World's Edge and Scam. But thank you most of all to you, the Age of Empires community. This event was for you. We loved it. We hope you loved it half as much as we did, giving it to you. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, all the people both in front of and behind the camera, thank you for being here with us in London. Thank you for being part of Redbull Wololo Londinium. Thank you, Age of Empires community. And good night.
Mất tiếng. Đến lúc quan trọng và tổ chức cái tắt tiếng. Hết luôn à? Thế thôi. Những người khác đi du lịch nhé, đi ra là đi du lịch thoải mái. Chắc là lâu không về nữa. Từ từ có mãi được, năm sau xin cái giải. Chắc phải tầm 2.000 viewer cho xin giải. Được đi chơi, họ đi chơi rồi, họ được lại ở London bình thường. Và tôi cũng vào cái dạp này xem cũng rất là nhiều, các bạn và mình ra nữa. Có lẽ là tạm biệt anh em ở đây. Đây chắc là cái video kết thúc chương trình rồi. Và hẹn anh em có lẽ là rất là sắp tới được giải đó sau. Nên là các vòng loại chắc là diễn ra từ tháng 5. Chúng ta để xem. Thực ra cũng có rất nhiều giải nhỏ khác. Bye bye anh em. Chúc anh em ngủ ngon.